Being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Study of motion M553 concerning CATSA. In the name of Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should present, as soon as possible, a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports, that is, airports that are not on the 2004 list of airports designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act, CATSA, to provide, at their expense, CATSA-recognized security screening in a manner that would not compromise the health and safety of passengers and would uphold existing CATSA standards. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to debate this motion that I have the honour of sponsoring, motion M553. I'm very proud and privileged to be able to speak on this issue that is so important to the people of Sherbrooke. First of all, for the benefit of my colleagues and for Canadians who are watching today, let me read the text of the motion that I have moved. That in the opinion of the House, the government should present as soon as possible a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports, that is, airports that are not on the 2004 list of airports designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act, or CATSA, as it's known, to provide, at their expense, CATSA-recognized security screening in a manner that would not compromise the health and safety of passengers and would uphold existing CATSA standards. Let me now put all this into context for you and explain why this motion is important for many airports around the country, including, yep, you guessed it, the airport in Sherbrooke. I have to admit that reading this motion, you might have understood that it's quite technical, but I'll do my best to explain it in general terms and try to convince you of why it's important. So what is CATSA? Well, I'm sure that many of my colleagues who take a plane every week to return to their riding are undoubtedly familiar with CATSA, and, well, because they meet them every week. This is how CATSA defines itself. The Canadian Air Transport Security Authority is a Crown corporation responsible for securing specific elements of the air transportation system, from passenger and baggage screening to screening airport workers. Established on April 1st, 2002, CATSA is fully funded by parliamentary appropriations and is accountable to Parliament through the Minister of Transport. CATSA is governed by a board of directors, with its operations directed by a senior management team. CATSA was the centerpiece of the Government of Canada's response to the events of September 11th, 2001, and is part of a comprehensive $2.2 billion package of aviation security initiatives that were included in the December 2001 budget. Since it was established on April 1st, 2002, CATSA's responsibilities fall into four major areas. First of all, pre-board screening of passengers and their belongings. Hold baggage screening through explosives detection systems at airports. Non-passenger screening of those entering restricted airport areas. And the restricted area identity card implementation and management. So CATSA's mission is to protect the public by securing critical elements of the air transportation system as assigned by the Government of Canada. And as designated by the Government of Canada, that's an important concept here. So why is CATSA screening important? Well, Mr. Speaker, you're probably asking yourself, what's the problem? Why this motion? Well, the answer is very simple. When CATSA was created in 2002, the government of the day had established a list of 87 airports that would be served by the administration. In 2004, 2 airports were added to that list. 89 airports thus are currently served or designated to be served by CATSA. Is the Sherbrooke Airport on that list? Well, the answer obviously is no. And this is the problem, and that's specifically why I'm speaking on this subject today. Mr. Speaker, you're certainly asking, well, what difference does it make if an airport is on that list? Does it make a difference when it comes to commercial flights? Well, it makes every difference in the world. Sherbrooke was about to sign an agreement with a national carrier who was ready to establish air links with major economic centers. The essential and non-negotiable condition for the airline in question was that the Sherbrooke Airport must be designated under the CATSA Act. And so it was during these discussions that Sherbrooke requested that designation from Transport Canada. In 2013, Transport Canada, from the mouth of the minister, refused that request. The agreement with the air transporter was ended, but that agreement proves one thing that's very important. The Sherbrooke Airport is interesting to airlines. They see a market there, and that's why they were ready to establish Airlinks in 2012-2013. So the most simple solution would be to add Sherbrooke to that list. But hey, why make things easy when we can do things the hard way? That seems to be the government's logic here. Well, Mr. Speaker, you're probably asking why the government has refused to add Sherbrooke to the list of designated airports. Well, it's quite simple to do. It could be done by a decree from the Governor and Council. it doesn't have to pass through legislation. And this was done in 2004. As I mentioned, 2 airports were added to the list. But Transport Canada's reason for refusing the request is unknown. The only answer that we've gotten was this: CATSA is not an economic development organization. That's their answer. We should note that, including Sherbrooke, 10 airports have made a similar request since 2004, and they have all been refused. Is this for financial reasons? Maybe. But we're waiting for the government to say. Sherbrooke had planned for this possible refusal from Transport Canada, and so in its request, Sherbrooke offered to cover the costs associated with becoming designated. And Transport Canada opened the door in a letter and in the House to a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports to offer CATSA security screening on a cost recovery basis. So, on the one hand, the government has categorically refused to add Sherbrooke to the list of designated airports, but on the other hand, the government is open to a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports to obtain CATSA services. So, given all that, I've asked the government several times about how this file is going. And since June 2013, we've just heard crickets. Nothing has been put forward. Nothing has been proposed. No legislative changes have seen the light of day. And this is deplorable. And that's why I've moved this motion today, which asks the government to present to this House a mechanism that would allow this to be possible as soon as possible. Now, who would benefit? Well, all airports that are not on the current list of 89 airports would benefit. And that's the beauty of today's proposal. It's not designed simply to deal with the situation in Sherbrooke. It would offer the possibility of development to hundreds of non-designated airports across Canada. Mr. Speaker, did you know that there are 518 airports in Canada? And if we exclude the 89 airports that are already designated by Transport Canada, that means there are 400 airports that could potentially benefit from the mechanism requested by this motion. Sherbrooke has waited long enough. The Estrie region has waited long enough. Airports that could benefit from this mechanism have waited long enough. It's high time that the government act. Mr. Speaker, you know, as I do, that airports across the country are major drivers of economic development. A fully functional airport with better commercial links with other major North American centers would have major economic benefits, and these have been studied in great detail. A study undertaken by Luc Savard, a professor at the University of Sherbrooke and a director of a research group in international economic development, has been very clear, and here's a few passages from his research. If we look at existing studies, some points rapidly become clear. They all confirm the major impact that airports have on their regions. First of all, there's a positive correlation between the number of flights and GDP, as well as between GDP growth and the growth of domestic flights. And secondly, the presence of an airport in a city has a facilitating effect for regional businesses by giving them access to new markets. And third, the presence of an airport changes the economic and demographic structure of a region and is one of the elements that is considered when businesses decide whether or not to locate in a region. And this is particularly important, for example, for research and development firms. Some researchers, including Ivy, have showed that airport transport services influence decisions to locate headquarters in a city and support development of research and financial institutions. And they make it easier to get access to ideas, capital, and markets. And there's a clear link between air traffic in a region and population growth and growth in the job market. Luc Savard adds that the University Hub in Sherbrooke generates research and development activities as well as private sector investments, and it would greatly benefit from this facilitating effect and would have a major economic impact on the region. The issue of transport in the Sherbrooke region is part of a bigger issue affecting all of Canada, United States, and Australia, which is low population density and large distances. For example, 54% of the population in Quebec lives in either the Greater Quebec City or Montreal areas. That having been said, population growth in the Sherbrooke metro area is higher than the average in Quebec. And this demographic growth is taking place despite the lack of air transport infrastructure in the region. People from Sherbrooke have to go to Montreal to take a plane, and there's a clear link between even greater population growth and better air traffic for the region. So all that to say, Mr. Speaker, that the economic benefits of an airport that is fully functional have been clearly demonstrated. They've been studied and cannot be denied. It's also important to note that the lack of a functional airport can lead to economic losses because of an exodus of Canadian air passengers to American airports on the other side of the border. This is a real issue in southern Quebec. A number of studies have looked at this issue, which is an issue across Canada, from Quebec all the way to to British Columbia. According to the research results of these studies, we know that approximately 5 million Canadian passengers take airplanes from American airports every year. According to a study undertaken by the Senate Standing Committee on Transport and Communications, Air Canada representatives estimate that the number of Canadian passengers who exclusively use the airports in Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Plattsburgh, and Bellingham could reach 3.4 million by 2015. In terms of economic impact, this represents a direct negative impact of $2.3 billion to the Canadian economy. The scope of these repercussions, the repercussions linked to this exodus of passengers, can be summed up by a reduction in air traffic in Canada, a reduction in the capacity of our major Canadian airports to act as international hubs, and by an increase in the fees paid by each passenger because the fixed costs of airports will be paid by fewer people. And according to the Conference Board of Canada, all this will lead to a major loss of revenue, for example, tax revenue, by all levels of government. Mr. Speaker, did you know that Sherbrooke is the only metro area of more than 200,000 people in Canada that is not served by a regional airport? This has to change. This has to change if we want to protect the economic prosperity of Sherbrooke and the entire region. Mr. Speaker, let me finish by reading a passage from a book written in 2011 by John Casarda. The book is called Aerotropolis, The Way We'll Live Next. And he suggests, and I quote, that aerotropolises, cities developed around airports, are the cities of tomorrow. While formerly major urban centers were developed around railway stations, the major urban centers of the future will be concentrated around airports within an area of 30 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time that I've had today, and I'll be happy to answer questions from my colleagues.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. Just a point to clarify in the discussion here that the designation of airports relates to the security risk posed at airports to the network, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the government, in the case of a select number of airports, has made it mandatory to have the security screening there, and therefore the air transport security charge to fund that. In this particular case, not only for Sherbrooke but for several airports where it's an economic driver, and airline companies, as a condition of service, have imposed the requirement to have security screening there. There is a need to find a mechanism and a funding mechanism to support the uniform CATSA screening and extend it to other airports. I want to commend the member first for bringing his motion forward, for initiating a discussion, an important one, with the government, and the government, as he has noted, is open to finding a mechanism like that. Mr. Speaker, the government will signal at this point, with a slight modification, which I will raise in my comments later, will be supporting the motion with an amendment. I want to thank the member for his cooperation in that process in finding language that achieves the aim he's looking for, but also satisfies the clarity that the government needs in moving this issue forward. And I want to thank him for that. It's more a comment than a question, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank the parliamentary secretary for his cooperation in this file. Even though things have taken quite a while, in June 2013, they opened the door to having this kind of mechanism, and nothing really has happened since then. Sherbrooke has been talking about this need for a long time, the need to have economic development in conjunction with better airport facilities. We have worked as well with CATSA. The government says, and I agree, that CATSA is not an economic development agency, but we do have to keep in mind the need for safety and security at airports. And we believe that we can guarantee good safety standards through this mechanism. And we can provide security at Sherbrooke and for all Canadians. Questions or comments?
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague as well for his motion today. In my riding, I have Ottawa International Airport, which has 5,000 people working. It's an economic generator. I would like my colleague to comment on the fact that he approached the minister, and I have written to the minister. In fact, I did so almost 2 years ago and asked where this issue was at, because there are 10 airports in Canada who are waiting for an answer. So for 2 years, I've been waiting for an answer. Could he help us to understand why the government has not yet made any decisions, these important decisions with respect to security in our airports? And we know that airports generate economic activity. The honourable member, you have 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comments. It's hard for me to say why the government hasn't come up with a solution earlier, and my motion is aimed at putting pressure on the government so that the government feels that it has to take action. If the House supports this motion, and I hope that my colleagues will support it, it will put extra pressure on the government so that it finally takes action to help airports like Sherbrooke and also a number of others across the country, so that these regions can finally develop economically and establish transportation links with other major centers. And of course, this will generate economic activity and tourism. This is true for Sherbrooke, but all the other airports that are not designated at the current time would also be able to benefit. So this would help all of Canada, not just my region. And that's why I hope it will have support from everyone here in the House.
Reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here in the House today with a minor amendment, support this motion, and I'll ask, Speaker, that you give me the 1 minute signal so that I'll be able to move that motion in before the expiry of my time. We'll be supporting this motion because it aligns with the guiding principle of the government's economic action plan to protect Canadians and support jobs and economic growth across the country. This motion is also consistent with our government's risk-based approach, whereby security funding is targeted to areas of highest risk. Glad to be given the opportunity to talk about the work that has been accomplished on this file over the last year and what we intend to do in the future. At the outset, I would like to reiterate that creating jobs and securing economic growth is and will remain our government's top priority. The aviation industry is a fundamental pillar of our success as a nation. It is a key contributor to our standard of living, economy, connectivity to the world, and prosperity. Further, a vibrant aviation sector also supports the prosperity of other industries, such as commerce and tourism. There are roughly 100 million passengers that travel through or within Canada annually, with nearly 2,500 international flights each and every day. The vastness of Canada's geography and the dispersed nature of our population have directly contributed to the development of one of the largest and most sophisticated civil aviation systems in the world. Transport Canada's National Civil Aviation Security Program is among the best in its class, and our government continues to be committed to the promotion of safe and secure air travel. Canada has over 200 airports that operate commercial flights. Less than half of them are regulated to require mandatory passenger and baggage screening. This represents about 99%, though, of all air passengers in Canada. The mandatory presence of the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, or CATSA, at all airports wouldn't make sense, either from a security or a financial perspective. However, CATSA is and should remain the sole screening authority in Canada. The original version of this motion could be construed as opening the door to the establishment of new screening authorities in Canada. For this reason, we will be asking that the proposed motion be amended so as to make it clear that CATSA is and remains the only authorized screening authority in Canada. This is an important element because our government believes there is real value in consolidating aviation security under a single authority. Having a national centralized organization perform screening enables greater consistency across the country and more effective responsiveness to security issues. It also ensures that Canada meets international standards and retains the trust of its partners. The list of airports for regulated mandatory screening was developed in the aftermath of September 11, 2001, the terrorist attacks, and it captures those airports where screening was already taking place before the creation of CATSA. The screening services received at these airports are financed by air travelers through the Air Travelers Security Charge. Over the last several years, a number of airports not regulated for mandatory passenger screening have expressed an interest in obtaining screening services to improve their economic and development opportunities. Many of them indicated that the absence of these screening services constituted the only barrier to the establishment of new commercial routes at their airports. Now, while security is always the key consideration when allocating government resources to the prevention, mitigation of threats to the transportation system, our aviation security system must also support rather than hinder economic opportunities. However, in doing so, we must strive to strike the right balance between supporting the competitiveness of the air sector while minimizing the impact of this support on Canadian taxpayers. This is why our government is proposing a risk-based approach for any changes to the current list of airports receiving security screening funded by the government. So far, none of the airports interested in receiving screening services currently meet the risk threshold that would warrant mandatory screening. Nevertheless, I believe it is important that we provide these smaller airports with the necessary tools to foster the economic growth that would come from the establishment of new commercial routes. In June 2014, the Minister of Transport sent a letter to all the airports that had expressed an interest in procuring screening services to inform them that departmental officials were in the process of exploring and assessing various mechanisms which would allow them to obtain services on a cost recovery basis. Good. Transport Canada officials will soon be contacting the interested airports in order to gather additional information about their operations. This will help determine the level of service and equipment the implementation of passenger screening services would require. Transport Canada will also be working with CATSA and airports to assess the costs of implementing screening services at smaller airports, depending on the number of flights they expect to attract, as well as other factors such as the frequency and destination of flights. Our government will work closely with airports to ensure that the potential benefits of implementing these screening services outweigh their costs. While we are pleased with the progress that has been made on this initiative, there are various legal and financial challenges which still need to be addressed. The government is currently reviewing the legislative and regulatory changes that would best support this initiative. Beyond this, we also need to ensure that any solution takes a long-term approach with respect to the operations of the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority in order to enable it to continue to respond to industry needs. Closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that industry has increasingly been linking passenger screening services to economic development, and many airports have expressed a willingness to invest such resources into such services. Transport Canada will be working closely with our industry partners to make all the necessary tools available to provide a safe, secure, and efficient transportation system to all Canadians. In order to align, of course, the intent of this motion with the approach that the government is pursuing and based on discussions with the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose the following. Que la motion soit modifiée.
That the motion be amended in A by replacing, by removing 2004 and by substituting certain words with respect to CATSA. I have to inform colleagues that in keeping with the standing orders, a motion for second reading of a private member's bill or a motion has to be proposed with the consent of the mover of the motion. So I ask the honourable member for Sherbrooke if he agrees and supports this amendment. Agreed.
Moved by Mr. Watson, seconded by Mr. Opitz, that the motion be amended by A, deleting 2004, and B, replacing the words CATSA recognized with the word CATSA. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to you and the colleagues in the House here this morning. I'd like to begin by commending my colleague from Sherbrooke for bringing this motion. It's a very important motion. This speaks to the legitimate aspirations of many of Canada's smaller centres that want to join the ranks of centres that have proper backstopping when it comes to their airport systems to enable, of course, more trade, more travel, more tourism, more investment, more growth, more jobs. I think it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that this motion, in fact, however, had to be brought by the member, because this is something the government's been seized with now for many, many years. And it's important to remind members of the House and Canadians watching or reading that this, in fact, this minister we have today is the fifth minister in 7, 8, perhaps 8 years, the fifth Minister of Transport the government has had cycling through the department. And that might explain why there has not been serious action on this file for many years. There are at least 10 airports waiting for an answer, Mr. Speaker. 10. Pouviers-Nutuk in Quebec, Trois-Rivières, Schefferville in Quebec, St. Catharines, Ontario, Bromont, Quebec, Cold Lake, Alberta, Dawson City, Yukon, Edson, Alberta, Sherbrooke, Quebec, of course, as we heard, and Fort Nelson, BC. All of these airports have approached this government repeatedly for a decision. And on the strength of their overtures, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada wrote, through me, then the transport critic, wrote to the minister in June of 2013, asking the minister to please make a decision for these 10 airports that have been waiting and waiting with respect to a decision using CATSA security screening services and finding a mechanism so they could do so at their own expense I wrote to the Minister in June of 2013, Mr. Speaker, and I received a reply from the Minister. But the reply was received on August 28, 2014. Over a year later, to respond to a basic letter on behalf, in this case, of the Sherbrooke Airport, asking, in fact, pleading for the Minister of Transport to make a decision. So I go back to my original comment, my earlier comment. It's unfortunate that the member has to bring this motion today in order to compel the government, frankly, to do its job. Everybody in this House recognizes, Mr. Speaker, that airports have to be safe and secure. Everybody in this House recognizes that airports are becoming a very, very popular form of economic generator for our smaller and our larger urban centres. Everybody in this House understands that they're job creators, that they bring in retail investment, that they facilitate trade and tourism and travel, shipping of goods. Everyone here understands that. What we don't understand is, why has it taken so long for the government to do its job? This is not a big file, Mr. Speaker. This is an extremely important file for all the airports involved, as I iterated a moment ago. It's extremely important for them, but it's not a big file for the government. With its thousands and thousands of employees at Transport Canada, this decision and a mechanism to arrive at a decision should have been made years ago in anticipation of the kinds of growth that we're seeing in Canada. Why are we seeing this growth? Because we're seeing rapid urbanization. Because, for example, in the case of Sherbrooke, Sherbrooke devient une ville régionale.
Sherbrooke is becoming a regional center in Quebec. There are increasing numbers of people going there, people who are traveling, people who are coming through on business. It's similar to Halifax, Dartmouth in that way, or the Greater Vancouver Regional District.
Know this, we all live it. And so, for the life of us here in the Liberal Party, we can't understand why this decision wasn't taken years ago. But be that as it may, it is encouraging to hear the government say, through its parliamentary secretary, that they will support an amended motion. It's about time. Frankly, it's about time. I'm fortunate, Mr. Speaker, all MPs in this House, I'm sure, transit through from time to time Ottawa's beautiful international airport, and I'm fortunate to represent that airport. It's a massive economic generator for the City of Ottawa. It employs at least 5,000 people, day in, day out. And so it's very, very important to the success of the National Capital Region and the Ottawa-Gatineau Census Metropolitan Area, without which we'd have great difficulty competing, without which our citizens wouldn't be able to move as freely as they do. If I recollect correctly, Mr. Speaker, it was the Liberal government that created CATSA. And it was the Liberal government that facilitated, in the Open Skies Agreement, the movement of Canadians into the United States and back with much greater ease, thereby facilitating, again, the movement of goods and services, professional expertise, generating economic activity and jobs. So we're pleased that this motion is being brought to the floor of the House. We're also pleased to support it, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're just scratching our heads trying to figure out why it's taken so long for the government not to bring forward this kind of mechanism to facilitate this. It seems to have no problem, Mr. Speaker, none whatsoever, when it procures, for example, advertising, has no problem procuring advertising, running it during NHL hockey games or CFL games or you name it. You name it. $765 million and counting, Mr. Speaker, since their arrival. Not a single MP in the House, not a single MP in the benches of the government can justify this or look at their constituents in the eyes and say, yes, this was a good investment. When we have so many needs like this, needs for screening services in our airports, right? Leaving aside the needs in society, Mr. Speaker, that talk to important things like, how about insulin pumps for our kids? How about additional nurses? How about home care for our seniors? How about our veterans' offices, Mr. Speaker? So it's an interesting juxtaposition, Mr. Speaker, interesting juxtaposition, that the government has found all this time and money for obscene partisan advertising, but it can't find the time to solve this basic problem. Has not found the time to make sure that Sherbrooke and 9 other airports in Canada get the security screening they need in order to compete. That's all people want. They want a fair shot at competing in their own cluster areas. That's a reasonable thing to be trying to do. So we are supportive, Mr. Speaker. We're supportive. It's about time. The government is going to have to explain to these different actors, these different citizens, these different ridings, why it took this motion. The minister is going to have to explain why it took her 15 months to respond to a basic piece of correspondence. And in the answer given says basically, we're still studying this. We're still studying this. So I implore the government not just to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, but to do what the Liberal Party of Canada has been asking of them for several years. Fix it. Fix the problem. Stop bobbing and weaving and hiding and ducking. Fix this problem for the 10 airports in this country that deserve a solution so they can get the screening services they need in order to do what they do best. What Canadians do best, which is compete, create jobs, and grow their local economies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming
debate, the honourable member for Compton Stansted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And long life and prosperity during a well-deserved retirement. You're going to be sorely missed here in this House. Mr. Speaker, this motion that we're debating this morning, M553, sponsored by my honourable colleague and my neighbour from the Sherbrooke riding, deals with CATSA. In short, the text calls upon the government to present as soon as possible a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports that are not on the list of airports designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act to provide at their expense security screening that is recognized under the same act. M553 seeks specifically to find a solution for numerous airports. Now, we named them earlier. The airports that want to obtain security screening under CATSA. The mechanism would be determined and implemented by the current or future government, and it would be useful for many airports in Canada that are not designated under the schedule of the CATSA Act. You know, Mr. Speaker, that airports across the country are economic drivers for the communities in which they are located. And we must support them so that they can thrive, progress, and create quality jobs for the middle class. Air safety, like food safety and rail safety, are major priorities for myself, my leader, my party, and my caucus. However, this government has gotten us used to a certain sort of laxism in these areas, and these should be priorities for them as well. The mechanism called for by this motion seeks to offer a pragmatic solution that does not undermine air safety because it seeks to take into account the standards that have been developed by the regulations currently in force. Security screening that we are talking about here is the responsibility of a Crown corporation, CATSA, which was created in 2002 as a logical follow-up to providing air safety after 9/11. The act that incorporates this Crown Corporation provides that CATSA must ensure security screening in compliance with extremely strict standards, and we comply with those standards. CATSA is responsible for assuming screening costs thanks to a tariff or a fee on each plane ticket. CATSA has reached agreements with security companies such as Garda, Securitas, and G4S to ensure safety in all airports in Canada, in many airports in Canada, which means that everything is decided in a quasi-arbitrary fashion with regard to this screening standard. Only airports have been accredited since 2002, 2 out of 12. But many other airports have asked for this designation. So this leaves very little room to openness or to updating this standard, because many regions have been subject to a great deal of economic difficulty in recent years and are calling for this accreditation. So they should be on the list as well. Or at least we should be trying to find a way to be able to make passenger access to flights safe, so that these airports, and there are several of them, could allow the surrounding regions to develop, economically speaking. But unfortunately, we have been calling for this for many years now, but they seem to have fallen on deaf ears over 2 years ago. Since a couple of years, all we've had is radio silence. So we're trying to generate revenue for the nation. There could be major economic spin-offs for the regions in question. And one of these regions happens to be part of my riding, Mr. Speaker, and that is Sherbrooke. At the time, we used to call Sherbrooke the Queen of the Eastern Townships. And it is one of the, as my colleague said, it is one of the rare urban centers of close to 200,000 people in the eastern portion of North America that does not have an airport that is functional, with the rules and standards that should be applied to make it functional. The greater Sherbrooke region, which owns the infrastructure on land surrounded by small municipalities such as Haut-Saint-François, Westbury, Cookshire-Reton, and East Angus, these municipalities are waiting for the government to give its consent for numerous projects. There are many economic development projects that have been supported by dozens of partners, economic partners, political partners in that region. All we have to do is look at this in this urban center. You've got the University of Sherbrooke, Bishops, the Sherbrooke Hospital, numerous large companies in the region, including Domtar, BRP, Waterville TG, and even businesses as far away as Stansted, which is 45 minutes from the airport. And of course, the beautiful observatory of Lake Mégantic that could benefit from these economic spin-offs brought by these airports. I'm going to talk about my region. My region is a flagship of biofood and agriculture. It's unbelievably rich. And these people, all these people in my riding, could benefit from these economic spin-offs. So even though they're 30 or 45 or 60 minutes from this airport, that they would still benefit. There are numerous companies and small businesses that require this kind of support. They need an economic lever. And they've been waiting for this for 30 years. My colleague who moved this motion wasn't even born yet, but they've been waiting for this type of project to have a viable and functioning airport. Many things have fallen through, but right now, all of these partners want to work together. They want to ensure that the Sherbrooke Airport is a place that could be used as an economic vector, as a reference point for the region. The government has to stop saying no to different projects. The Chamber of Commerce has to constantly turn down economic development projects because there is no rail link, there is no air link. Now, I think we just forget about trains, but we need an air link. It would be so simple to work together with the government to ensure that not only the Sherbrooke Airport is functional, but many other airports across Quebec and Canada. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So there are many levels of government involved. The City of Sherbrooke, the RCM of Haut-Saint-François, Coaticook, Granite, all of those regions could benefit from these economic spin-offs that would derive from this airport. Not just travelers, but we're talking about economic industries. There could be jobs in R&D. Scientists come and conduct research and development. They innovate products that are exported across the country and abroad. So there are many, many businesses and companies that are waiting for this. They know that with this important hub in Sherbrooke, they would be able to develop the economy, create jobs, because things are stagnating in some regions. So it is important for us to work together with the government because all the partners are ready right now. They're waiting for the federal government to step up. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, as I said, several regions in Canada could benefit from the openness of the current government, given the pressing needs of local economies that are stagnating. A positive response to the initiative of my colleague could create jobs and give hope to thousands of workers across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I wish you long life and much prosperity.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise in the House today in support of my honourable colleague's motion. This motion, as I'm sure you're aware, Mr. Speaker, asks the government to develop a mechanism that would give airports not currently eligible to receive passenger and baggage screening the ability to purchase screening services from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, or CATSA as it's more commonly known. Now, in my remarks today, I would like to highlight how our government has long supported both the security of our air transport system as well as the economic benefits this system brings to us. In fact, I'm encouraged by the fact that my honourable colleague, the member of Sherbrooke, who is a very impressive young man, has put forward a motion that highlights just one of the many initiatives our government is currently working on to promote jobs and growth while protecting Canadians. As members of this House know, our government has long advocated for policies that promote jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. This pursuit of national prosperity, however, rests on the foundation of our national security. Indeed, as reflected in Canada's national security policy, there can be no greater role, more important obligation for a government than the protection and the safety of its citizens. With this in mind, I want to spend a few moments highlighting some of the most salient features of our current approach to aviation security before turning my attention to the motion itself. Now, aviation security, the security of aircraft, airports, and all elements of the aviation sector is a key component of Canada's national security framework. Canada, as many members know, has been a world leader in aviation security long before the events of September 11, 2001. Following the tragic bombing of Air India Flight 182 in June 1985, Canada's civil aviation program was rapidly transformed to include more rigorous measures for screening passengers and their belongings. The threat to aviation has not diminished in the decades since the Air India tragedy, nor has our government's efforts to mitigate it. The creation of a national screening authority, CATSA, in 2002, the introduction of in-flight security officers, the reinforcement of cockpit doors, and in 2007, the world's first dual biometric, both iris and fingerprint, airport identity system for workers, accessing restricted areas, are all examples of improvements made to Canada's aviation security system. Now, other examples include a 100% screening of checked baggage, the implementation of the Passenger Protect program, and more recently, Mr. Speaker, the rollout of a national air cargo screening program. Now, Mr. Speaker, in sharing these security achievements with the House today, my aim is to stress that in the security of air travel and trade, its principal focus,
of Canada's aviation security system. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to consider that the purpose of security is to protect, not to hinder air transport. Aviation security measures must harden the system to a point where they severely undermine the efficiency and competitiveness of the sector that they are trying to protect. As I noted in the beginning of my remarks, security is the foundation upon which prosperity is built. As such, striking the right balance between investing in security and improving efficiency will always be a key feature of any government's decision-making process, and indeed, the two must go hand in hand. Our government recognizes the important role aviation plays in a country the size of ours. Indeed, airports, air carriers, and associated businesses are important parts of a supply chain necessary to meet the needs of Canadian shippers and travelers that contribute to the economic growth and job creation across this country. Moreover, the Conference Board of Canada estimates that Canadian airports in 2012 accounted for $4.3 billion in real gross domestic product, but had a total economic footprint of $12 billion, generated almost 600 direct jobs, and contributed over $3 billion in federal and in regional taxes. So with our security fundamentals well in place, our government is also looking closely at innovative ways to make Canada's aviation security system more cost-effective and convenient for passengers, as well as for the industry that directly serves them. Presently, for example, small airports not designated for mandatory screening in the aftermath of 9/11 say they face difficulty in attracting commercial flights. Many have indicated that the lack of security screening has become a barrier for further economic development in their communities. In response, the Minister of Transport has been exploring ways to enable these smaller airports, like the one in my honourable colleague's riding of Sherbrooke, to obtain screening services and thereby connect to the wider aviation network. That is why our government supports the motion before us today. It reflects the work we have already undertaken. As we continue to work towards finding the most appropriate solution to this issue, we need to ensure that the overall security of Canada's civil air system is preserved. Mr. Speaker, that is why we have proposed an amendment to the motion, that screening is delivered in the same nationally consistent manner under the authority of CATSA, and standards are very, very important. In addition to a standardized security approach, the government also supports some form of user pay approach. A cost recovery approach would ensure that revenue streaming for mandated screening is insulated from the cost of a screening service that is primarily for the benefit of the local economy. So in short, Mr. Speaker, any mechanisms developed to give smaller airports access to the broader national airport system for economic development purposes will need to ensure that national security standards continue to be met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. I must advise the member that she will have approximately 7 or 8 minutes for her speech today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to rise today in this House to support the motion of my colleague from Sherbrooke that I'm going to read. This is a very useful motion, not only for my riding, but for some 400 airports across the country. So the motion reads as follows, that in the opinion of the House, the government should present as soon as possible a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports to provide at their expense a CATSA-recognized security screening. So the situation is that some 10 years ago, in 2004, there was a list of airports that were designated further to the events of 9/11, and this allowed them to offer security screening for air transport. As our colleague reminded us, this is something that we all go through when we get to airports. We go through screening, our baggage goes through scanners, and that is the security screening that is supervised by CATSA. what my colleague is calling for. This is a very important motion. It is important for the people in his riding, in the riding of Sherbrooke, but also for these other airports, and it is to allow those airports at their own expense to obtain security screening so that they can have the same type of mechanism, the same type of security mechanism as is available in other airports.
So this gives airports a solution, airports that want to put in place security screening. And this is something the Conservatives have talked about. They talked about it in 2013. They opened the door to dealing with this situation. We haven't seen any movement since then. My colleague decided to table this motion in consequence of that so that we can move forward on this, because airports are a major driver of economic development in the regions. As my colleague mentioned, Sherbrooke is a city of 200,000 people, and it still doesn't have a designated regional airport. So it's challenging, and my colleague from Compton-Stanstead noted that the Chamber of Commerce sometimes has trouble attracting new investment because there's not sufficient transport resources in the region. I studied in Sherbrooke. I was very involved in the region. I see what kind of an impact the airport could have there, and what we're asking for here is openness so that we could have the possibility of putting in security screening processes. And so we're asking that the government allow for this possibility. Air security is truly a priority for us. It's a priority. Certainly security of all transports is very important, whether it be rail transport, maritime transport, or, well, often when we talk about passenger safety, people tend to think about air transport. We know how important screening is, and so what we're asking for is very simple. It's that this screening be put in place in all airports that want it. Currently in Canada, there are 518 airports, and of those, there are roughly 189 to be precise, which are designated currently. So there are many airports that have made the request to have the possibility of security screening. What would that mean? Well, it would mean economic development in the regions. This motion would help trade in many regions of Canada. And the most simple solution would have been to designate it more than those 89 airports, to designate airports that serve large populations, like the Sherbrooke Airport, for example. But that's an option that has not been, or that has been rejected by the other parties. So we'd like to see this motion adopted. And I was happy to hear my Conservative colleagues say that they were going to support this motion with some amendment. But I think that it's very, very important for all of the eastern townships, and I'd like to thank the member for Sherbrooke. I think he does incredible work here in the House to represent his fellow citizens. And let's not forget that he was the youngest member ever elected to this House. And it's good to see that there are some members here who can get motions like this through, even if they're in the opposition. Often we may wonder what can we do, but it's members like him who show that we can get things through even if we're members of the official opposition. So I see that I have just 1 minute left, and I know that there are many people who support this municipality, the City of Sherbrooke, the local municipalities, the University of Sherbrooke as well, and to date there are 10 airports that have requested for this designation from the government, but which have been refused. And I'll just name those airports quickly before I finish, because these are airports that could benefit from this motion. They include Port-Vénétuc in Quebec, Trois-Rivières, Schefferville, Sainte-Catherine, the Niagara District in Ontario, Bromont in Quebec, Cold Lake, Alberta, Dawson City, Edson, Sherbrooke, the Norton Rockies Regional Airport in BC. So these are all airports that could benefit from the work done by the member for Sherbrooke, and I would like to congratulate him for all that he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will have 3 minutes 30 seconds to finish her speech if she should desire. The time set aside for private members' business has now expired, and this measure will fall to the bottom of the order of priority in the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-46, the Pipeline Safety Act.
Debate, débat. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's an honour to rise in this House to speak on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking on Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-46 amends the statutory liability regime for federally regulated pipelines in Canada. The bill includes absolute liability for all National Energy Board regulated pipelines. Basically, it means that companies will be liable for costs and damages irrespective of fault up to $1 billion for major oil pipelines, pipelines that have the capacity to transport at least 250 barrels a day. They would continue to have unlimited liability when they are at fault or negligent. Mr. Speaker, essentially this bill is a much-needed and a long overdue first step towards a true polluter pay regime for pipelines in Canada. And the official opposition, the NDP, has been calling on this government to bring in a legislation so that we have a true polluter pay system in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservatives understand what a polluter pay is. However, I think they're reluctant to make it happen in Canada. I think Canadians understand that, what a polluter pay is. Even my own children, they understand that, Mr. Speaker, what a polluter pay means. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are they're choosing not to understand what polluter pays means to protect their friends in the oil companies, their friends that are damaging the very environment of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians understand what a polluter pay is. And as I pointed out, my own children, they understand that if you make a mess, you clean it up. It's not next generation that cleans up that mess. And I'll share a story of my children to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. I have two children. I have a son who's 8 years old, and I have a daughter who is 18, Jessica. And my son, a typical 8-year-old, he makes a mess, and whether it's toys and paint and lots of other stuff, as it is in every Canadian household. Children do make mess at home. And so, one afternoon, there's toys and huge mess in the living room. And the mother, my wife, asked Jaren, the 8-year-old, say, Jaren, can you clean up that mess you made from playing with all your friends and the toys that were in the living room? And he looks at her and he looks at my daughter. He said, oh, Jessica will clean it up for me. And Jessica looks at him and she says, no, Jaren, you made the mess, you clean it up. And he went running to the mom. He said, Jessica, Mom, Jessica won't clean up the mess. And the mom told him, say, Jaren, it's your mess, you have to clean this up. And he understood that. He got up and he knew that it was his mess, that he needs to clean this up. Very basic concept, Mr. Speaker, is if you make a mess, you clean it up. Whoever makes a mess cleans it up. Unfortunately, the Conservatives believe that if their friends in the oil industry make a mess, if there's a pipeline, eruption or pipeline is damaged, they expect not the oil companies to clean it up. They expect Canadian taxpayers to clean it up, Mr. Speaker. How fair is that? If an 8-year-old, and most Canadians understand the concept of polluter pay, why can't the Conservatives understand that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I think they understand it. Again, I think they're trying to protect their friends in the oil industry to have this liability put on Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this particular bill is the first step in regards to polluter pay. Unfortunately, the implementation of many of the proposed changes in Bill C-46 is left to the discretion of the National Energy Board and Cabinet, or the details are left to regulations. Mr. Speaker, C-46 leaves considerable leeway for politically motivated decisions and backroom arrangements between operators and the National Energy Board, a regulator that lacks credibility on the pipeline front. We are all therefore left with uncertainty as to whether this bill goes far enough. Mr. Speaker, I come from British Columbia, and we've seen the opposition to the Northern Gateway pipeline, and we know the mess that the National Energy Board has created, where legitimate people didn't have, they weren't allowed to testify or make their presentations from the National Energy Board, and the Conservatives have put in so many roadblocks to have a fair process where, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to have pipelines, there has to be a clear process in place to ensure that all of the considerations are taken into place before a decision is made. And we know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have made a mockery of the process, and they've gutted the very environmental regulations that are supposed to be protecting not only our environment but also our resource sectors in this country, Mr. Speaker. I think they've failed to take a leadership role to show that some of these projects are viable, and that we take into consideration the environmental regulations, the environmental guidelines to ensure that if we have these projects, that we protect them. Again, the polluter pay system is something foreign. Well, again, Mr. Speaker, it's not really foreign to the Conservatives. They just choose to be on the sides of the oil companies instead of being sides of the taxpayers, Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certainly it's a first step. Bill C-46 makes some important improvements to Canada's liability regime, but the lack of certainty about the degree to which polluters will be required to pay undermines these improvements and leaves uncertainty as to whether the taxpayer would be still on the hook for cleanup costs greater than $1 billion when fault or negligence cannot be proven. Mr. Speaker, we've seen $1 billion is like a drop in a bucket when it comes to major oil spills. We've seen the cost of these oil spills much more than a drop in the bucket, $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. There needs to be more to protect, to ensure that Canadians and taxpayers from Surrey North are not left with holding the bag that the Conservatives are passing on from their friends from the oil companies to the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. And that is not fair, and it's something that Canadians expect us parliamentarians to ensure that liability stays with the polluter, not with the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to profits, when it comes to profit, the oil companies will gladly make sure that they take those profits, and the Conservatives actually help the oil companies. If they lose money, they socialize it, they nationalize that loss on backs of the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you, people from my constituency clearly would not want that to happen, Mr. Speaker, and I've talked to many, many people in my constituency who are wanting a system in place where we ensure that liability stays with the polluter, not with the taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I've got a minute left. I can go on this subject because I know it's a very much concern to people in my constituency. But basically, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that Canada's natural resources are a tremendous blessing, and the energy sector is driving force of our economy. The NDP vision, Mr. Speaker, for leveraging those resources to create wealth and prosperity does not sacrifice social or environmental sustainability. So the vision of the official opposition could be, Mr. Speaker, summed up in three key principles. Sustainability, to make sure that the polluters pay for the pollution they create instead of leaving costs to the next generations. Secondly, partnerships, to make sure that communities provide provinces and First Nations all benefit from resource development, and that we create value-added, middle-class, high-paying jobs in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the third component is a long-term prosperity to leverage Canada's natural wealth to invest in modern, clean energy technologies that will keep Canada on the cutting edge of energy development and ensure affordable rates into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments and for noting that this legislation is a step in the right direction, as many of his colleagues have already done. In fact, one even stated that they have been looking forward to legislation like this for some time. So my question will be directly put. Will he and his colleagues be supporting this legislation? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for a question. Mr. Speaker, as you know, it's a small step in the right direction. We have been calling on this legislation for a long time. The Conservatives, again, Mr. Speaker, they failed, the 4 years I've been here, they failed to see that polluter must pay, and they're more interested in protecting their friends in the oil industry than actually protecting the taxpayers. This bill does not go far enough, Mr. Speaker, and we're hoping for some amendments to be brought in at the committee stage, and I'm hoping the Conservatives will accept those amendments to make it better, to protect Canadians, not the oil companies, Mr. Speaker. At this second reading, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this particular bill, but I hope on the condition that we will make this stronger so that Canadians aren't left with liability. It is the polluters that are left with the liability, and they have to pay for that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague rightly noted the liability cap at $1 billion is a problem. In Kalamazoo, Michigan, close to where we reside, Mr. Speaker, there was one oil spill there into the river that cost $1.2 billion to clean up. So my question to my colleague is, why is this capped at that rate? If that circumstance took place in our country here, taxpayers would be on that one incident alone on the hook for $200 million.
Member for Surrey North.
Thank you for that question. The hardworking member from Windsor, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. He's absolutely right. Who are the Conservatives trying to protect? $1 billion of liability. We all know it costs much, much more than tens of billions of dollars to clean up some of the messes that are created by oil spills. And the answer to me for that is, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have continued to protect their friends in the oil industry and burdening future generations with the polluter costs. And we have been asking the Conservatives to ensure that the polluter pays, the very people that pollute the environment, the very people that cause damage to the pristine environment around Canada, Mr. Speaker, they should be the ones that should be paying. And we should be taking measures in order to take some preventative measures. I mean, this is something that we need to invest in to ensure these pipelines, these oil spills don't happen in the first place, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives, time after time, whether it's crime prevention, whether it's taking some preventive measure to ensure we have solid network of secure pipelines, they have failed to invest in those investments. And, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to generate the wealth, the natural wealth we have in this country, we need to ensure that we have secure, safely transportable pipelines that are in place. Conservatives are not looking after the backs of the Canadian taxpayers. As usual, they're again trying to protect the very oil company friends that they have in their backyard, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I appreciated the question from my friend from Windsor West about the Kalamazoo pipeline spill. But I rise and put this to my friend from Surrey North. Actually, the $1.2 billion was spent after the Enbridge corporate culture was described there by the U.S. regulators, a culture of corporate negligence. And the $1.2 billion did not result in the cleanup of the Kalamazoo River. The Kalamazoo River remains contaminated with bitumen and diluent because they have been unable to figure out how to clean up this particular type of mess. The pipelines that are under consideration for Canada are all being proposed to carry this mixture of raw bitumen mixed with fossil fuel condensate called diluent, calling it dilbit. I asked my honourable friend, certainly it would be far preferable not to put dilbit in pipelines at all, but to process it in Alberta, and I wonder if he agrees.
The honourable member for Surrey North. We're almost out of time. Short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question, and I like the culture of corporate negligence. And that's the very culture that this government, the Conservative government, has been trying to protect, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect better. They expect our government to stand on their side. This government has failed to protect taxpayers, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to stand in my place and speak to this important piece of legislation. The Pipeline Safety Act is another example of our government's commitment to protecting both Canada's economy and the environment. Our government knows that two really do go hand in hand. As Canadians know, our government is dedicated to creating jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for everyone across this great land. That's our first priority. But we also recognize that jobs and economic growth cannot come at any price. As the Minister of Natural Resources has said repeatedly, no project will proceed under our plan for responsible resource development unless it has been proven safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. In fact, we spelled it out very clearly as a commitment in our speech from the throne, and I quote, "Our government believes and Canadians expect that resource development must respect the environment. Our government's plan for responsible resource development includes measures to protect against spills and other risks to the environment and local communities." Mr. Speaker, the Pipeline Safety Act is one more example of our government's promise-made, promise-kept approach to governing. How? I'd like to read two more sections from our throne speech because they outline the necessary action we promised to take on pipeline safety. And again, I quote, "Our government will enshrine the polluter pays system into law and set higher safety standards for companies operating offshore, as well as those operating pipelines, and increase the required liability insurance." With Bill C-46, we are delivering just as we promised, and just as Canadians would expect from their government. I am truly proud of that. We are doing exactly what we said we would. Specifically, this new legislation for pipeline safety focuses on prevention, on preparedness and response, as well as on liability and compensation. As the Minister of Natural Resources said when he launched this debate, the amendments in this Act send a clear message. The Government of Canada will ensure that Canada's pipeline safety system is world-class, that First Nations are involved in pipeline safety operations, and that taxpayers are protected. These are fundamental responsibilities for a federal government, and we are fulfilling our obligations fully and directly. I am also pleased to see that members opposite have agreed that Bill C-46 is another important step in our efforts to ensure Canada is a world leader in pipeline safety. As the member for Hamilton Mountain said, I would be less than honest if I did not acknowledge that the amendments appear to be a step in the right direction. Moreover, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley said, this may sound strange, but I have looked forward to some version of such a bill for many years. It is strange, since the NDP are completely opposed to all form of resource development. But we appreciate that they recognize an excellent piece of legislation when they see one. Just as important, it appears all sides of this chamber have finally acknowledged that Canada's energy sector is a key engine driving our economy. The oil and gas industry alone contributes almost 8% to our gross domestic product. It employs 360,000 Canadians directly and indirectly, and it generates more than $23 billion annually in government revenue to help pay for social programs like health care, education, and infrastructure. At the same time, pipelines are crucial to the safe transport of oil and gas across our country and to markets beyond our borders. As we've heard many times during this debate, Canada has an enviable record on pipeline safety. Of all the oil and product transported through about 73,000 kilometres of federally regulated pipelines in Canada, 99.999% of it has arrived safely. My colleague from Nanaimo, Alberni, captured this point very well with a reference to his home province of British Columbia. He said, and I quote, "We had a pipeline going through Burnaby for more than 60 years, and most people in Burnaby did not even know it." Or as my colleague for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry said, "Most homes in Canada are heated with natural gas, all of which is delivered by pipelines. But Canadians do not need to give it a second thought because it all happens so safely and seamlessly every single day." Mr. Speaker, Canada has a reputation for building and operating pipelines safely. This is one of our country's many strengths, and our government is determined to keep improving upon this record. That's why we have already implemented other important measures. For example, we gave the National Energy Board new authority to levy administrative monetary penalties and additional resources to increase its inspections and audits each year. As a result, oil and gas pipeline inspections have increased by 50% a year, and comprehensive audits of pipelines have doubled. The Pipeline Safety Act will move those yardsticks even farther, and I'd like to highlight a few examples. At the top of the list is the proposal to enshrine in law the polluter pays principle and to ensure that polluters will be held financially responsible for any costs and damages they cause. The legislation would also introduce absolute no-fault liability and require companies operating pipelines to hold minimum financial resources for incident response. For companies operating major oil pipelines, the requirement would be set at $1 billion. As well, the Pipeline Safety Act would, in exceptional circumstances, provide the NEB with the authority and resources to take control of incident response and cleanup when a company is unable to do so. Also, this new legislation would expand NEB authority to recover costs from industry for that backstop. Furthermore, we are working with Aboriginal communities and industry to enhance the participation of Aboriginal peoples in all aspects of pipeline operations, from planning and monitoring to responding to incidents. This will ensure that Aboriginal peoples participate fully in related employment and business opportunities. Mr. Speaker, these are all right and good measures. They are perfect examples of how our government is leading the way in protecting the well-being of Canadians, our communities, and the environment. They also remind us of how safety standards can and should be enhanced as technologies evolve and regulations are improved. The Pipeline Safety Act delivers on all of these fronts. It ensures that Canadians keep setting the bar when it comes to the safe transport of oil and gas. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members, through you, to support this valuable piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable parliamentary friend, the parliamentary secretary, for her remarks. And I know it's a degree of precision, which we don't often get in this place, but throughout references to pipelines, generally in this place and in the media, they're referred to as oil pipelines or gas pipelines, when in fact, as far as I know, all the pipelines that are currently being promoted, whether Keystone or Enbridge or Kinder Morgan or Energy East, are actually about shipping raw bitumen to Tidewater to get it sent to other countries for refining. So it's actually not even crude oil, it's pre-crude, it's bitumen mixed with diluent, otherwise called dilbit. And it does pose different threats in the case of a spill, and because of those different threats, the cap at $1 billion will be unlikely to recover the costs for polluters. And I'd ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary if there's been an analysis with which she's familiar of the different costs between cleaning up dilbit, dealing with crude, and dealing with refined product.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, we know that between 2000 and 2011, federally regulated pipelines boasted a safety record of over 99.99%. Pipeline companies will remain fully liable when they are found at fault or negligent in the unlikely event of a spill. Analysis of historical examples demonstrates that this level of absolute liability and financial capacity provides world-class coverage. The average cost of major pipeline spills in North America has resulted in cleanup costs in the range of $20 to $50 million. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her remarks this morning, or this afternoon, I guess it is already. She spoke a little bit about the engagement that the government wants to have with our Aboriginal communities as we move forward with pipelines. And I wonder if she could talk just a little bit more about the opportunities that this is going to present for our Aboriginal youth, for employment opportunities, and for moving forward with new places and new careers.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very good question. Mr. Speaker, the natural resources sector is the largest private employer of First Nations people in Canada. In the next decade, over 400,000 Aboriginal youth will be entering the workforce, creating an unprecedented opportunity to address the need for new workers in the oil and gas industry. In 2012, more than 13,500 Aboriginal people worked in the Canadian energy sector. We have developed this plan closely with industry and Aboriginal communities to provide training for Aboriginal communities on pipeline monitoring and response. And this will allow First Nations to continue to make important contributions as a full partner in the development of our natural resources. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. But she did quote her own colleague from Nanaimo, Alberni, and said that he thinks that people in Burnaby didn't realize that a pipeline ran through their community. I'm not sure how my colleague made this determination, but putting that aside for now, I can assure you that after the 2009 Kinder Morgan spill, you'd be hard-pressed to find a resident in Burnaby, in fact the Lower Mainland, who does not realize that a pipeline goes through that community in the Lower Mainland. My question to the colleague is why smaller pipelines are exempt. I mean, these are important as she's pointing out, transporting of this material and oil, and why are these small pipelines exempt, and why is there so much discretionary authority being given to the NEB and the Governor and Council instead of creating the certainty that even industry would want and require? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that question. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that we are doing exactly what we said we would, and we have been very clear. Through this legislation, our government is ensuring that Canada's pipeline safety system is world-class, First Nations are involved in pipeline safety and operations, and that taxpayers are protected. We did hold a technical briefing at which time that question was asked, and it is my understanding that regulations will provide further precision for companies that are transporting less than 250,000 barrels per day. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on this important bill. It is important. It is obviously long sought after in this chamber to have polluter pay apply to actually some of the government's legislation. So Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canadian Oil and Gas Operations Act, will be receiving our support and moving it to committee. There are some issues with this bill. It's very lackluster in some components, whether it be from the oversight clarity with the National Energy Board and their role in this, to also with liability. And we've talked a little bit about that today, Mr. Speaker, but I think that's the significant Achilles heel in this bill is the termination of cost for companies when they reach $1 billion in terms of cleanup. Now, that might sound like a lot of money on the surface of things, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is we have had spills, and I'm going to talk about one from our area, that have actually cost more than the $1 billion in terms of cleanup. And we have that as an example. It's an American example, but our energy is integrated, and it happened in a river that's connected to the Great Lakes tributary system and affects, the largest clean water supply that's important not only just for our environment and consumption as individuals in the water substance, but also for tourism, for the general economy, as we have Great Lakes ships that service all of the Great Lakes, all the way out to the oceans. And we have tourism that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of the ecosystem. And this one Kalamazoo River that had a spill in it, to give some perspective, Mr. Speaker, over 800,000 U.S. gallons of oil escaped from a 30-inch pipeline. 800,000. And it got into the system, and it required $1.2 billion United States currency to clean up. Given our dollar today, that's much higher than it was at that time. But the reality is that affected us. And to give, I guess, those that are listening to this debate today an idea, is there's been a lot of attempt and public money spent to clean up the Great Lakes and other ecosystems. So it's not only just about the damage you do and the problems you cause at that moment, it's also about undermining all the public investment that has been done to try and restore some of our ecosystems because we've treated them so poorly for so many times. And in this particular case, we're able to celebrate, most recently in the Kalamazoo area, the release of sturgeon again. So why is that important? It's important for the ecosystem. It's important for the tourism section. And there's been lots of hard work done to actually improve those terms and those conditions that we can actually use it and turning it from a negative into an asset. So when the spilling takes place, you just can't think about it in the context of that one moment and that one spill and that one time. When you look at the spills that we've had across this country, there's also been a legacy cost of other effects on the community related to those spills, whether it's the loss of use of the water resources or the land, And Canadians have been quite clear. They've shown consistently, poll after poll, that they don't have any confidence in the water in particular, but also in the land, for companies to be able to clean up and contain oil spills. We've seen ones that a little bit more modest, but show up unexpectedly on the Detroit River. A few years back, people are out and found oil washing up on the shore. The company had no idea it was spilling. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, at one point in time, and I'm proud because New Democrats fought the right to get this changed, if you got fined for an oil spill or a corporate fine or penalty, at one point in time in this country, it used to be tax deductible, your fine or your penalty. And in 2004, 2006, we fought to get that law changed. So people couldn't write off polluting. Not only was it polluter doesn't pay, polluter gets reward because it's seen as a business-related expense at that time. So now that can't happen. That's a step forward. But we're still left with some problems related to this bill, and with Canadians, as I noted, don't have the confidence in cleanup. Now, part of the problem that we have in the bill, too, is the National Energy Board and the ability to act and investigate. Is it going to be sufficient enough? And I would point to a poor track record of this government, but I think it's important, this narrative, because we did see some action related to the horrible atrocity that took place with Lac Mégantic. But we have been warning of some of the problems in the self-regulation that this government has for some time now. In fact, I was on Transport Committee when we actually tabled a report on rail safety back to this chamber. Now, I can't say what was done before, as we went in camera, but I can tell you is that that report did not have a dissenting opinion put with the report, which was odd, because there was things that clearly were missing in that report that we tabled. And there was the Wilson report done prior to that that talked about the safety management systems and how at CN and CP there was a culture of fear. So the self-regulating body, and this is what I get concerned with the National Energy Board, are people going to feel strong enough, confident enough to go forward and to challenge some of the industries that clearly have the ear of this government? And that self-regulation aspect, as we've moved to that, and we've also seen cuts to regulatory oversight, is that going to be enough? And I don't think it will. So that's what gives me major concern in terms of this bill, is the liability and the accountability. And I want to conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. With regards to Canadians, as I mentioned, in terms of their confidence with regards to cleaning up oil spills, only 27% of Canadians are confident that the Government of Canada is able to respond effectively to a significant oil spill on water. That's significant, Mr. Speaker. That lack of confidence by Canadians would be felt from coast to coast to coast and on our inland operations that we get our fresh water supplies from. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll move this to committee, but we'll be asking significant questions and trying to figure out where and why the $1 billion cap is on this and why taxpayers should be on the hook for negligence.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question in terms of just trying to get some clarity on the issue of pipelines. Depending on who it is you might actually talk to from within the Democratic Party, I'm talking specifically about the Energy East pipeline. I believe the leader of the official opposition has even commented to the effect of saying that he is somewhat bullish in regards to the development of the Energy East program. Some of his colleagues have even been a little bit more bolder on in opposition to it. Can the member provide some clarification in terms of, because it does have a lot to do with pipeline safety, there's no doubt about that, the needs that are there for Energy East. If the member could just provide some clarification as to that whole project, what is the NDP position?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. I appreciate the question from my colleague. We've been very clear, in general speaking, our position on natural resources is that we should be in control of them, appropriately managing them, and making sure when we actually use them, they're done with the polluter pay principle and as well as sustainable. And that's where we believe what Canada's natural resources are best suited to use.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to ask my colleague, amongst the provisions in the bill that have caused me a little bit of concern is one that limits the prescription period for liability claims to an absolute cap of 6 years. The limitation is 3 years from the time damage appears and materializes, which is a principle we tend to recognize in tort and liability law generally. But no matter when damage may materialize, whether health or environmental, there's an absolute cap of 6 years. So I'm just wondering if my colleague feels that this is a problem in that it seems to cut off at the knees the idea that medium and long-term damage could materialize and never be claimable.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I thank my colleague for the question. It's a point that I actually had written down but never brought up in my comments, and it's a very important one because what we're doing is we're limiting the window of when the damages can be claimed for, when really that should be open, because when the damages take place, the polluter should actually pay for it, and whether it's discovered sooner or later should not be a factor when we look at this. Environmental damage and leaking could take years to be determined the source point for. May not be as obvious as some of the ones like the Kalamazoo River, but it could be a longer-term problem that we have with the pipeline that can get basically absolved from a process. And again, it's similar to that of setting it at $1 billion in damages. Why are we setting these caps on these arbitrary numbers, whereas what we should be doing is making sure that the funding is going to be there and you pay for it and you get the proper insurance for it. And second of all is that no matter when it takes place, if you're responsible, you're responsible.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Windsor and for raising again this issue of the pipeline rupture and spill in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I think it's particularly instructive to look at that because it was a pipeline carrying dilbit. Most of the pipeline spills up to that point, and certainly this was the first dilbit spill that the United States Environmental Protection Agency ever had to deal with. They reported that it was basically impossible to clean up. They've brought Enbridge back to the site over and over again to try to clean it up. It was the Enbridge's, I referred earlier to their culture of negligence. I could refer to U.S. regulators referring to them as Keystone Cops. They had pipeline spill high-tech equipment that would ring in a control room the minute there was a rupture. And in fact, the alarm bells did ring. And the Enbridge guys in the control room went around shutting off the alarms because they didn't believe them. They didn't believe there was a rupture. They thought there was a malfunction somewhere else in the system. They didn't warn the next shift when it came on that they'd have all these bells ringing. The next shift came on and started pumping raw product right out through a broken pipeline, and that's when most of the spill occurred. So the legislation is fine as far as it goes, but I like my friend's comments. Now that we know that dilbit is virtually impossible to clean up, why would we put it in pipelines at all?
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, and thank you for raising in greater detail what took place, because I think it is important. And I'll just conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. I think it really applies to the fact of coming from that area, how much work has been done over the years to try to clean up the Great Lakes and the tributary systems that feed the Great Lakes has been a real challenge. We've all heard the stories of Hudson River in New York, and it was being on fire and a series of things. But we've had a series of other problems in the Michigan area as well too. And there's been a lot of public investment, not so much on our Canadian side, but on the American side, because we share this treasured resource. And when we have a spill like this and the negligence by Enbridge on it, it undermines all the other taxpayers-funded initiatives that we've been doing to try to make it a better place to live.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity today to speak to what is really, in many ways, groundbreaking legislation. Because today, Mr. Speaker, we are setting a gold standard. This is a gold standard of environmental protection in the energy business, and that's something that all Canadians should be proud of. The measures that we're introducing in Bill C-46 will have a positive impact on everything, from international energy markets to setting technical standards to fostering continued public confidence in Canada's world-class pipeline safety system. And yes, it will impose some hardship on energy companies, something that we're cognizant of, particularly in the low oil price environment that we're living in right now. But it will reap rewards in public trust, because the public does need to understand that in the unlikely event that there is a cleanup, the public, the taxpayer, will not be left paying the bill for that, Mr. Speaker, and that's something that this legislation does. As our minister has said many times, we can't deliver our vast energy resources to global markets if we don't first garner public support in our own backyard. And I want Canadians to know and to spread the word to their neighbours, to their friends, to their co-workers, to their relatives. And this is important, that Canada ranks in the top 4 countries in the world in environmental standards around our energy industry. And we're #1 in many areas. And this is something that we do need to know, Mr. Speaker, and we should be proud of. Bill C-46, the Pipeline Safety Act, will add another gold standard to our environmental protection record in this area. I want to talk now about supply and demand, because as Canadians we really do understand the importance of the oil and gas sector, and certainly in my riding of Calgary Centre that's what people live and breathe. And we know how essential, all of us across Canada, that it is to have things like natural gas delivered to our homes, to light our furnaces, to heat our houses when we've had like some of the brutal weather that we've had in areas of Canada recently. And we also know that we need gas when we pull up to the local service station and we're taking our daughter to ballet or baseball and our son to hockey. And we understand that somebody, somewhere, will have to fuel the plane to fly us when we want to see our loved ones and they're, 3 provinces or 3 time zones away. All of us are consumers of this great resource. The Pipeline Safety Act was designed to address both our need for energy and our desire for it to be delivered safely to our communities and beyond. And every single one of us in this country utilizes this resource, and to pretend otherwise, I think, is simply not accurate. The bill also recommends that Canadians inherently know that the demand for energy at home and abroad is a fact of modern life. And in fact, energy is essential to move people out of poverty. We have to develop our energy resources with a strong, world-class environmental safety system. According to the International Energy Agency, the world will need 37% more energy in 2040 than it consumes today. And that's going to include some of our resource, Mr. Speaker. Canadian pipelines currently are moving about 3 million barrels of oil every day. If we were to turn off all those pipelines, you know what we'd do? We'd be adding 15,000 tanker trucks to our roads every day. Or we'd be putting another 4,200 rail cars on our railroads every day just to meet the current demand right now. And of course, these other modes of transportation, they go right through our towns and cities, and they consume more energy, which in turn increases our greenhouse gas emissions. Simply put, pipelines offer a very clean and efficient way to deliver the energy that all of us need every day. And in Canada, they represent the safest way to transport oil and gas. So, as the Minister of Natural Resources has also said, Canada boasts one of the most enviable safety records in the world when it comes to transporting oil, gas, and petroleum products by pipeline. I thought it was interesting the member opposite his speech was talking about an oil spill that did not occur in Canada, where we have among the safest pipelines in the world. So between 2018 and 2013, for example, 99.999% of the oil and gas products transported through federally regulated pipelines arrive safely. Mr. Speaker, pipelines are clearly the way to go. The only question is, how do we keep building on our world-class safety system? And the Pipeline Safety Act is our answer. We want to create the safest energy transportation system in the world. Now, that might sound overly ambitious to some people, but we know with political will and with Canadian engineering, we can help make it happen. And the legislation before us will get us there by strengthening pipeline safety. It has 3 key pillars. The first, incident prevention. The second, preparedness and response. Third, liability and compensation. So looking at prevention, we have committed to responsible resource development in Canada. We are delivering it, and that demands that we take every possible measure and precaution to prevent incidents from even occurring. That's why we're proposing amendments to the National Energy Board Act that would build on other recent improvements, such as increasing the number of inspections and audits conducted every year and giving the National Energy Board the authority to levy penalties for non-compliance. Why? Because we want to further improve the transparency and operation of the NEB under its enabling legislation. But prevention starts even before that. It starts with the design and the construction of pipelines. So in addition to this new legislation, the government will seek guidance from the NEB on the use of the best available technologies. And Canada is really at the front end of many of these technologies. They're very exciting, and they are being used in pipeline projects. And this includes materials, construction methods, and emergency response techniques, one of which is a really cool smart ball that rolls through pipelines and can detect the slightest little change in pressure or hiss to be able to detect a pipeline problem almost before it even occurs, Mr. Speaker. These are really exciting developments. So preparedness and response, the Act would ensure a robust response in the very unlikely event of an incident. It would require companies operating pipelines to have a minimum level of financial resources. And it isn't just insurance. It'll require pipeline operators to keep a portion of that money, $100 million, readily available for rapid response if an incident should occur. On the liability and compensation, that's the third pillar, enshrining the polluter pays principle. We believe polluters and not Canadian taxpayers should be financially responsible for any cleanup costs. And this also gives our companies skin in the game. They know that in the unlikely event that they have a leak or a spill, they're going to be paying the bill. And that gives them even more incentive, Mr. Speaker, to use the best environmental safety practices that they can find. And it gives the public confidence they won't be picking up the tab. We're proposing absolute liability, which is something no other country in the world has, Mr. Speaker. Truly, this is a gold standard. The no-fault liability means companies are automatically responsible for damages. They don't have to wait to see who's at fault. And this is $1 billion for major oil companies, regardless of who causes the incident. It'll require companies that operate pipelines to have matching financial resources to deal with any incidents. And finally, the bill would allow, if it was necessary, that the government pursue operators for environmental damages over the entire life cycle of a pipeline, including abandonment. This ability is truly world-leading. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to moving oil and gas, government and industry must strive for the highest safety standards possible, and we're aiming here for a world-class standard that all Canadians can trust, the gold standard, Mr. Speaker. I'm supporting the Pipeline Safety Act. It will help us set that gold standard for safety. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and NDP often vote against increased pipeline safety measures. They certainly have in the past. I am hoping for both their support on this particular bill. It will put Canada #1 in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Calgary Centre knows about this because she says it's a matter of trust, and I speak out against that because it isn't a question of trust. The derailment near Gogama this week shows that many cars endangered the local population only 4 kilometers away. Here we're talking about pipelines, but how can we ensure that there will be safety from the beginning to the end of the process, including the pipeline transport? It's not just a question of trust. It's also a question of responsibility. And when the liability goes beyond $1 billion, who is going to assume those costs? Not the citizens, I hope.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
question, and of course the derailment is very, very regrettable, Mr. Speaker. It is a derailment by train. Mr. Speaker, this Pipeline Safety Act is designed to allow Canadians to utilize the safest system in the world for transporting oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, that's by pipelines. So I think that portion of the question was certainly answered itself. And Canada will be the leader in the world in pipeline safety when this comes through. We have the safest pipelines in the world. It's been said that if the Keystone Pipeline were to have been approved, it would be the safest pipeline in the U.S. We have the technology here in Canada, and we are utilizing it, Mr. Speaker, in order to show Canadians. And, you know, people who live in Alberta, who deal with the energy industry every day, who have pipelines, you know, it's an everyday fact of life. They understand how safe they are. You know, I have my niece's partner works in the industry. He's called out at night if there's a leak over 1 liter, Mr. Speaker. This is an industry that has a 99.999% safety record. The opposition should start letting Canadians know that this is an industry that they should be behind, and I find it unconscionable that they increasingly vote against very, very good legislation like we're seeing here today, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Canadians as a whole understand and they appreciate the importance of our environment, and they have certain expectations that I believe are something in which the government should be attempting to meet. So when the member talks about 99.999, I'm not too sure, there might be another 0.9 there somewhere, I'm not exactly sure. They like to say it's the best in the world. Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say it's not because of this government that the industry in the pipeline industry as a whole is going out of its way in terms of making sure it's as safe as possible. I believe it has a lot more to do with the expectations that Canadians have and the companies, at least in part, trying to meet those expectations. And my question to the member is, would she not agree that there is still a great deal of room for improvement? In fact, that is the reason why we're bringing forward this bill. And if she agrees to that, would she be sympathetic to the idea of having possible amendments that would give the legislation even that much more strength? So again, we can reinforce just how important safety is when it comes to our pipelines.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, there were components of that question, Mr. Speaker, which I think that I could agree to. But one of the things I think that we need to understand here is that we are at the top of the world. Canada is now at the top of the world. We're pushing the levels of environmental safety in this industry above all other countries in the world. In fact, you know, one of the pushbacks from industry is they're worried that they're going to be uncompetitive because other competitors who are supplying oil, like Algeria, the #1 source of oil to Quebec right now, is coming from Algeria. Do you think that the pipeline safety standards in Algeria are similar to those that we're implementing here in this bill today, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely not. This is state-of-the-art legislation that will give us state-of-the-art environmental standards in our pipeline industry. I look forward to the opposition's support.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with pleasure that I rise to speak on Bill C-46, the Pipeline Safety Act. I know the other day the Liberal Party critic had the opportunity to express his thoughts and reflections based on what the Liberal Party has to say about the legislation and the need for the legislation. As I pointed out in my question, Mr. Speaker, Canadians do have a very reasonable and high expectation of industry to ensure that our pipelines are in fact going to be safe and secure, not only for today, but well into the future, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which the Liberal Party is committed to ensure is the case. If at all possible, Mr. Speaker, it would be wonderful to say a 100% safety and security record. At least let's need to set that bar and set that bar very high. In listening to the response, the member from Calgary made reference to Algeria. I don't think we need to compare Canada to Algeria. I think that we have our own standards and expectations, and I would hope that the government, in going to committee, are not going to take the approach, well, because we have this 99.9, I'm not too sure exactly how many nines follow, Mr. Speaker, but with that sort of an attitude that, well, there's no room for improvement. Well, because there is room for improvement, and at least in part the government has recognized that by bringing forward the legislation, but hopefully they'll take the next step in recognizing that if they're through the committee process, that if there are some amendments that do come forward that will give strength, that will improve the safety element of our pipelines, that the government should listen and respond accordingly, Mr. Speaker. I think that is an important aspect as we get ready to go into committee. As the Liberal Party critic has clearly indicated, the Liberal Party will, in fact, be supporting the bill to go to committee at this stage. The bill itself does a number of significant things, Mr. Speaker. The most important, I believe, is that it enshrines the principle of polluter pay. And I think that if you were to canvass, Mr. Speaker, that you will find that there is virtually unanimous support for that principle. This is something that ultimately is likely long overdue, and it's great to see that it's being incorporated in Bill C-46. But it deals with a few more issues that I think that I'd like to just quickly point out. It deals with our Energy Board, the National Energy Board, in the sense that it better enables it to provide direction on using best technologies that are available for building and operating pipelines, Mr. Speaker. The NEB's role to align federal and provincial pipeline safety. We need to recognize that we often hear about the 70,000 kilometers plus of pipelines that the federal government is in essence always watching over indirectly, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest to you in some areas more directly, but there's also other pipelines that are out there, and there does need to be coordination with our provincial counterparts, and many, including myself, would suggest that it should even be going beyond that, Mr. Speaker, to include First Nations and others. It gives the National Energy Board the authority to take control of an incident if it is deemed necessary, Mr. Speaker. At the very least, I think most people would have anticipated that that would have been the case. So it provides some more clarity around that whole area. It provides for unlimited liability when at fault or negligent actions are taken. And it has a certain expectation that the government will ensure, or that the NEB will ensure, that the companies that are responsible actually have the funds necessary, which often will lead to insurance contracts and so forth. It also deals with an important point in which I don't think there's been very much debate on, Mr. Speaker, and that is the areas of abandoned pipelines. There are, in fact, some abandoned pipelines, and it deals with that issue, Mr. Speaker, because it's one thing as we talk, and I think I'll spend a bit of time talking about pipeline development, but it's one thing when we see pipelines that are fully commissioned and bringing product to market, but there are at times decommissioned pipelines that we do need to spend some time on in energy and resources in ensuring that the environment in which those decommissioned pipelines is in fact being protected. So there are reasons to believe that the legislation going to committee and ultimately passing through committee will be of benefit both to our environment and to the industry as a whole. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that there are even industry stakeholders, in particular companies, that are fairly supportive, at the very least understanding as to why the legislation is is here today, and are in fact, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, if they have any understanding of public opinion and want to be able to address that high standard that's been established by the public here in Canada, that they'll be supportive of the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And they, too, no doubt, would like to see some amendments. Surely there will be some areas of concern that they would have. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I believe, at least at this point, that there is substantial support seeing the bill go to committee. I know there is a great deal of need to make sure that we get this right. You know, the Prime Minister over the last number of years has invested a great deal of his political capital on one issue, the development and exportation of oil at a great cost, Mr. Speaker. It has cost tens of thousands of jobs in other sectors. He's made Canada more and more dependent on the price of oil to the degree, Mr. Speaker, that they even had to put off indefinitely their budget, which is somewhat bizarre, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's inability to be able to deal with the needs in the future of exportation of oil, whether it's to other provincial jurisdictions or down to the United States, Mr. Speaker. That the Prime Minister has failed to be able to work in consultation and develop pipelines that would be in Canada's long-term best interest. And that failure at being able to accomplish that, Mr. Speaker, is going to cost into the hundreds, if not billions, of dollars into the future, which means good quality jobs are being lost because of this Prime Minister's incompetence on the file. And that is something in which we all need to be somewhat concerned about. So we have, on the one hand, within the Conservative Party, the inability to be able to get the job done, and then on the other hand, in the New Democratic banks, on the New Democratic side, that pipeline safety, at least from my point of view, when I see them often talk about it, means no pipeline development or just no real interest. And we saw that in part when it was the leader of the official opposition went down to the United States to tell Americans no to Keystone, Mr. Speaker, the Keystone pipeline. And we know in the prairies, we understand how anti-West at times the leader of the official opposition can be. Well, the development of our natural resources and the economic opportunities and how that improves the quality of lives for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's to the House's benefit if we get this thing right. And we, within the Liberal Party, recognize there are economic opportunities, but there's also environmental responsibilities. And we believe that we're in a position in which we can say to Canadians that we understand the issue, unlike the approaches, whether it's the current government or it's the New Democratic Party. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's the attitude of working with our counterparts, understanding the industry's needs, understanding First Nation needs and other stakeholder needs, our environment, in the right situation and working in consultation, it can be done. The alternative, as other speakers have spoken, on if we get this, if we don't do what it is that's necessary, and we want to be able to at least attempt to meet the markets, it would mean that we would have phenomenal percentage increases in rail line transportation of oil and gas, of truck, semi-truck transportation, which is no safer than our pipelines, Mr. Speaker. So with those few words, I thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech on this bill. I did find it a little bit amusing that he was criticizing the leader of the opposition in that party for being anti-West when the party opposite, we know the Liberal leader has been against the Gateway Pipeline, against West Coast tanker traffic, and had members of the Liberal Party lambasting Alberta MPs for speaking out to help our energy industry keep moving and keep providing the contributions it does to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But that's an aside. I wanted to talk to the ask the member through you. He talked today, the member from Windsor West, about wanting some elements, some amendments to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I find this kind of typical of the Liberals. It's airy-fairy. They have no amendments that they've put forward. They have nothing specific that they can suggest, Mr. Speaker, unless it's more taxes, and they're hiding that fact from Canadians. We know that the Liberals are all about more taxes. And so I'm asking the member opposite, what specific amendment, even one that actually is specific, do the Liberals have any ideas that are clear on this bill whatsoever?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, if I may address the member's first comments. And, it's interesting as the Conservative spin tries to get out messages which are just not true. And if you look at reality, the reality is that the Conservative government, this Prime Minister, and the member from Calgary needs to be sensitive to this issue, Mr. Speaker, especially being a member of Parliament from Calgary. This Conservative government has failed completely in terms of the development of the pipeline needs of the future. There has been a huge vacuum of leadership that has occurred under this government. And as a direct result of that, we have lost thousands of job opportunities, good quality job opportunities, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the potential that could have been achieved in terms of market growth. We in the Liberal Party are not fearful of market growth on the condition, Mr. Speaker, and I said this as I was speaking, you need to have balance. You have to protect the environment. Canadians demand that of us, and the Liberal Party is prepared to deliver, Mr. Speaker, on both of those accounts. In terms of potential amendments, the member should be listening to my colleague from Halifax who has spoken on the bill, not only today, but has had other opportunities to speak on this issue, and I'm sure he'd be happy to sit down with her and explain a lot of wonderful ideas.
Order. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have, I think, an ultimately simple question for our colleague. I was just kind of wondering when he and the Liberal Party got religion. When the Liberals left power, the liability limit was a mere $40 million. It's not as if the oil industry was not robust. It was not as if the shape of it was more or less the same as it is now. And yet now, we have the Liberals standing up and saying, okay, because of popular pressure, somehow or other the government is doing the right thing. But where were the Liberals the entire time of their tenure until roughly 8 years ago?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Thing, the thing about time is that things change. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, we didn't see the New Democratic Party jumping out of their seats during question period saying, let's increase the limit to $1 billion. In time, there's a need for change. And we believe within the Liberal Party, as things evolve, that we need to bring forward legislation to improve upon the system that we have in place. How wonderful it would be if we could pass legislation today that would cater to all the needs 20 years from now or 10 years from now. When the issues come to the floor of the House or when stakeholders come to the table to talk about the importance of issues, then there's a need for us to at least try and attempt to be able to deal with them. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we have an issue in which I believe that there is virtual unanimous support in terms of issues like the polluter pay principle. And I think that we should continue to look at how it is that we might be able to improve upon that particular principle. But unlike the NDP, who oppose any sort of real development of a pipeline, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, pipeline safety to them is no pipeline. Well, Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party don't believe that. We believe that there is economic and environmental, with concerns in regards to our environment, potential for the development, Mr. Speaker, of getting our product to the market. All of us as a society benefit. Job.
Order. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to a bill that is of concern to many people in my riding of Laval-les-Îles. That's Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. This bill, although it's a step in the right direction to create a true polluter pay approach for Canadian pipelines, as we've been calling for in the NDP, it's something that this government should have done a long time ago. The bill also changes the rules of responsibility currently imposed on pipelines by federal regulation in Canada. C-46 includes absolute liability for all pipelines regulated by the National Energy Board. This means that the oil companies will be responsible for damages and costs up to $1 billion for major pipelines. Those are pipelines that transport at least 250,000 barrels of oil per day. So these are good improvements to the current laws. However, there are some gray areas in this bill. There are some things that need to be improved. The first of these is that the bill, which is before us today, does not include the absolute liability mentioned previously for natural gas companies and other non-gas pipelines, nor for small pipeline companies. According to the bill, this should be determined by future regulations or by Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to sit on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee. My colleagues on the committee, the member for Honoré Mercier and the member for Beauharnois-Sudbury, can speak to how slowly this government, like the Liberal governments before it, deals with certain regulations. We sometimes study regulations from the 1980s, 1990s in the committee, and believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, we recently dealt with one that had been pending since 1976. So you can understand I am rather suspicious about this government's ability to manage and act effectively and quickly on an issue that is so urgent through regulations. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has a reputation for being slow to act to deal with urgent situations unless it is politically advantageous and useful and speaks to their electoral base. And we saw that with Bill C-2 and more recently with Bill C-51. But since protecting the environment is not a very sexy subject for the Conservative base, the government has taken years to take any action and has not done so adequately, in our opinion, to resolve this problem of liability in the case of an oil spill if a pipeline breaks. I would like to quote Ian Miron, who is a lawyer for Ecojustice about liability. No liability regime can truly and comprehensively be termed a polluter pay regime unless and until polluters are made absolutely liable for the full costs of environmental harm. Although a liability limit of $1 billion for some companies is a good first step, we only need to look to Michigan and the Kalamazoo River to know that the cleanup costs for a major spill can top that number very quickly, and that doesn't include compensation for damages. End of quote. The bill for the cleanup costs for the Kalamazoo spill, which was an Enbridge pipeline, was $1.2 billion, and that doesn't include damages and losses. And so it's clear that a $1 billion liability limit is inadequate, and the taxpayers, once again, will have to pick up the rest. There are many people in my riding of Laval and in other regions that are worried about Enbridge coming through with a pipeline in our territory. There has not been a proper consultation process. It has not been broad and deep enough. Once again, this is the case of a company that has limited liability if ever there were to be a spill. I hear already my colleagues across the floor that are going to say we are against the oil sector, against pipelines. That's just conservative rhetoric. The NDP wants responsible and sustainable development. There's no doubt that natural resources are a great asset for us. The energy sector is vital to our economy. Our vision to strengthen these resources and create wealth and prosperity is one that does not sacrifice social and environmental sustainability for our economy and our country. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for too long, Liberals and Conservatives have been telling Canadians that they have to choose between the economy and the environment. But that is a false choice. We need a new vision concerning the future of our energy resources. We have that vision in the NDP, and it is based on three key principles. First of all, sustainability. We have to make sure that polluters pay for any pollution they produce, rather than dumping the financial and environmental burden on the next generation. Second, partnerships. We want to make sure that our communities, provinces, and First Nations benefit from resource development. We want everything to be done to create value-added jobs for the middle class here in Canada. And third, long-term prosperity, which is a very important principle and not just one that is an empty slogan as it is for the Conservatives. We want prosperity that will come from investing our natural resources in modern technology and environmentally friendly technologies. Bill C-46 represents a step in the right direction when it comes to financial liability for companies, but we need to keep in mind that it has important flaws, as I have already mentioned. We hope that we can work in a collegial manner to have the government look at these problems and resolve them in committee. We think that natural gas companies need to be included in the absolute liability process, and they are not right now. What is more important is that we would hope to see at third reading provisions that are totally lacking in the bill before us today. We need oil and gas companies to be required to hold comprehensive consultations with communities, like my own community, Laval, to make sure that people have a voice and that any company that wants to construct a pipeline has to be accountable to the people who live there. We also have to think about the safety of these facilities and environmental standards. Unfortunately, this government has gutted the environmental assessment process like so much other environmental regulation since 2011. We hope that the Conservatives will listen and will take into account the concerns of people like we do in the NDP. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill is extremely important. It is essential for all parliamentarians of all parties to make the right choices. This government has shown us over the past 4 years that its bills, very important bills, that are brought into this House are dealt with extremely quickly without proper debate and without any openness to make amendments or deal with any potential abuses. And certainly Bill C-51 is a good example of that, unfortunately. I hope that Bill C-46 will be the start of a different way of working for this government, because our work as parliamentarians is to do things properly in the interest of those who have elected us, not just in having fundraising as an objective.
That's the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder whether my colleague could say a bit more about the idea of sustainable development. Could he elaborate a bit on that? The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Davenport for his question. Well, sustainable development, we know, in fact, that oil one day will be something we no longer use. We need to invest in new technologies because, as we know, oil won't last forever. I went to Dubai 2 years ago, and there they are developing new technologies. And we asked why they were doing that, and their answer was, well, we know that oil won't last forever, and we need to start right away finding alternative solutions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Laval-Les-Îles for his excellent speech, and I'm glad he mentioned that there are good things in this bill. We're going to support it. We're going to try to get amendments to improve it, but he also mentioned that there are things lacking in the bill, and there is no mention of all the environmental legislation that has been weakened and eliminated over the years of this government. And this doesn't help when it comes to pipeline constructions. When we don't have proper consultation, for example, under the Energy Board, consultations have just been hasty, poorly organized, and that doesn't lead to solid, properly thought out projects. We need projects that are safe, that will lead to social license on the part of the public. So I would like to hear from my colleague again about what is lacking, especially when it comes to environmental assessment and social license. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, Member for Drummond, for his question. We sat for more than a year together on the Environment Committee, and during that time, they slashed environmental assessments, and we know that they have put deadlines in place so that when somebody wants to build a pipeline or come up with some other project, there is a deadline. Even if the environmental assessment isn't finished, that's it. The government says the time is up. The other side might tell us that these pipelines are 99.999% safe, but if the small percentage of accidents happens, it's a problem. The Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear from my colleague about social license for these kinds of projects. For example, what about consulting the mayors along the route of the pipeline? The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Well, in Laval, this pipeline is going to also affect the riding of Honoré Mercier. People are wondering, and the mayors are asking, well, what would happen if there were to be a spill? And I don't think that the bill or anything else we have is adequate if there were to be a spill. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank you for your work here. I am taking part in this debate with a certain number of questions because we know that this is a very hot issue over the past few years. A number of accidents have happened throughout North America, and a number of times this issue has been brought up to me by people in my riding. For example, many people in our riding are concerned about the Kakuna project. People are watching this very closely. This is also a debate that cuts across a number of sectors of government. It affects provinces, territories, and various groups and organizations. I want to say today that the government needs to take action and needs to listen carefully to bring in amendments that we intend to propose. There are three aspects that I want to emphasize today. The government needs to look at prevention rather than response, the concept of polluter pays, which is limited to $1 billion, and finally the future of our energy resources. When it comes to the importance of prevention, I have a number of comments to make. After having this Conservative government in place for 10 years, it seems that they are tired of having to answer questions from people and the middle class. They are tired of dealing with criticism. Their mask is starting to crack, and we can see what is hidden behind it. The Prime Minister is determined to ignore our environment and our economy. Otherwise, why are they not being more proactive? They seem always to be in reaction mode rather than taking action proactively. We should not act this way. Canadians expect more, Mr. Speaker. There is a flagrant lack of leadership when it comes to regulating pipelines in Canada. But the question really is this laziness, or is it because it is in the government's interest to support oil companies? The statistics, what we are hearing from people is very telling. The Conservatives say that there have often been incidents, but that there are few of them. But maybe they should look on the internet, because every month there are statistics about pipeline incidents. The government has also come up with new standards for incidents. And according to Radio-Canada, until July 2014, any leak, no matter how small, had to be reported to the Transportation Safety Board. But since then, it does not require any notification unless the spill is more than 1.5 cubic meters. So that is how much is required for any incident to be reported. But we therefore have no record of any leaks that are under 1.5 cubic meters. Is that not a concern? For some time now, they've been keeping us waiting when it comes to finding any answers for liability for pipeline spills. I want to take this opportunity to emphasize the crying need for increasing the number of inspections. We cannot allow any of these problems to jeopardize our communities, infrastructure, and nature, because the government is showing a lack of leadership. It is important to look at the polluter pays concept as well. This principle has been defended for a long time by the NDP. but the Conservatives seem not to take it seriously. As has been said earlier, they need some dramatic event to occur before they take action. Lac Mégantic was a lesson for the Conservatives. We can't let companies on Canadian soil operate without having any accountability if they are at fault or negligent. But we have to realize that $1 billion is used up very quickly if there's a spill because of decontamination, damages, and infrastructure costs. Experts have said that $1 billion is not enough because it can cost $5 or $10 billion to clean up a spill, especially in an urban area. We have to make sure that polluters pay the price for any pollution that they produce, because we don't want the next generation to have to deal with it. According to Ian Miron, no liability regime can really be considered a polluter pay regime unless the polluters have to pay for all of the costs to the environment. My concern with this limit is that the taxpayers are going to have to be the ones to pay the costs for cleanups if they exceed $1 billion. C-46 does bring a few important improvements to the liability regime for pipelines in Canada. That's true. But why will taxpayers still have to pay for cleanup costs for spills and other incidents? Another concern I have is that the bill doesn't include absolute liability for natural gas companies and other pipeline operators where they aren't dealing with oil.
Why? The Conservatives want to resolve that using future regulations or through Cabinet. Here's another question. Why not now, whereas we're having an open, public, and transparent debate? We know that the government likes to work behind closed doors. Too many aspects of this bill are left up to the discretion of the National Energy Board and of Cabinet. The Conservatives seem to be leaving a lot of leeway for the decisions made up to political reasons and secret agreements between operators and the National Energy Board, a regulatory body that lacks credibility with regard to pipelines. That is why we are not sure that this bill goes far enough to ensure the safety of Canadians. And with regard to the future of our energy resources, the NDP has a vision of long-term prosperity. The Conservatives would have the public believe that an NDP government would not be good for the economy, but that is totally false. For too long already, they have been telling Canadians that they have to choose between the economy and the environment. But that is a false choice. We are proposing a different option that will foster economic growth while protecting the environment. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something that is very important to me, which is the principle of sustainable development. And when we talk about sustainable development, we're talking about social license and social acceptability. We're talking about environmental protection, and we're talking about the economy. Now, when we talk about social license, Mr. Speaker, this is something that if we took more care with this, then we wouldn't have to deal with bad pipeline bills, because we would be able to ensure Canadians' safety here in Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. She is certainly aware that there was another explosion this weekend in Ontario, in northern Ontario. This was another train that exploded and derailed. And we've known for 3 years that there's been an increase of 1,600% in the transport of oil products by railway. This is a tremendous increase, And by 2024, even if the 3 planned pipelines are built in this country, there will be 1 million barrels of oil of surplus that the pipelines will not have the capacity to transport. And so they still will have to be transported via our rail system. Can my colleague expand on how she sees this increase in rail transport of oil products and the question of liability of $1 billion and only $1 billion because the costs for the Lac Mégantic tragedy are up to $600 million. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, there has been another derailment and an oil spill in Northern Ontario during the weekend. And this is Lac Mégantic all over again because it was very, very close to a settlement. So obviously, our railways and our tracks are in very, very poor state. And here in Canada, we need our railway transport to be safe, and it's far from that right now. So, and I've seen for myself that this is dangerous. Now, with regard to our pipelines, those need to be safe as well. They need to be protected by oil spills. There are many kilometers. There will be many of kilometers of pipeline that will have to be monitored. And we want social license to be linked with safety and the economy, and that is what we are calling on the government to do.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, for an excellent speech. I would like to know if she has any idea, because we've heard the Conservatives telling us over and over again that pipelines are safe, 99.999%, but why do they insist on not wanting to up the liability regime limit of $1 billion if they don't think it's ever going to apply? I'd like to hear her on that. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a leader before the excellent leader we had now who fought against the oil patch and the banks, and it was not for nothing. There is indeed a problem with regard to social license, and there's a problem with safety. And the $1 billion cap or limit is not enough. $1 billion these days is like a $1 million in the 1980s. It's disproportionate with regard to the accidents. There are too many applications, and there are too many consequences from current accidents. $1 billion is not enough. It should be polluter pays for the exact amount that is involved.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we have a situation in Northern Ontario right now, in Gogama region, where we've had the third derailment. We've got crude oil burning in the Matagami River. So we know that there's a major environmental impact from the movement of bitumen and crude. Questions are being raised in terms of the Gogama accident about safety, oversight and safety. And yet this is the same argument that we see that's being dealt with pipelines. That we have a government that stripped the environmental protection laws of this country to push the pipelines through, which has created a serious backlash in the population who do not trust this government to put the interests of environment ahead of the very narrow interests of the Alberta oil lobby. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks needs to be done to ensure that however we're transporting crude oil, whether it's through pipelines or through trains, that we ensure that public safety is first and foremost a priority.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. A brief response, please. Yes, I will answer rapidly. This is, yes, another environmental challenge, another this could have been a major disaster, and it's close to a settled area, and the consequences could be devastating. So we need to study this problem, whether because it'll be a pipeline or the railway, but the tracks are in a very lamentable state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very pleased to rise today. Je prends la parole pour parler.
I am very pleased to speak to Bill C-46, the Pipeline Safety Act. I think that it is a good first step in the right direction towards pipeline safety, but problems do remain.
Overall scheme of pipelines in Canada, acknowledging, as I've said, that this is a good first step. There's much more that needs to be done. There are some areas of vagueness in this piece of legislation. And overall, we still have the problem that, and I'll start with this as an overarching concern about the current energy strategy that sees us want to get raw bitumen out of the oil sands, particularly when the price of a barrel of oil was trading internationally at levels that allowed this to be a profitable activity. The strategy appeared to be to get as much raw bitumen out of the ground as fast as possible, shipping it quickly to other places for processing and refining. I take issue with some of the comments that have been made earlier by my friends in this place from both Liberal colleagues and Conservatives, the assumption that getting raw bitumen to other countries is in Canada's best interests or even in Alberta's best interests. It is, in fact, opposed by the major trade union that represents workers in the oil sands, because there's far more jobs to be created in the oil sands if the material is upgraded near the resource and preferably refined near the resource before being stirred in with, diluted, I should say, with the diluent, fossil fuel condensate, which is shipped to Alberta to make the bitumen flowable. It's this combination of bitumen and diluent which would be the product to be shipped under all the controversial current pipelines that we hear about, whether Energy East or Keystone heading south, or the two very controversial and unacceptable projects that British Columbians don't want to see, the Kinder Morgan project or the Enbridge so-called Gateway project. All of these pipelines, all of them, are about getting raw bitumen to tidewater for refining in other countries. And therefore, we should be questioning the whole strategy. What's missing is actually having an energy strategy, having an actual energy policy in Canada that allows Canadians to know that we're maximizing the benefit of our natural resources and reducing the environmental impact of their exploitation. To maximize value, one of the first principles should be that we get as many jobs as possible out of every ounce of raw material. Whether we're talking about shipping out raw logs from the forest industry, we should oppose that. Whether we're talking about shipping out raw bitumen from the fossil fuel industry, we should oppose that. So that also speaks to the dangers of pipeline spills. And it also speaks to the fact of the danger of tanker spills. Now, under previous legislation, the Safeguarding Our Seas and Skies Act, the current administration has brought up the liability levels for tanker traffic as well. So I just want to note parenthetically that that's, again, where around liability, and the Greens' larger concern around tanker safety is this. Each supertanker is independently and individually incorporated, so that in the event of a catastrophic accident, we can have all the laws in the world that say that they are going to be absolutely liable and they will pay for their damage. But the reality of tanker traffic is that they're very likely to in the case of a major accident with billions and billions of dollars of damage, they're much more likely to go bankrupt and leave Canadians holding the bag. There is, of course, and I don't want to overlook it, there is an international fund into which the industry pays for tanker safety, the Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund. But that's only accessible for up to $250 million per incident. And again, we know from the experience with real disasters in tanker spills, of course the Exxon Valdez being the most notable, still not cleaned up, that tanker accidents can be in the billions of dollars. And that's speaking to our previous history with tankers carrying conventional crude, We know now from the Kalamazoo, Michigan incident involving Enbridge's gross negligence in Kalamazoo, Michigan, that a pipeline rupture with dilbit is virtually impossible to clean up. Dilbit does not behave the way conventional crude does in freshwater environments. We have no experience whatsoever, and I underscore that, with dilbit in the marine environment. As an intervener in the Kinder Morgan hearings, I've read through their evidence where they claim that they have now done experiments which show how dilbit will behave in a marine environment. They actually, believe it or not, took large freestanding tanks in Alberta, added salt to the water, stirred, they said, to replicate wind and wave action, and then poured in dilbit to see how it behaved. That's the sum total of the knowledge base in Canada for how dilbit's going to behave in a marine environment. So, unalterably, Greens will oppose putting dilbit in tankers and open waters, and we oppose putting dilbit in pipelines, not just because it will be hard, impossible to clean up, and because the liability limits will not cover the damage, but because every pipeline is intended to take this stuff into tankers, where we know the liability regime won't work because of the corporate structure of offshore oil tankers. And Kinder Morgan and Enbridge and all of them, TransCanada, their liability for the dilbit stops at the end of the pipeline. They ship it into a tanker. It's not their problem. So back to this bill. Let me cover briefly that it really is a good first step in a couple of areas and needs strengthening in others. Where it's a good first step is the polluter pays principle. Enshrining this in law is a good first step. It's also good to see what's called non-use value for public resources being a compensatable category. Non-use value basically means environmental damage can be compensated. As a principle, that's a good step. I have to say some of the later clauses as to how this will come into force is unfortunately rather vague. There are still gaps in terms of how environmental damage will in fact be compensated. But I want to commend the administration for putting forward the concept of non-use value as a compensatable form. And it will create the possibility, it's not for sure, but certainly gives the National Energy Board the potential to create new tools to go after polluters, to get that money back as a result of a spill. It is too discretionary, and I do support the work here of an environmental law group called Eco Justice, which has done a very good synopsis of the bill for anyone who wants to get a quick review without having to go through the bill in detail themselves. It is too discretionary. It leaves a lot for the National Energy Board to develop their own rules and regulations around how this bill will be implemented. It does have significant gaps. For instance, oil pipelines carrying less than 250,000 barrels will not be covered under this regime. 250,000 barrels, I should clarify, a day. So that's the scale of pipeline that will have the absolute liability. But again, the $1 billion cap is as has been evidenced by quite a bit of the debate here today earlier, not sufficient to cover the full costs of a spill involving dilbit. We know that from the Kalamazoo, Michigan spill, which hit $1.2 billion and has not cleaned up the spill. Parts of the Kalamazoo River remain contaminated. The other part of the bill that needs more work is that it doesn't impose absolute, unlimited absolute liability. There are ways in which, with the capping and additionally with other provisions the NEB can bring forward, that will be limited. Bear in mind that this bill is taking away what existed under the Fisheries Act, where the government had the ability to recover the cleanup costs for a pipeline spill to the full costs under the Fisheries Act. So in certain circumstances, we already had some provisions that would make a pipeline owner face unlimited absolute liability. That liability regime is now gone, and I just want to quote from the legal opinion of Eco Justice: no liability regime can truly and comprehensively be termed a polluter pays regime unless and until polluters are made absolutely liable for the full costs of environmental harm. Mr. Speaker, I do think that this bill represents a good first step, even with the criticisms that I've included in this presentation this afternoon. I will be voting for this bill. I want to make that clear. But I would like to see the work done to improve and fill the gaps, to make it less discretionary, and overall, in this debate, which is often a dialogue of the deaf on the subject of pipelines, I'd like us to focus more on what's in the pipelines. If it's dilbit, we shouldn't be shipping it at all. Dilbit requires a two-way flow of toxics. First, you have to ship the diluent, which in Enbridge's submission to the NEB, they said they'd be buying their fossil fuel condensate from the Middle East. So from Saudi Arabia, tankers would come all the way around, go through the tricky channels into Kitimat to put it in the western end of the Twin Pipeline, ship the diluent from Kitimat into Alberta, stir it in, and then ship it west. Mr. Speaker, that is a cockamamie scheme. I appreciate the attention of this House, and this bill is a good first step, but the whole scheme needs review.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for, as usual, setting the global context in very environmentally sensitive terms. I have a very specific question. I'm wondering, because she appears to have read the eco-justice summary that I have not yet had the chance to, but there's one provision in the bill where it says the Governor and Council cannot make regulations that, quote, provide that the loss of non-use value, which he already has said means environmental damage, in relation to damages to the environment caused by a loss is a loss for which the Pipeline Claims Tribunal may award compensation. End of quotation. It seems like it's literally saying that the Pipeline Claims Tribunal cannot be charged with assigning a compensation for non-use value damage. Is that a correct reading, or is there something else going on here from her knowledge?
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a short answer, please.
I believe the honourable member is correctly reading that, but there's also a liability section I direct him to on section 48.12 that does allow for loss of non-use value. So I think it's when they set up the special claims tribunal that they are limited. And I believe you've understood that exactly right, and that's a weakness. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, you understand.
I have to say I haven't read that report, so I don't think I can. That will bring to an end the debate at this time. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands will have approximately 3 minutes of questions and comments when we resume debate on this bill. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I inform this House that last evening I learned of the passing of a distinguished citizen from my riding of Okanagan-Coquihalla. Mr. Ivan Mesmer was a leader who gave greatly of his time and wisdom serving the community of Penticton and also the citizens of British Columbia. Mr. Mesmer served as the mayor of Penticton for 2 terms and later was elected as a member of the BC Legislative Assembly, where he served as the MLA for our region and as BC Solicitor General. In later years, Ivan remained active behind the scenes, providing sage advice and support to other elected officials. And our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Mesmer's families, his friends, during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Rivière-du-Loup will be the host of the 2015 TELUS Cup, Canada's National Midget Hockey Championship. From April 20th to 26th, the top AAA midget players from the Atlantic, the Pacific, the West, Ontario, and Quebec will be welcomed by one of the proudest, best organized communities in the country. From hosting the first ever Quebec Games in 1971 to the Canadian Speed Skating Championships in 1982, Rivière-du-Loup has shown that it can host elite sporting events. In fact, it's in its DNA. Many NHL players, including Sidney Crosby, have participated in the National Midget Championships since the creation in 1974, including 55 first-round picks. This is an event of national importance. What's more, the local team, Les Albatros du Collège Notre-Dame de Rivière-du-Loup, will participate in the tournament with the intense play of the whole team and a captain, Raphaël Bastille, who led the Quebec AAA Midget Hockey League in scoring. We have high hopes. Congrats to all members of the organizing committee, and thank you to the players' families, and thank you to all the volunteers who make this tournament possible. And finally, Mr. Speaker, go Les Albatros.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, and that saying will ring true this coming weekend when Big Brothers Big Sisters of Carleton, York hold their annual Bowl for Kids' Sake. The vision of Big Brothers Big Sisters is that every child in Canada who needs a mentor has a mentor. Big Brothers Big Sisters offers a wide range of mentoring opportunities to meet the varied needs of volunteers, children, and families. Currently, the local organization has 10 matches of Bigs and Littles, as well as in-school mentoring program. Serving as role models, the mentors teach the importance of giving back, staying in school, having respect for family, peers, and community. I want to express my sincere appreciation for the work that is done by this local group led by Executive Director Mary Beth Rideout, her board of directors, the event sponsors, and numerous volunteers who make these fundraisers happen. This weekend we'll see 34 teams and 200 participants lacing up the shoes at the Woodstock Bowlcade. I encourage everyone in the local community to get out and provide your encouragement and financial support to this event that leads to the development of young people and as a result makes our rural communities stronger. While this weekend, Mr. Speaker, is about raising money, we need to say a big thanks to all the bigs who give the most valuable gift of all, their time. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day, when we celebrate the tremendous women in our lives who care for us, inspire us, and fight for equality, freedom, and justice. And we celebrate the many milestones achieved on the road to gender equality. Despite the strides, women still lag behind men in critical areas, such as political representation and wage equality. Canada ranks 19th among 142 countries regarding the gender gap, 42nd in female parliamentary representation, and a shocking 100th on health and survival. Let's all recommit to fight for the rights and opportunities of women and girls in Canada and around the world. Empowering women is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. When women succeed, nations are more prosperous, safe, and secure.
Let's work together to create a world where our children, girls and boys, can reach their full potential.
The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the Minister of Status for Women, who last week led Canada's celebrations of International Women's Day and Week with the theme Strong Women, Strong World, improving economic opportunities for all. The good news is that educational achievement among women has increased their economic opportunities, yet they remain underrepresented in many sectors. That's why our government has made significant investments through Status of Women Canada in projects that support women in skilled trades and women entrepreneurs. And on January 8th, the Prime Minister announced that the Canada Apprenticeship Loan is now accepting applications. Throughout this year, I invite all Canadians to celebrate the tremendous achievements and potential of young women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I joined the Leader of the Official Opposition and NDP Toronto Caucus colleagues at the CBC HQ in downtown Toronto. The building a Conservative-appointed board is signaling that it wants to sell off. New Democrats are demanding that the Conservatives reverse their $115 million in cuts to the CBC, which have led to 650 layoffs since the 2012 budget. Those cuts are on top of $440 million in cuts under previous Liberal governments. We're also calling for an independent process for appointing members for the CBC's Board of Directors. I frequently hear from the constituents in Toronto Danforth who are extremely concerned about the future and the fate of our public broadcaster. They want to see stable and adequate funding to keep it strong. To quote one constituent, Mr. Speaker, Nora, she says, "I know mine is a very small voice in a very large auditorium, but please promote a good, independent and effective CBC. I think Canada needs this, and I know I do. I urge the government to heed this call."
The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to welcome the United Nations Secretary-General's Special Envoy on Ebola, Dr. David Nabarro. Dr. Nabarro's visit to Canada marks an important time in the international community's fight against the spread of this deadly and highly infectious disease. Without the strong leadership of individuals like Dr. Nabarro, the goal of getting to 0 cases worldwide would be no more than a dream. When it comes to confronting the Ebola virus, Canadians can be proud to support a government that is leading global efforts against its spread. To date, Canada has committed over $110 million in health, humanitarian and security contributions to help fight the spread of Ebola. From coordinating the world's response to malaria in 1999 to managing crisis response operations in Darfur, Sudan, and in countries affected by the 2004 tsunami, Dr. Nabarro has made his life's work about protecting the health and the humanity of this world. I want to thank Dr. Nabarro for his continued service and leadership in protecting global health and for strengthening the international community's abilities in the fight against infectious disease.
Very good. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to once again highlight the importance of organ donation.
In Ontario alone, over 1,500 people are currently waiting for a life-saving organ transplant, while only 26% of the population are registered donors. Each of us can relate to the importance of having hope in our lives. When my wife Betty died in May of 2011, my personal faith and knowing that her organs saved the lives of 5 people allowed me and my family to find hope in the midst of our grief. George Marcello, founder of the Torch of Life initiative and a transplant survivor himself, has made it his life's mission to raise awareness of organ and tissue donation and to offer others the same chance he received to enjoy a healthy future with friends and loved ones. Tomorrow, George will bring the Torch of Life to the Hill. I look forward to commending George for all of his important work. I want to encourage every member, urge your constituents to register as donors at viadonor.ca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, autism takes many forms and is spread across our population with no exceptions. Often families and individuals facing the challenges of a diagnosis need most is acceptance and community awareness. That was the goal of the second annual Espanola Autism Acceptance Espanola Riverman event that took place on March 1st. In the lead up to World Autism Day on April the 2nd, this event brought more than 150 people together to raise awareness and have lots of fun. Families from the North Shore and Manitoulin took in a number of activities ranging from swimming, bowling, and Zumba to watching a hometown Rivermen hockey game. The event was coordinated by Dennis Lendrum, who has been a champion of this issue since his grandson, Alex Bertrand, was diagnosed on the spectrum. Dennis is already organizing for next year's event. Anyone who wants to stay informed or get involved can be in touch through the Autism Acceptance Espanola Facebook page. I am sure all members will join me in sending our heartfelt congratulations to the volunteers, organizers, and participants of this exemplary event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP and the Liberal parties, our government is focused on what matters most to all Canadians: jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity, including for Northerners and First Nations. And that's why I'm pleased to report that on February 23rd, the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development and James Wilson, President of the Gwich'in Tribal Council, signed a Memorandum of Understanding announcing the launch of an innovative new training and development pilot project, the Gwich'in Internship Pilot Program. This project will provide the Gwich'in participants a year-long full-time internship program with Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada and the Gwich'in Tribal Council. Mr. Speaker, the paid internships will prepare Gwich'in participants for jobs in the public service and provide them with professional work experience in a variety of government functions. And our government, Mr. Speaker, will now continue to deliver results for Yukoners time and time again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
I rise today to say that New Democrats stand in solidarity with the teaching assistants at the University of Toronto who have been out on strike for a week. The members of CUPE 3902 are on the picket line seeking fair wages and better working conditions. They're seeking to improve upon the $15,000 a year they make, which includes salaries and scholarships. They're not looking to join the thousands of U of T staff on Ontario's Sunshine List or to make more money than the Premier of Ontario, like the President at U of T does. They're looking for a modest increase so that people who are actually teaching 60% of the courses at U of T don't have to be among the working poor. As the President of the U of T Students' Union put it last week, the TA's working conditions are the students' learning conditions. It's time for U of T to get back to the bargaining table, earn their six-figure salaries, and negotiate a fair deal for students and for their teaching assistants. New Democrats stand proudly in line in solidarity with CUPE 3902. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, while the NDP and Liberals want to impose a job-killing carbon tax, the Conservative government is delivering the largest tax breaks in Canadian history. With our new family tax cut, the average family will receive more than $1,100 per year to spend on their priorities. But that's not all. We've also doubled the Children's Fitness Tax Credit and enhanced the universal childcare benefit. All parents, including single parents, will benefit from our plan. That's over 4 million families and over 7 million parents, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps only someone with a trust fund would think middle-class families can afford higher taxes, higher prices, which is what the Liberal leader will do. We reject the high tax, high debt Liberal plan. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to stand up for middle-class families.
The honourable member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that I learned of the death of Sergeant Andrew Doiron of Moncton this weekend. A friendly, passionate, and proud man. These are the memories shared by Sergeant Doiron's friends and fellow soldiers, and they show the quality of the man we have sadly lost.
The fact that he rose to the level of sergeant in our special forces shows that Andrew was part of the best that Canada had to offer.
Many people in my riding knew him while he was at École Mathieu Martin School, and I know that all in Greater Moncton are proud to have known him and sad to have lost him so soon.
To extend my deepest sympathies to his colleagues in the Canadian Forces, and we also pray for those who were injured with Sergeant Doiron.
In particular, I offer my condolences to the parents and family of Sergeant Doiron. Know that we are thinking of you, and our prayers are with you in these difficult times. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chutes-de-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the memory of Sergeant Andrew Doiron of Moncton, New Brunswick. By all accounts, Drew, as he was known to his many friends, was a true force of nature. In Iraq, he led a detachment of special forces. He had previously been deployed to Niger and to Italy. In Italy, he personally accompanied veterans of the first Special Forces service to the summit of Mount La Difensa, which they had occupied during the Second World War. He was a fierce competitor in the International Practical Shooting Confederation, where he won many competitions. He was a man of action. Sergeant Doiron devoted his life to the security of Canada, and his courage is a source of inspiration to each and every one of us. Rest in peace, Sergeant Doiron. You will not be forgotten.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, today I join with all members of the House as we mourn the loss of Sergeant Andrew Joseph Doiron. Our hearts go out to his family, friends, and the Canadian Forces community. Our thoughts are also with the 3 brave soldiers who were injured. We wish them a swift recovery. This is another reminder of the heavy responsibility we have as parliamentarians when deciding whether to send our men and women into harm's way. And his family said, "Our son gave all, and through this loss, we gave all." His friends described him as passionate, determined, charismatic, funny, humble, and sensitive. These words are words we can describe our own sons and daughters. As we attempt to comprehend what Sergeant Doiron's death may mean, let us recommit ourselves to provide all the assistance we can to our veterans and to comfort all of those who have suffered such losses.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to honour the memory of Sergeant Andrew Doiron of Moncton, New Brunswick. Our thoughts and prayers go to his family, friends, and colleagues. Known to his friends as Drew, he was a force that, by all accounts, loomed larger than life. He led a Special Forces detachment while deployed in Iraq. Other deployments included Niger and Italy. There, he personally escorted veterans of the 1st Special Service Force up Mount La Difensa, which they had occupied and captured during World War II. He was an avid competitor in international practical shooting competitions. He completed successfully numerous 3-gun competitions. Sergeant Doiron adored skiing, physical fitness, training, motorcycle, and of course, dogs. Sergeant Doiron's bravery and lifelong dedication to Canada's security is an inspiration to all of us. Rest in peace, Sergeant Doiron, lest we forget.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
This weekend, Democrats shared in our country's sadness at the death of Sergeant Doyon. Our thoughts are with his family and friends and his comrades in the Canadian Forces community, and our thoughts are also with the other soldiers injured in this incident. We stand with all Canadians as we reflect on Sergeant Doyon's tragic sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Defence give us a precise account of what happened this weekend? How did Sergeant Doyon die?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Halifax for her question and her condolences, and I join with all members in expressing our most profound condolences to the family of Sergeant Doyon, his comrades, and we, of course, the other 3 Canadian troops wounded on Friday night are in our thoughts and prayers. Mr. Speaker, this incident was a tragic question of friendly fire resulting from mistaken identity. Our troops followed all of the established protocols that they have for several months in these kinds of training missions. They were well within the rules of engagement of their advice and assist mission to provide training to the Kurdish Peshmerga. Obviously, our operators are ensuring that that steps are taken to ensure that there is no repeat of this tragic incident, and there are 3 investigations that we hope to see the results of very soon.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Since the beginning of this Iraq mission, the government has been hiding the truth from Canadians. At the beginning, we were told that the mission would involve airstrikes and training, but now we discovered that our service people are on the front line. They are targeted by the enemy, and there are victims among our troops. The Prime Minister has to tell us the truth. How many Canadian service people are currently in combat situations in Iraq?
The
Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express our sincere condolences to the family of Sergeant Doyon, and we are thinking of the 3 other Canadian soldiers that were injured Friday night. Our soldiers are professionals, among the best in the world, and they have been carrying out their mandate to advise and assist the Kurdish Peshmergas. Unfortunately, the incident on Friday night was a mistake, a friendly fire incident. There will be changes made. There are 3 inquiries going on right now. Honourable member for Halifax.
Have not been transparent about this mission from the start. The women and men of our armed forces, their families, and all Canadians deserve to know the truth. Mr. Speaker, the mandate for this current mission is ending in just a few weeks. The decision about deploying our service people overseas is amongst the most important decisions that we make as parliamentarians. So, can the government tell us when a debate and a vote on a mission extension will occur?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that Canada believes we have a responsibility, a moral and a national security responsibility to act in the defense of global security, of our own security against this genocidal terrorist organization, ISIL, this death cult that has sought to destroy entire minority communities, that has explicitly declared war on Canada, which is why we have Canadian Special Operations Forces in their advice and assist mission in northern Iraq. It is why we have the Royal Canadian Air Force flying sorties against ISIL positions in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, of course, we believe there is an important ongoing role for Canada to play. If we seek an extension, we obviously will table the motion in this place.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Ontario has now seen 3 train wrecks in less than a month. 2 of them in Golgama and 1 between Hornpain and Oba. The last 2 were only a few days apart this week. This most recent derailment had 94 cars on the train carrying crude oil. 35 of them derailed, caught fire, and several ended up in the Matagami River. The people of Northern Ontario are concerned about their safety, about the destruction of air and water quality. Can the minister tell us what measures she has taken to protect the communities of Northern Ontario today?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, always the safety and security of Canadians is Transport Canada's top priority. In the past number of years, strong statements and strong actions have been taken with respect to trains and the movement of goods, transportation of dangerous goods in the country. Most notably, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have moved 5,000 cars out of the system, that we have brought in new standards to be followed for tank cars, and we are working with the United States on a new tank car standard to be utilized in the future. We have been working diligently on this file since then, Mr. Speaker, and I would say that we need to wait to see what the response of the Transportation Safety Board is as to why this accident happened.
The honourable member.
The member for Algoma Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Aren't working.
On Saturday, there was another train derailment in Northern Ontario. This time, 35 oil tanker cars derailed and caught fire. 3 weeks ago, at the same spot, 30 cars of the same type were involved in another derailment. The TSB has determined that the new 111 cars weren't performing any better than those in Lake Megantic. Will the minister finally bring in stricter safety standards and protect the public? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We took an unprecedented move of indicating that over the next 3 years we will be moving out of the system these .111 cars. We are working with the United States on what a new system will be in terms of a new tank car standard. We have changed the operating procedures for railways in this country. We have added inspectors. We have invested hundreds of millions of dollars. The safety and security of Canadians in the transportation of dangerous goods is our top priority. We work diligently on this, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for West Montgomery.
Mr. Speaker, before asking my question, I would like to indicate that the tragic death of Sergeant Doiron reminds us that our brave people work on service, people go on behalf of us.
Most sincere condolences to his loved ones.
Mr. Speaker, my question is, according to the CIBC, job quality in Canada is at its lowest level of the last 15 years during which these statistics have been gathered. What does the government intend to do about this problem? The Honourable Minister. First of all, we have 1.2 million new jobs. 85% of them are good quality jobs, most in the private sector. And we are reducing taxes for families and as well for companies that hire workers. The NDP believe that the budget will just balance itself, but that's not true, and it's not true for families either. So we're lowering taxes to help families.
King's Head.
Speaker, last week's CIBC report shows that the Canadian Job Quality Index is at its lowest point on record. It confirms what middle-class Canadians already know, that more jobs now provide lower pay and fewer benefits. The Conservatives are so out of touch that they boast about their jobs record. Does this Conservative government understand the findings of the CIBC report? Do they understand that the quality of Canadian jobs has reached a new low under their watch?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, here's what the here's what the New York Times actually said about the middle class in Canada, and I quote, "Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class." Absolutely. The article then compares the Liberal era, actually, and I quote, "After-tax middle-class incomes in Canada, substantially behind in 2000, now appear to be higher than in the United States." Mr. Speaker, we have the wealthiest middle class in the world. Their net worth has gone up by approximately 40%. And take-home pay after tax, after inflation, is up 10%. The middle class is better off with us.
Absolutely. The honourable member for King's Head.
Mr. Speaker, the only good-paying jobs the Conservatives want to protect are their own. CIBC is not alone in raising the alarm on Canada's job market. The Bank of Canada has reported that Canada's job market is weaker than unemployment rates suggest. The bank has reacted by lowering interest rates. But our soft jobs market can't be fixed by monetary policy alone. Why are the Conservatives ignoring the facts and delaying the budget? Why don't they understand that Canadians need a real plan now for good jobs and growth?
Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we have a real plan. It's called the Low Tax Plan for Jobs and Growth. It has put $3,400 on average, $3,400 into the pockets of the average Canadian family. Now, the Liberal Party has a single, it's a one-point plan for the middle class. Raise taxes. We oppose the high tax plan of the Liberals, but we're not surprised that they would have one because their leader believes budgets simply balance themselves. Families know that that's not the way it works around the dinner table. They know you have to keep taxes low and the economy strong, and you have to work hard to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, in less than 1 month, trial will begin for former Senator Mike Duffy. He is facing 31 charges: corruption, fraud, abuse of trust. The Prime Minister's office is at the heart of this scandal. A number of the Prime Minister's close advisors have received subpoenas to appear, including the former Chief of Staff. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many of his close collaborators have received a subpoena, and if his current Chief of Staff, Ray Novak, will appear? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we will continue to do everything possible to follow this closely.
Of course, this member and a number of members over there owe hundreds of thousands of dollars, in fact, millions of dollars. This member herself, I believe, owes $22,000 to the taxpayer of Canada, and I certainly hope the member will find the time to cut that check to the taxpayers of Canada.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, those bizarre evasions won't make this one go away, because we know from the RCMP investigation that at least a dozen key Conservative insiders are involved in the Duffy expense scandal and the PMO orchestrated cover-up. So with the Duffy trial about to begin, will the Prime Minister tell us how many of his current staff have received subpoenas, and does the Prime Minister know whether or not there's any indication that he himself will be called as a witness by the defense?
The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we will continue to provide every possible assistance that we can to the Crown in its case against Mr. Duffy, Mr. Speaker. I contrast that, of course, to the NDP. Mr. Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition had the opportunity some 17 years ago to come forward with information that would have helped the people of Quebec, he chose to hide that information, Mr. Speaker. Again, the NDP owes some $2.7 million to Canadian taxpayers. And instead of just paying that money, which they owe to the Canadian taxpayers, they're doing everything possible to hide and make sure that they don't pay it. What they have to do is come clean and pay the taxpayers back the money they owe.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's something watching my honourable colleague fumble through his Rolodex of the ridiculous. But let's stick on the issue here, because not only are Conservative insiders being subpoenaed, but last week we learned that a number of key Conservative MPs have been called to testify. Let's call a real simple, straightforward question. Who's going to be on the hook for the legal bills of Conservative Party insiders and MPs? Will it be the Conservative Party, because this had to do with Conservative malfeasance and fundraising and bribery, or will it be the taxpayer? It's a simple question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we know is this, is that the NDP owe the taxpayers over $2.7 million, Mr. Speaker, and it'll be the taxpayer who's on the hook if they don't do the right thing and pay off. The member, for instance, for Trois-Rivières, who owes $30,000. Honoré Mercier, who owes $29,000. Jean Lebert, $31,000. The Leader of the Opposition, some $400,000, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, with the whip, Mr. Speaker, owes some $600,000 to the Canadian taxpayer. Make it easy. Just pay it back.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
The Conservatives allowed many employers to abuse the temporary foreign worker program, increasing unemployment and driving down wages while foreign workers were cheated and abused. But now a Conservative MP makes the disgusting claim that the real problem here is that too many brown-skinned people are coming to our country. This coming on the heels of all the fear-mongering and divisive politics we've seen from the Conservatives. How could they blame Canadians and the temporary foreign workers for a program that they have messed up so badly?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member immediately realized that his comments were unacceptable, and he has apologized, and I think we can move forward from here. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, instead of letting their member for New Brunswick Southwest use offensive and racist terms, the Conservatives should work to correct the negative effects of their temporary foreign workers program, like the higher unemployment rates and lower wages. Instead of looking for scapegoats for their mismanagement, will the Conservatives finally realize what a mess they've made? Mr. Speaker, we have already recognized that there are problems with the programs, and that's why we corrected them. We have proposals to put in place fines and even jail time for those who abuse the system, this temporary foreign workers program. We want companies to try to hire Canadians before using temporary workers, and we have limited the percentage of foreign workers that can be in a workplace. So we are working to resolve the problems, and we will continue to do so. The honourable member for Le Fjord. Another sign of how bad things are, on Thursday, Résolu Forest Products announced the closing of Machine 9 at its Alma plant. This means the loss of 85 jobs and difficult times for many families. It's shocking that these jobs are going to be transferred to Tennessee. Will the Conservative government defend Quebecers' jobs, or do they prefer to see them go to the U.S.? The honourable member. The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, this government has done more for the forestry sector. We've expanded markets. We have done a great deal. And we have an increase in trade with China in this area of over 1.75%. But that member voted against support for the forestry sector. In contrast, we are making efforts to support communities and save jobs.
For London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, while eating breakfast before heading to work, a Timmins father found a note from workers who are now out of work. The note was written on the last box of cereal ever produced at the London Kellogg's plant by 3 workers who had each put in more than 20 years of work at the factory, the same factory where I worked as a university student. Kellogg's closed last December, putting 550 people out of work. Why have the Conservatives stood by while so many good manufacturing jobs continue to disappear? Where is the jobs plan?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we haven't stood by. We have put in place programs like the Advanced Manufacturing Fund, the Automotive Innovation Fund that have resulted in job growth in this country since the recession. 1.2 million net new jobs have been created since the dearth of the recession. As a matter of fact, just in the month of January, 10,700 new manufacturing jobs were created in the Canadian economy. And it's in large part because our government has kept taxes low. We've kept the Canadian economy competitive. And if my own colleague from London Fanshawe would like to know, she should know that 5,000 new jobs were created in her hometown of London in spite of the fact that she's an MP from London.
Well, in fact, in the manufacturing sector, people are being let down by this government. The job market has never been so precarious. The latest CIBC report shows that job quality is at its lowest level ever. The Conservatives are doing worse than the Liberals, and that's something. But we know that these problems can last for decades. What will the government do to finally help the middle class? Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak to the contrary. The net average income of the middle class has increased by 44% since the Liberals were in power, and after tax, there has been a 10% increase in income for all Canadians, especially among those with the lowest incomes. We have done this by reducing taxes, increasing the child care credit, but the Liberals and the NDP want to take away all of those big benefits.
Mr. Speaker, the CIBC report is clear. Job quality in Canada reached a record low this year in 2015. No argument about that. And it's declining on all fronts. After decades of Conservative and Liberal mismanagement, middle-class families are working harder and they're falling further behind.
Right.
Part-time jobs, lower-paying jobs, precarious employment are replacing full-time work. And the Conservatives clearly are in denial. Will this government finally wake up and make full-time, middle-class jobs their priority?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, low taxes and more jobs are our priority, and it is working. We have 1.2 million net new jobs since the bottom of the recession. 85% of those jobs are full-time, 80% are in the private sector, almost two-thirds are in high-wage industries. At the same time, incomes have gone up. The net worth of the average family is up by over 40%. These are the hard facts and the hard realities with which the NDP should become accustomed, Mr. Speaker. We're getting taxes down and we're getting jobs up.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Aboriginal women and girls are 5 times more likely to be murdered in Canada. Unfortunately, the Minister for the Status of Women has dismissed this ongoing tragedy by blaming Aboriginal men by highlighting domestic abuse. She has sadly demonstrated her ignorance of the RCMP report, which found that Indigenous women were actually less likely to be killed by a spouse or a former spouse than non-Indigenous women. Will the government finally accept the consensus, get the facts straight, and call for a national public inquiry now?
The Honourable Prime Secretary of the Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are terrible crimes against innocent people. The RCMP has said itself in its own study that the vast majority of these cases are addressed and are solved through police investigations. We don't need another study on top of the 40 that we already have. What we need is for the police to catch those responsible and ensure they are punished. And now is the time, not for more talk, but for action. And the Minister tabled her action plan last September, and it's a very good action plan, Mr. Speaker, and it will help address and combat violence against Aboriginal women and girls.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, when he thought he was only speaking to Conservatives, the member for New Brunswick Southwest and a former communications director to the Prime Minister, no less, referred to whiteys and brown people to divide Canadians. This is unacceptable. Will the Prime Minister denounce these words in no uncertain terms, and will the Prime Minister also request that the member apologize to Canadians in this House?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
The member has apologized, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
This is not good enough. Just a few weeks ago, the Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism asked Iranian Canadians why they hadn't stayed in Iran, and he was forced to apologize. This is becoming a pattern in the Conservative Party. They use racially or culturally divisive language when they think they won't get caught, and then offer up hollow, insincere apologies. Is the Prime Minister caving to pressure from the old anti-immigration Reform Party?
All right, that's it. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, the member immediately recognized that the comments were unacceptable. He apologized. Mr. Speaker, we speak about the broader job market. The reality is that we have a good news story. We have 1.2 million net new jobs, 85% full-time, 80% in the private sector, 2/3 in high-wage industries. Incomes are up, taxes are down. We're moving in the right direction.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the saga of the death of Corporal Stuart Langridge continues. At least now the family will not have to sue the Department of National Defence in order to get the department's response to the upcoming report in the Military Police Complaints Commission. But the family has still never been shown the results of the previous Military Board of Inquiry into their son's death. They've never been briefed on the inquiry. With the family here in Ottawa today, will the new Minister of National Defence give them the findings of the Internal Board of Inquiry into the death of their son, Corporal Stuart Langridge?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we continue to express our sorrow with the family of Mr. Langridge for what happened, the tragic incident that occurred. And indeed, I can confirm that last Friday, the Provost Marshal of the Canadian Armed Forces did remove the protected designation for the interim report, so that can now be made public. With respect to the specific request made by my friend from St. John's, I will look into that matter and get back to him as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the family of Corporal Stuart Langridge deserves better. Not only has his family never been shown the results of the Board of Inquiry on their son's death, but the Department of Defense waited 14 months after his suicide before telling the family that their son had left a note. Will the minister finally show a bit of decency and compassion and sit down with the family to tell them what really happened? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and we continue to have the family of Corporal Langridge in our thoughts. On Friday, the Canadian Forces decided to make public their interim response of the Military Complaints Commission as to the specific question that the member put. I will discuss this with my officials and respond as quickly as possible. The honourable member for Gatineau. C-51 is more and more a source of concern for Canadians and experts. Now, Canada's Privacy Commissioner, Daniel Terrien, has said that he is extremely concerned about the impacts of Bill C-51 on Canadians' privacy and the protection of their personal information. In fact, he is calling for better oversight mechanisms for our national security organizations. Will the minister listen to the Commissioner, and will he be open to amendments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Information sharing is absolutely essential. Canadians would expect that if one branch of government has information pertinent to national security, that they would be able to share that information with other branches of government. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about activities that would warrant information sharing, I'm just going to list a few. Espionage, sabotage, covert foreign influence activities, and terrorism, Mr. Speaker. The legislation C-51 that's coming to committee tomorrow has adequate safeguards built in to protect the privacy of Canadians. We are not going to privilege the rights of terrorists over the rights of Canadians with this bill.
The honourable member for Stormont, Wanukuka.
First it was former Prime Ministers, former Supreme Court Justices, and now the Privacy Commissioner, and even a Canadian Premier has weighed in on the risks of adopting Bill C-51. Even the BC Premier says that C-51 could impinge on the fundamental rights enjoyed by Canadians, and that if we give away our freedoms, quote, we will regret that forever. It's very hard to get them back. Mr. Speaker, experts and Canadians all across the country have recognized that this bill is fatally flawed. Why is the minister refusing to listen to them?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Canadians would expect, if not they already think, that when one branch of government has information pertinent to national security, that they would be able and be right now currently sharing that information. That is simply not the case. It's one of the gaps that was identified. It's one of the measures that's concluded in Bill C-51. Let's talk about some other activities that warrant information sharing. Proliferation of nuclear, chemical, radiological, or biological weapons, interference with critical infrastructure, interference with global information infrastructure as defined under the National Defence Act. Mr. Speaker, this legislation already has adequate safeguards built in to protect Canadians' privacy. It's why we brought forward the measures Canadians expected.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Speaker, for several years, our men and women in uniform have been taking part in a multinational campaign against trafficking and organized crime in the Caribbean Sea. Can the Minister of National Defence update this House on the status of our operations in the Caribbean Sea to prevent illegal drugs from coming to our shores?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Mississauga South for her question, and I'm pleased to inform members that this month Her Majesty's Canadian ships Goose Bay and Shawinigan seized over 1,000 kilograms of cocaine in a major drug bust in the Caribbean Sea. These dangerous narcotics would have otherwise landed on our streets and in our communities. We're proud of our Canadian Armed Forces members who worked with the United States Coast Guard and U.S. Navy in this successful disruption. We'll continue to work with our allies to fight transnational criminal activity and keep Canadian communities safe.
Honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, when the latest case of BSE was discovered, the Minister of Agriculture said he didn't think it would interfere with trade. But here we are a month later, and the list of countries who have banned Canadian beef is growing. Last week, China closed its borders, including South Korea and Taiwan. That makes 6 important markets who have now banned beef exports. Whoa. Mr. Speaker, every week that passes, these restrictions cost our farmers and our economy. Why have the Conservatives failed to protect our beef exports, and what are they doing to restore them?
And the Honourable Permanent Secretary, Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government continues to proactively engage our trading partners to ensure that our markets stay open and to reopen markets to Canadian beef as quickly as possible. With regards to the countries that have imposed temporary, and I say temporary restrictions, these markets, while important, represent a small percentage of our overall beef trade. And meanwhile, the World Organization for Animal Health recognizes Canada as a controlled risk status country, and we expect our trading partners continue to recognize this status.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. After Belarus, Peru, Taiwan, South Korea, and Indonesia, it's now China's turn to close its borders to Canadian beef, further to a new case of BSE in Alberta. By reducing CFI's budget by 20%, the Conservatives have endangered exports of Canadian beef. The Conservatives are playing a dangerous game with the livelihood of our producers, and that's completely irresponsible. When will the Conservatives act to protect Canadian beef producers and ward off a new crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the World Organization for Animal Health recognizes Canada as a controlled risk status country, and we expect our trading partners to continue to recognize this status. Meanwhile, our government will continue to proactively engage our trading partners to ensure that markets stay open and to reopen markets to Canadian beef as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Minister of Health announced, all of a sudden, financial assistance for victims of thalidomide. But this was done without consulting the victims, who were notified only minutes before the Minister's press conference. And the announcement was short on details. Why did the Minister not meet with the members of the working group who defend these survivors' rights before making her announcement? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and of course these events from the 1960s remind us of why we need to take drug safety so seriously. And on Friday, the Minister announced historic assistance to cover the healthcare needs. And there's going to be up to $180 million distributed among fewer than 100 survivors until that last living survivor. She's been in ongoing conversations with the group, and of course, these will be important payments, $125 million immediate payment tax-free, and then of course $168 million tax-free in an on-year ongoing support.
The member for Victoria.
The Canadian government has a moral obligation to help thalidomide survivors. They've paid a lifelong price for the government's belief that thalidomide was safe. But 3 months after the House unanimously passed a motion calling for full support, the minister announced a package that may or may not meet the needs of the thalidomide survivors. There was no consultation and very little communication from the minister. Before making the announcement, what did the minister do to ensure that the compensation would meet the needs of the thalidomide survivors?
The Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, nothing can ever change, and we certainly have deep sympathy and regret for the ongoing struggle thalidomide inflicted. And there has been ongoing conversation since that motion passed in the House, and actually prior to that. And in actual fact, the historic announcement that the minister made on Friday, up to $180 million, Mr. Speaker, for the less than 100 survivors. And this support is going to be available until the last living survivor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, under the former government of Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, the Premier of Ontario and the Mayor of Ontario stood on the shores of Lake Ontario and committed to transform the waterfront of our great city. It's time for the next investment. The province is ready. The city has set aside its money. But where's the federal government? Where is the federal government? $325 million is needed, and much like the budget, the finance minister is hiding under his desk and won't come forward. Will the finance minister please commit this money, fund the flood-proofing that's needed in the lower Donlands, fund the transit, and get the Unilever site off to the races? Will the federal government please commit to the City of Toronto and the province?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
With our partners, we respect jurisdiction, province and municipality. We never manage the cities here in Ottawa. We respect the fact that they have city councils and mayors doing their job. We will continue to do so. Don't worry for the Minister of Finance. He's doing his job.
The Honourable Member for St. Laurent, Cartierville.
We have said that we will maintain or increase support for the CBC. That is our platform, and we have said that before, and we will commit to that. End of quote. Who said that in Vancouver on CBC's News on May 3rd, 2011? Who? The former Heritage Minister, now Industry Minister. So why did the Conservative government's budget 2012 take a hatchet to Canada's national broadcaster, slashing $115 million from the CBC's budget? Why this broken promise?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I find it somewhat surprising to have that member, who used to be a Liberal minister during the 90s when they cut almost $400 million from CBC. So aside from the hypocrisy, we in fact provide over $1 billion a year to the CBC. And we all know that there are some challenges in the media environment right now. The President has indicated that as well. We will continue, as I said before, to monitor the situation. But I'm not going to respond to another question from a party that, frankly, doesn't deserve to ask a question about cuts.
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Between 2010 and 2014, $131 million were left to lapse by the Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec. Canada is shedding manufacturing jobs, and our SMEs need help with modernization, but the government is letting sums voted by Parliament languish in its coffers. Why is the minister trying to save money at the expense of the economic development of Quebec regions? Will he at least pledge this year to use all the sums voted by the Parliament for this purpose, Mr. Speaker? Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, what he has just said is false. But NDP has a lot of trouble understanding budgets, Mr. Speaker. The money is reprofiled when it elapses, and we have announced a new program for Lac-Mégantic. And I can tell my colleague that he is going to see the money again next year. It won't all be invested this year. It's a 7-year program. So, Mr. Speaker, for infrastructure and forests and communities, these are all programs over several years. So the money is still there, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't have to worry. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we're talking about 99% of unspent money that is returned to the Treasury. So the minister should not be telling us mistruths. Instead of diverting $131 million for Quebec's economic development, the minister should start listening to our regions. It would allow us to create jobs for the regions. I'm thinking, for example, of the enhancement of the airport facilities in Drummond Mill, which need economic investment from the federal government. Does the minister realize that his incompetence is jeopardizing the development of regions of Quebec, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, after more than 4 years. The NDP should know how it works. Everything he said is absurd and false. I was in Drummond in his riding last week to make economic development announcements because he doesn't do his job. So what those people are saying, it's false. Everyone understands that money that is not invested 1 year is invested the year after that. So it depends on how proponents unfold their projects. So the money remains at their disposal. It's easy to understand.
Mr. Speaker, under our government, trade, investment and tourism between Canada and China have been growing to the benefit of Canadian families and workers. Could the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration please tell us more about the exciting announcement made this weekend that will make it easier for Canadians to travel to China?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the hard-working member for Don Valley West for his question, for his work on these issues. Yesterday, indeed, I was very pleased, together with my colleague Minister for International Trade, to announce that Canada has reached an arrangement with the Chinese government whereby Canadians will have the opportunity to apply for 10-year multiple entry visas to go to China. Mr. Speaker, today, Chinese business people, family members who travel often to China have to apply for a new visa every time they go, whether that's twice a year, twice a month, or every few days. Under this new arrangement, Mr. Speaker, they'll make one application, get a visa valid for 10 years. That's great for our business relations, it's great for families, and it's great for Canada-China relations.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, for some time now, the situation of Haitians in Dominican Republic has been drawing our attention. People are abused in public, injustices are committed on sugarcane plantations, and there are thousands of people who are going to be deported. Can the Conservative government tell this House whether there have been discussions on this topic with the Dominican and Haitian authorities? And does the government expect Canada to play a role in ensuring the respect of human rights? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
With that question, Canada is deeply concerned by these events and the subsequent violence which is affecting both nations. This is as a result of a constitutional tribunal that could render countless Dominican-born persons of Haitian descent as stateless. Canada encourages the governments of the Dominican Republic and of Haiti to work together in good faith to resolve these issues as quickly as possible in a non-violent manner. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, since January 23rd, the Turk family has taken refuge in a church in Rougemont so as not to be deported to Turkey. They have 3 children, they are Kurds, and they fear for their safety. I spoke about this matter with the minister, but all he did was to refer the matter to other departments. The family needs action and concrete responses. What do the Conservatives intend to do for this family that is already well integrated into its community? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows full well, Canada has a determination system for refugee status that is the most generous in the world. I cannot comment on the details of this case in the House, but I will continue the conversation with my colleague if he so wishes. But as soon as the appeal resources have been exhausted, in most cases, Mr. Speaker, we demand that the people concerned leave the country.
Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Canadians have earned enormous respect at home and abroad by answering the call to fight against tyranny and evil around the world. We know that injuries to soldiers can have a lasting financial impact on their lives and the lives of their families. Can the Minister of Veteran Affairs please update this House on what our government is doing for our injured veterans and their families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Pickering for the question and for his service in the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, today I was pleased to announce the Retirement Income Security Benefit that will help veterans that are moderately or seriously injured in the service to Canada with financial certainty in the retirement years for the veteran and their family, Mr. Speaker. I've also asked the department to take the multiple levels of benefit that are lifetime benefits, Mr. Speaker, and to streamline those into a single pension for our most seriously injured veterans, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Ombudsman and stakeholders who've been working with us on this issue that will provide certainty to families. We've been listening and we're acting, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, over half of wounded soldiers' health claims and medical discharges are due to MSK, that is, musculoskeletal problems. This is a financial burden on both the system and the veterans. MSK care, including chiropractic at early stages, reduces both long-term costs and lifelong pain. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to an MSK strategy for veterans in Thunder Bay North and across Canada? Thank you.
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. Certainly, if a member of the Canadian Armed Forces has a musculoskeletal problem, the good thing is the Department of National Defence has chiropractors and world-class medical care, because our desire, Mr. Speaker, is to see that injured person return to service, return to duty, and they're given time to do that. If they medically release, Mr. Speaker, our system of medical and vocational rehabilitation will provide world-class support for that veteran, including chiropractic support and other services, to help them in their transition to civilian life.
Honourable member for Gaspésie, Métis. La Métis Matane Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, like hundreds of other people, I was in Rimouski yesterday to reaffirm the importance of a quality public broadcaster for all regions of Quebec. Like the people in Montreal and Quebec, the citizens of Abitibi, the North Shore, the Saguenay, the Lower St. Lawrence, and Gaspésie are entitled to information on topics that affect their communities. And we want other people to hear about us. Does the minister realize that she is responsible for protecting CBC instead of rebroadcasting her rhetoric that is hurtful and empty for the artists and employees of CBC? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I have said many times, we do protect CBC with an investment over $1 billion per year. And as we all know, there are challenges in the media industry currently. Even the president of CBC has said so clearly, but we give CBC enough money to carry out their mandate in both official languages across the country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a fourth train derailment over the past weeks, and this reminds us that municipalities are vulnerable because the government has not implemented adequate inspection mechanisms since the Lac-Mégantic tragedy. Instead, convoys are longer, heavier, and travel faster, and the new tanker cars are not safe. Since its bill does not address all these issues, does the Minister of Transport intend, further to the demand of the Quebec Union of Municipalities, to implement additional safety measures along with the necessary financial and human resources? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent relationship with the UKM as well with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Without their advisory group, we wouldn't have been able to get as far as we've been and to be able to introduce legislation that really does take a look at all the concerns that they had and make sure that we listen to those concerns and entrench those into law. I continue to work with those institutions and appreciate very much everything that they've done to make sure we have a solid piece of legislation.
Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, EI claimants are being told that from the date they apply for EI, the time frame of the process for the claim is 28 days. However, this process is taking much longer than the 28 days. The claimants contact my office, we contact Service Canada. We're told that additional time due to the process is claimed due to backlog. In addition, there's an issue when our office is overloaded with calls from constituents who are unable to reach the toll-free line at the call centers. Sometimes claimants are put in the queue for up to an hour, and in some cases they hit a prompt and they're cut off. Can the minister confirm that the 400 new agents have been hired as promised? If not, is there a plan to hire, train, and allocate them to areas where they are most needed in the next 28 days?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the allocation of staff is being timed to coincide with the peak seasons around summer and winter. I can say now that we've increased efficiency in processing EI claims by 42% over the last 10 years. 2/3 of claims are now fully or partially automated, and the majority of claimants now are paid within 28 days of being approved for the claim. But our broader plan is to get as many Canadians back to work as possible. 1.2 million net new jobs have resulted from our low tax plan, and going forward we're going to ensure that taxes stay low so that we can create more jobs. We won't increase taxes as the Liberals suggest.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt document. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 95 petitions. 95!
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. This is the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of several of my constituents asking for respect for the right of small-scale family farmers to preserve, exchange, and use seeds. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour of presenting a petition both crafted and signed by the residents of Halston Hills Co-op in my riding of Burnaby Douglas. I'd like to thank Lil Cameron for her leadership on this project as well as all the work she does. The petition calls on the federal government to immediately reverse its cuts to social housing, which will result in a loss of $1.7 billion for low-cost housing by 2030. Renewed funding would allow Halston Hills to preserve rent subsidies for existing units, complete much-needed renovations, and redevelop a portion of its land to create specialized units for seniors. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to pay careful attention to this petition. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure today I rise to bring forward a petition signed by many of my constituents in regards to the issue of small farms in the South. In particular, they're asking to ensure that the Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the efforts they've put in terms of getting the signatures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting two petitions. First of all, that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination, and that Parliament support M408, which condemns same-sex or the sex selection. And the other one, Mr. Speaker, acknowledges current impaired driving laws are too lenient, looking for implementation of new mandatory minimum sentences and what the criminal code to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure, to meet with 6th grade students at École à Lyon and St. Lawrence Academy recently.
Concern about the dangers facing the beluga whales in the St. Lawrence River. They presented to me a petition to that effect, which I am tabling today on their behalf. Ils ont recueilli...
They collected hundreds of signatures from those who asked the Government of Canada to impose a moratorium on all work at Kakuna to guarantee a natural, intact environment for beluga whales and to ensure that they are protected. I am proud of the students at these two schools in La Salle for their commitment to protecting the environment and the St. Lawrence belugas.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have once again petitions from across my riding from places like Dorian, Geraldton, Scriber Marathon, and Thunder Bay, saying that because the Via Rail route on the North Shore was cut over 2 decades ago, despite being one of the busiest and most profitable routes with Via Rail. It's an important component of our local commodity, both for tourism and for the residents, because of cutbacks to bus service, and because, Mr. Speaker, it's one of the most efficient ways to travel, integral to reducing pollution and harmful climate change, my petitioners are asking us to please reestablish passenger rail service along the spectacular north shore of Lake Superior to Thunder Bay and on to Winnipeg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour today to stand and present a petition on behalf of hundreds of Canadians who are concerned that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient. These constituents call upon the Government of Canada to implement tougher laws, new mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death, and also to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor today to present two petitions. The first petition is on the subject of genetically modified organisms.
From across Canada, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, all asking that that any genetically modified products be labeled so that consumers can make informed choices. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, calling for the House of Commons to urgently provide protection to prevent the extinction of the southern resident killer whales. And this is particularly in relation to the particular vulnerabilities and sensitivities of these cetaceans to noises. So it's to reduce the decibel level and also the disturbances of these incredibly important creatures now endangered by protecting their critical habitat from vessel intrusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. The honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honor to present to the House a petition from some petitioners in Nipissing-Temiskaming to respect the right of small-scale family farmers to preserve and exchange use seeds. Specifically, the petitioners ask the Government of Canada and the House of Commons commit to adopting international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the fight against hunger and poverty, and that ensure Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the global south to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if a supplementary response to question number Q522, initially tabled on September 15th, 2014, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the supplementary response to question 522 be in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? So ordered. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising to supplement my initial response to the point of order raised just before the constituency week by the Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition concerning the February 26th meeting of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Firstly, the record of the meeting has now been published on the Internet. I know that my counterpart had tried to seek unanimous consent to have a report deemed presented from the committee, and now he has a supply day motion on notice to that effect, which, if anything, goes to show transparently the contempt he has for the view that committees ought to be the master of their own proceedings. Glancing at the evidence for the meeting, I see that at about 1:30 that afternoon, the committee chair, the honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings, said in response to a point of order, quote, "The only recommendation that I would make is the later and later we go, the longer and longer we go, the shorter the fuse the chair will have for areas in which there are going to be challenges," end quote. Short fuse might have been an apt expression because during the subsequent debate, until about 4:30 p.m., I understand that there were about a dozen more points of order respecting the relevance and repetitiveness of interventions, including even a point of order by the NDP's Deputy Public Safety Critic about the remarks of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. The usefulness of the debate was clearly petering out, which isn't surprising given that before 10 a.m. the NDP Public Safety Critic, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt Wanda Fuka, said on behalf of his party, quote, "We will be voting against this sub-amendment," end quote. Even though everyone's voting positions had been confirmed very early on, we saw hours and hours of NDP filibustering, though uninspired it was, full of irrelevance and repetition, which led to many, many points of order. It was, of course, the last point of order which was consequential. Let me quote briefly from the minutes of the proceedings. Quote, "The committee resumed consideration of the sub-amendment of the Parliamentary Secretary. A point of order was raised regarding repetition, and the member for Northumberland Quinte West requested that the chair decide to put the question on the sub-amendment, the amendment, and the main motion under consideration," end quote. Then we go on to read that there was a ruling which in turn was appealed, and that a majority on the committee agreed with the appeal. Now, I wanted to make reference to this in order to confirm that the entire factual premise of the NDP House Leader's point of order simply didn't happen. He said that the Honourable Member for Northumberland Quinte West moved a motion for the previous question. The member simply did not, and the records of the committee prove it. It was instead a challenge respecting relevance and repetition, matters which are addressed by our standing orders and thus applicable to committees, and therefore matters which may be ruled upon by committee chairs, quote, "subject to an appeal to the committee," unquote, as Standing Order 117 provides. As I also said back on February 27th, having two members arguing about proceedings of a committee on which neither of them sit proves the sound premise for leaving committees' procedural disputes where they belong, in committees. Of course, I am confident that the Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster, a senior officer of this House, would not have intended to mislead the House, so I imagine he will come back to correct the record so that the House does not persist under any misapprehension of the facts. Previously, I quoted a number of rulings by Mr. Speaker Milliken, but I found one more that I wanted to add, and this comes from page 3678 of the debates for June 10th, 2010. And I quote, the Speaker is saying in the ruling, quote, "All members who have intervened in this matter have acknowledged that the Speaker does not sit as a court of appeal to adjudicate procedural issues that arise in the course of committee proceedings. Indeed, on numerous occasions, speakers have restated the cardinal rule that committees are masters of their own proceedings, and any alleged irregularities occurring in committees can be taken up in the House only following a report from the committee itself. There have been very few exceptions to this rule." And then he goes on to say, and I continue to quote here, "However, having reviewed the evidence submitted, there is little to suggest that in the case before us, the circumstances warrant the chair breaking with the entrenched practice of allowing committees to settle issues related to their proceedings, particularly since the member himself states that, quote, the chair had the support of the majority of the members of the committee," end quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, who was the member that Mr. Speaker Milliken was referring to, the member who had raised the point of order in that earlier case? Well, you know what? It was the member for Burnaby New Westminster. So he should clearly understand that a majority decision at committee should not be appealed here to the Speaker. He's tried it before, apparently unsatisfied. He's trying it again. I hope he will learn his lesson. Finally, I will close by quoting Mr. Speaker Lemeroux's ruling at page 1397 of the journals for July 24th, 1969, and his view of the chair's role when called upon to sit in appeal of committee proceedings, just as the NDP House Leader would have you do today. Quote, "The Speaker," this is the Speaker's ruling I'm quoting from, "the Speaker is a servant of the House. Honourable members may want me to be master of the House today, but tomorrow, when perhaps in other circumstances I might claim this privilege, they might have a different opinion. It would make me a hero, I suppose, if I were to adopt the attitude that I could judge political situations such as this and substitute my judgment for that of certain honourable members, either a majority or perhaps sometimes a minority. But I do not believe that is the role of a Speaker under our system. I am not prepared to take this responsibility on my shoulders. I think it is my duty to rule on such matters in accordance with the rules, regulations, and standing orders which the honourable members themselves have turned over to the Speaker to administer." End of quote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That concludes my supplementary submissions.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief, and be my pleasure to come back with some additional comments. I was almost tempted to stand up and raise a point of order on the relevance of the intervention from the government House Leader, because he seems to be, every time he stands up, proving the point that we made at that outrageous committee meeting, where the rules that we are governed by were so clearly violated. And at no point, the government House Leader now has intervened, or members from the Conservative Party have now intervened 3 times. At no point have they contradicted what is clearly the fundamental rule in the rule book, which states very simply, and I'm referring to O'Brien and Boss, page 1057, Mr. Speaker, as you know so well, in committee, motions for the previous question are inadmissible. That is the fundamental rule that was broken. That was the rule that the Conservative majority tried to steamroller through, and the political comments that they make, or the ad hominem attacks that they make on individuals, simply don't go around the fact that they violated a fundamental rule. Now, there was a new bit of information brought forward by the government House Leader where he attempts to claim that the previous question wasn't moved, and I just wanted to restate, Mr. Speaker, what I stated a week and a half ago, that the member very clearly said, the Conservative member said, I'm asking you to put the question on the sub-amendment, the amendment, and the main motion now. Mr. Speaker, it couldn't be clearer than that. There are fundamental rules that were broken in committee, and that is why we've brought it to your attention very clearly, despite the political rhetoric coming from the Conservatives. The rule book can't be thrown out by Conservatives. They have to respect the rules under which we are governed. They can't throw them out. They can't rip them up. They can't burn that book. They have to follow the rules. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we've raised this issue. What happened at the Public Safety Committee was outrageous, and there is no doubt about that. It was also a very clear contravention of the rules, Mr. Speaker, and we may come back later with to add to our submission, but I think the case is very clear. Conservatives violated those rules under which we are governed, and that is what we submit to you today.
I would ask the opposition House Leader that if, in fact, he is going to be presenting further argument, he advise the table as soon as possible, because I know the Speaker wishes to make a ruling on this matter as quickly as possible. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate, a second reading of Bill C-46, Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands still has 3 minutes and 30 seconds for questions and comments. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Lake Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thunder Bay Superior North. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask this member if she's familiar with the work of scientists, technicians, and academics on double-wall pipelines with sensors in between, which are close to being virtually spill-proof, which, of course, are not mentioned in this bill, but an increasing number of experts feel are necessary to prevent the kinds of problems to which she's already referred.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to Bill C-46 relating to pipeline and pipeline safety, this bill doesn't touch on tankers. I thank my colleague in the Green Party from Thunder Bay Superior North for his question. There have been a lot of advances in the technology, particularly for double-walled pipelines. None of the current pipelines being proposed across Canada are double-walled pipelines. There's no question that if you have 2 walls with sensors between each of the 2 walls in a pipeline and sensors to detect leaks, that you are far more likely to operate a system where leaks are less frequent. So it would be a significant improvement on the safety measures for the currently proposed pipelines. But I want to stress, as I did in my speech, that Green Party opposes any of the currently proposed pipelines, whether they're heading west or east or south or potentially north. Any pipeline determined to deliver raw bitumen to tidewater to ship overseas, carrying the very dangerous mixture, very environmentally damaging mixture of bitumen mixed with diluent, is something that we would oppose.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable Deputy de...
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. What I wanted to know, as you know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to liability for spills, there is a requirement right now for proof of fault or negligence, and the maximum is $1 billion. And I would like to know from my colleague what problems that might result in. We might have delays in compensation and other problems. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. It is really a problem because by setting the limit at $1 billion, then it is probable that we may have a disaster, an incident, where the costs are more than $1 billion. In Michigan, the Kalamazoo River incidents, the pollution stayed in the river, and that was the problem.
Cannot be cleaned up at any cost, and the attempts so far to clean up in Kalamazoo have exceeded the $1 billion cap set out in Bill C-46. So that means whatever is left over in terms of costs within Canada would be absorbed by the Canadian government, by Canadian taxpayers. And I know that Conservative members here have pointed out the Kalamazoo, Michigan spill occurred in another country, but it was a spill caused by a major Canadian company.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to be rising to speak on C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board. We know that this bill is dealing with the whole question of liability for pipeline spills. In my riding, Toronto Danforth, is a very strong environmental riding. The environmental consciousness of the average citizen is exceptional. They're very concerned about the serious environmental risk associated with pipeline projects in Canada, including oil spills. And it's also important to say they also understand that pipelines are directly tied to the facilitation and the accelerated oil extraction and oil export. That is at cross purposes to the urgent need to fight climate change, the single most important challenge the world faces, and indeed the single most important challenge that we've been facing for decades without acting properly on it. And many realize also the particular risks of localized pollution of diluted bitumen once it spills in any form, whether from a tanker or from a pipeline, as the member from Saanich Gulf Island has been emphasizing in today's debate. My constituents have very little faith that this government is taking steps in general to ensure that these kinds of environmental concerns are thoroughly addressed. My constituents need to know that the environment is being protected and that necessary preventative and response measures are going to be put in place. Now, of course, I take these concerns seriously. When it comes to major resource projects like pipelines, the NDP believes that proper community consultation, respect for the rights and title of Aboriginal peoples, and rigorous environmental assessments are the bedrock of any kind of viable sustainable development approach. Right. Now, this has not been the approach taken by this government by and large. In the review, for example, Northern Gateway and Kinder Morgan and Keystone XL, and the same flawed process that was applied to Line 9 and now is being applied to Energy East. Now, the legislation we are debating today is, however, a step forward. Bill C-46 seeks, amongst other things, to ensure that some polluters will be absolutely liable for harm caused by a pipeline spill, including environmental damage, what is termed in the bill non-use harm. The bill includes absolute liability for all National Energy Board regulated pipelines, and that means companies would be liable for costs and damages irrespective of fault up to $1 billion for major oil pipelines. That is, pipelines that ship or transport more than 250 barrels of oil a day. Where there is fault, including negligence, there is no cap, and that's a good feature of this bill. For those under 250,000 barrels a day, it's left to regulation. So there's a bit of a lack of clarity there as to what the liability cap will be for smaller operations. It's a good start, as I've said, and that's why, of course, I will be supporting it at second reading, and I think from what I've heard, most of my colleagues, if not all of them, also will be. We need to send it to committee for further study and amendments, and this is exactly the kind of bill when there will be real expertise brought to bear from across the spectrum. And I honestly hope that this is a committee that has enough hearings to go into the fine details of the bill to get it right. There seems to be a cross-party consensus that it needs to be gotten right by and large, and it's not the kind of bill that should be overly politicized. Now, we in the NDP have long been consistent in our position that companies, corporations, and not taxpayers, not citizens who are call on the public treasury for other government programs, should cover the cost of pollution. So the bill is long overdue as a first step towards a polluter pays regime for pipelines in Canada. And there's some other specific provisions I should briefly point out by way of being somewhat laudatory of what the government's put forward in the bill, in Bill C-46. One is that Aboriginal governments, termed any Aboriginal governing body, are treated similarly to other governments, municipal, provincial, and federal, in terms of the role they play in cleanup and being compensated for any kind of cleanup that they have to do. Their other powers and rights are given to them as well, and that's something. The fact that in the sections there are additional remedies as part of the judgment that a court can give under offence provisions of the National Energy Board Act include such creative possibilities as ordering creation of scholarship funds for environmental studies. This is written into the bill. Interim compensation is possible as one of the orders from the new Pipeline Claims Tribunal that can be called into being in cases of so-called designated companies. And the system that's set up by the bill has the ability to access as much of pooled liability reserve funds as the National Energy Board deems needed in case of designated companies, so that when a company is sharing a pooled fund to make sure it has enough money, it's not just its share of the pooled fund that can be accessed, but the entire fund, at least on my reading. And also, in terms of the kinds of fines that come with the offence provisions that already exist in the National Energy Board Act, there's a number of new headings on what aggravation of damages could be sparked by, what kind of extra factors would mean higher fines. And one of them is if evidence shows that the corporation allowed the spill to happen, essentially, as part of an economic calculus in order to save costs or in order to make more money. And so all of these things, I think, are to be commended in the bill. Now, there are, however, more than a few problems. And the first one that's been mentioned a few times, so I'll be very quick about it. Setting the limit on liability in cases of a non-fault, so-called non-fault, at $1 billion may not be sufficient. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has already indicated clearly that although we know that it's already cost more than $1 billion for the cleanup in the Kalamazoo River area, we also know that the cleanup hasn't actually worked, and to some extent the attempt goes on, whether or not it's ever going to be possible given the nature of diluted bitumen. Secondly, under much of this bill is heavily laden with regulatory and discretionary provisions. An awful lot of powers given to the Cabinet and the National Energy Board to set out detailed regulations. And this includes, for example, that this new Pipeline Claims Tribunal it exists in the Act in a very, very general way. The Governor and Council, however, is given the power to make regulations on virtually everything to do with this tribunal, including, quote, prescribing the terms and conditions of appointment of its members, end of quotation. That's section 48.47. There's nothing in the Act. We have nothing to look at to know what kind of tribunal is this going to be. Where are these members going to come from? How are they going to be appointed? How do we know that this tribunal will be a fair and adequate replacement for the courts, for example, in the case of the stream of cases that might go to them? There's actually lots of room for manipulation of that Pipeline Claims Tribunal by virtue of so much being left out of the Act itself. Other problems are more in terms of how things are left to regulation, but the Act has taken care to make sure some things cannot be regulated. For example, it appears from my reading anyway that the Governor and Council cannot prescribe higher amounts than the $1 billion on a company-by-company basis. They're allowed to say, yes, for this kind of pipeline that's much more than 250,000 barrels per day, the liability limit should be more than $1 billion. But they can't do that on a company-by-company basis, although they're specifically allowed to do it on a company-by-company basis for pipelines involving under 250,000. Therefore, if you have a company that is notorious for having problems, notorious for non-compliance, notorious for being a greater risk, and yet still is in the game, so to speak, there seems to be a prohibition on treating that company differently. There's kind of a formal equality idea here. That's a problem, I think. In terms of the amount of cash on hand a company has to keep to cover liability, the National Energy Board is not required to make sure that the money on hand includes enough money for any potential loss of non-use value, which is code in the bill for environmental damage relating to a public resource. And this is part and parcel of a couple features. We discussed it earlier in Q&A and from an earlier speech. A couple of areas in which, although the Act starts out by saying so-called non-use value, environmental damage, is covered as one of the three major heads of damage that this bill's liability provisions are meant to go to, there are other provisions in the Act that seem to claw that back. Really? So what I'd like to say in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a good start, for sure. At the same time, it is a bill that needs close scrutiny in committee, and I think it's the kind of scrutiny that will be very easy to understand in terms of what is necessary to improve the bill, and I hope all parties will gather together to do that.
Good analysis. Here.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, a number of the comments that the member has made. One of the things I'd like to pick up on, because the government will often talk in terms of the safety record of our pipelines. And one of the things that I have got to know over the years is that Canadians as a whole see the value in terms of the transportation of our oil and gas through pipelines, but they, at the same time, they do have an expectation, justifiably so, to ensure that there's a high sense of security and safety related to the pipelines. And to that extent, it's good that we have the legislation before us. And if the member might want to provide some comment in terms of just living up to the expectations that Canadians have as a whole when it comes to protecting our environment and so forth, when we talk about the whole issue of pipeline security.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. As far as I understand, it's one set of figures I have is that Canadians have differential confidence in different means of transporting oil. 29% feel confident that rail is safe. After Lac-Mégantic, I think we know why that figure is so low. 37% believe oil tanker transport is safe. That's still low. And closer to 50% think pipelines are safe. So I think it's absolutely true. Part of the premise, I think, of the question is that there is some sense that Canadians understand that pipelines, as compared to other methods, may be safer. At the same time, I want to emphasize one thing that, again, the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has been emphasizing. Diluted bitumen is a very different commodity from other forms of oil, whether it's semi-processed or more refined. And the specific problems that can be caused by spills of diluted bitumen have to make that kind of transportation by any means, but especially pipelines, over anything resembling environmentally sensitive areas, a special consideration. When we throw into that the idea that refining at source or upgrading enough at source, i.e. in Alberta, is itself going to add so much more to the value of the economy in Alberta that less has to be taken out of the ground in order to generate the same revenues. There seems to be a good case to be made for the fact that pipelines should not be used in what is ultimately a rip and ship understanding, rip and strip and ship understanding of getting bitumen out of Alberta at all costs. There are ways that a transition to a post-carbon economy, keeping as much of that in the ground as possible while allowing higher value oil to come out of Alberta, there's a way for that to be achieved as we're moving towards a greener economy.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire de l'honorable député de Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Toronto Danforth spoke about his attachment and his citizens' attachment to the environment. My constituents share the same attachment. It would appear that it was only the Conservatives who are lagging behind when it comes to disasters and to react too slowly to things that happened, like the derailment in GoGama. Now, shouldn't the government act more swiftly and better protect Canadians? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Yes. I believe that this is really the focus, to talk about the participation and the role of people in communities through which the pipeline will be transiting. And it is also important to note in the same context that when we talk about Bill C-628, tabled by our colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, which refers exactly to that, and the fact that it is very important to give a much stronger voice to local communities and to involve people in the environmental assessment process under Canadian legislation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, a great honour to rise and speak on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay. And speaking on this issue of Bill C-46, which is the so-called Pipeline Safety Act, the amendment to the National Energy Board Act. As I rise today back home, there's great concern in my region about the derailment, the third derailment in this past month in our region, 2 tanker derailments in the little community of GoGama, 1 at Hornpain. The fact that we have 29 cars carrying heavy crude going off the tracks, a number of them burning still out of control in the Matagami River right now. The Matagami River, which runs from that part of northern Ontario right through the heart of the city of Timmins, through communities like Smooth Rock Falls, up into the Missinabie and the Moose Rivers in James Bay, a huge drainage area of 37,000 kilometers that's affected. The fact that this heavy crude is burning in a fish habitat down very close to the community of Matagami First Nation, very close to GoGama. And we need to look at these issues in terms of government policy, because we saw the horrific tragedy at Lac-Mégantic this past summer, and we saw the failed safety measures. We saw the promises that have been put in place of allowing companies to look after themselves, that somehow Canadians would be better protected in this privatized world, that if you let corporations look after themselves without oversight, everything will be fine. And many, many, many good people in Lac-Mégantic died because of that. And if this train had derailed just a few kilometers off of where it did into the and not into the river, but in the community of GoGama, we could have had a repeat of Lac-Mégantic. And for all of us across so much of Canada and across the north, where our communities are built on the rail lines, across the street from my house, the Ontario Northland carries its heavy-duty sulfur cars, sulfuric acid from the smelter in Rouyn-Noranda. In fact, my home, my street address is mileage 104 on the railway line. We are so closely tied to the issues of safety. And, Mr. Speaker, I speak of that in terms of the huge economic impact the oil industry has in our country. It's a huge driver. But also we need to start addressing the growing environmental impact to make sure that there is a balance. And, you know, there will be some people who say, Mr. Speaker, well, we won't ship them by rail anymore. Let's get the pipelines through. And once the pipelines are through, we won't have to worry anymore. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of a long-term vision of this government, where they, as my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, said, they only believe in the rip and ship philosophy. There's something fundamentally economically wrong when your vision of a national economy is to take raw bitumen out of the ground, ship it 2,000 kilometers to a port in Quebec so it can be shipped off to China or someplace else to be processed. That is an abomination. That is not an economic plan. And the people who carry the risk are the people living along that pipeline, because this government stripped all the environmental protection acts in this country, stripped the Navigable Waters Act, so that the need to have the shut-off valves on the rivers, they don't exist anymore. And we're told that somehow this is in all our interests. I see the oil industry ads all over Ottawa say it's your oil, it's our oil. Let's do the right thing. It ain't our oil. It should be. It should be Canada's interest. No, it's our risk. The benefits are going to the Koch brothers in the U.S. They're going offshore. Ask any northerner at the pump. So for all the damage you've suffered in the economy lately, when have you ever had a break on your gas prices? You ain't ever got one. No. So we need to look at this. I look at this bill, and there's some good things in this bill about issues of liability. But, Mr. Speaker, I looked at it's dealing with the National Energy Board. And when I ask people back home whether or not the processes that are in place to protect the public, if I look at the National Energy Board, I don't feel much comfort. I guess if I was an oil lobbyist, I'd feel great. If I was one of the big Suncor or Sunoco, I'd think the National Energy Board, boy, those are good guys. But you look at Energy East. This is a major, major, major project that's happening. And so the public have a right to participate, because if we're talking about moving bitumen through pipeline, there needs to be public buy-in. They have to understand what is at stake. And the National Energy Board needs to hear from the citizens about what's at stake. But you don't get to write a letter to the National Energy Board. You have to write a letter in order to be able to write a letter. The National Energy Board doesn't accept unsolicited letters. No. You have to apply, and then they'll decide whether or not your opinion counts. Well, I'm sorry, that is not how you build public trust. That is not social license. The National Energy Board will decide, they get to decide whether or not your letters will be posted or whether they'll outright refuse them. And so whether granting or refusing a project application, it impinges on whether or not there's a direct effect on the person's interest, the degree of connection between the project and the person, the likelihood of severity of harm that a person is exposed to, the frequency and duration of a person's use of an area near the project. So I'm trying to interpret what that means. Maybe if I live right on top of the pipeline, I get to go to the hearings and say whether or not I like it. But if I am like the citizens of Timmins in the case of the Gogama derailment, if I'm part of the larger population of 37,000 square kilometers that has been impacted by this present derailment, do any of those people, if that was a pipeline blowout, would any of those people be allowed to speak at the National Energy Board hearings? Because, Mr. Speaker, the issue we're dealing with here, again, with crude, with oil, with a national vision that says there's no point processing and upgrading in our own country where we can create value-added jobs and ensure that the great gifts that we have in terms of resources, of oil and gas, of mineral production, that there's no national vision to upgrade, to make sure there's value added, so we're taking less out of the ground because we're going to actually see more in our economy, that there's no vision of that. But we're being told that somehow we should trust the pipeline agenda because this government has turned our country into a petrostate. And like all petrostates are corrupt. We see their attack on bird watchers, on environmental organizations, on anyone who speaks up against their agenda. And we're supposed to believe that bitumen, well, it's just like oil, but it's not, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking at Bill C-46, and they talk about $1 billion liability. Well, $1 billion liability was passed in terms of the damage that Enbridge did to the Kalamazoo River. And they're still being ordered by the Environmental Protection Agency to go back and fix the damage that they did to the Kalamazoo River. They may not ever be able to fix the damage that they did to the Kalamazoo River. And that was because they didn't have the proper oversight. So I'm thinking of a pipeline running through northern Ontario like the way the train ran through Gogama. If there's a blowout and it's carrying bitumen, is there enough protection in this bill to offset the billions of dollars in damage that will accrue? If this Northern Gateway pipeline had ever gone through, where you were blowing bitumen out through the BC mountains, how would you get to that? You know, when you drive up through mountains in BC and you see sometimes there's trucks at the bottom because it was too difficult to get down to get the trucks that went off the edge, that we'd be able to somehow get the bitumen off those rivers. That's why President Obama rejected Keystone. He rejected Keystone contrary to the demands of the Liberal Party leader and the Conservative Party leader because he said it wasn't in America's interest to take the risk without the benefit. So I'm looking, Mr. Speaker, in terms of where we need to be with an economy. Our natural resources are vital to us, but it has to be done. There has to be social license. It has to be done in terms of safety, and it has to be done with the long-term implications that if you're going to be moving products like bitumen out of the ground, that you're doing it in a safe way. They failed with our rail, and we've had too many accidents, and we need accountability there. But if we're supposed to trust that this bill will protect us on pipelines when we see the collusion of the oil interests in the Conservative government, I don't believe them, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe them for a moment, and I don't think Canadians believe them either. So we are interested in this bill. We want to bring it to committee, but there's a bigger issue about environmental accountability that has to be addressed by this nation.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments from the member. He makes significant reference to rail and points out the many deficiencies. And I think that it's reflective. His colleague just gave some percentage in terms of what Canadians really believe. And it is clear that there is a great deal of concern in regards to the shipping of oil and gas products via train related to safety. But it's nowhere near the same concern in regards to pipelines. Canadians as a whole tend to have more or tend to give more support to the transportation through the pipelines. My question to the member is related to the trains. And if the marketplace, whether it's here in Canada or abroad, is, as is being projected, to continue to grow in its demand, what is the member's thoughts in terms of train transportation of this natural resource versus pipeline? And if he wants to add on the issue of the security component, that would be nice.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think it's interesting the fact that there has been up to this point in Canada a higher comfort level with pipelines because we're used to pipelines in Canada. The natural gas pipelines that run across this nation they're part of the economic engine, and we're used to them. But we're dealing with something different here when we're talking about high-pressure bitumen, and when we're talking about pipelines that are 40 and 60 years old. These raise serious questions. And when you see the stripping of the environmental protection laws that have happened in this country, it undermines people's confidence, and it undermines the confidence of our international partners. I don't know why President Obama would ever stand up with this Prime Minister and say, yes, we love your oil agenda because you stripped all the environmental laws, you act like a gang of ruffians when you talk about anything about the environment, you insult the environment, you act like you believe you're in the end times and you want to get the oil out as quickly as possible. None of our international partners are going to be wanting to be close to that. So if we're going to have confidence in whether it's rail or whether it's in pipeline, there needs to, number one, be some sense that this government actually cares about what's happening with the environment. And number two, that they care about safety. Because at the end of the day, we are a resource-based nation. We need to develop our resource, but we need to develop it in a way that is safe, that is environmentally progressive, and one that respects the overall world movement to try and deal with this carbon and climate crisis.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable colleague mentioned the fact that the Liberal Party supports Keystone XL, and this pipeline safety bill is long overdue. I can say, add to the support of Keystone, that in my region of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, the Enbridge Line 9 was outside of regulations since 1999. So it shows that each of these two parties here in this House have been equally irresponsible in their care of the nation's pipelines. So could my honourable friend, could he expound a bit on why we're standing opposed to Keystone and how that differentiates us from the Liberal Party? And
the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. You have a little better than a minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Keystone doesn't make sense. If we've been told about the thousands and thousands of jobs by the Liberal leader and the Conservative leader, we're talking about building a pipeline to the Montana border, then the resources leave us. We're talking about exporting the product so it can be value added elsewhere so that other countries make the most of it. What we need to do is to move beyond this crazy idea of shipping raw product thousands of kilometers to a port, and we actually do the value added in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Canada, so that we're creating the most, and we actually benefit as a nation from it, because right now, the Keystone Plan, it's dead in the U.S. Nobody wants to talk about it except the Koch brothers, the Republicans, and the Conservative and Liberal leader. People have moved on. We need to get our heads around moving towards a progressive economic, environmental plan that will create long-term jobs, and that when we're using natural resources like dirty oil, that we're doing it within a limited capacity, so we're actually lessening the impact on our planet.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I am speaking to this bill because, like most of my colleagues have already said, it's a bill that is very important because it is a good additional step towards the principle of polluter pays. And I think that is something that is essential considering the rapid increase of exports of various sources of oil and gas in Canada, and considering the consequences that may entail. And when we think about the debate that this stirs up in the population, well, we're talking about different means of transport, rail, pipeline. Well, therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we move forward in the best way possible.
Like all my DP colleagues, I haven't heard anyone disagree. We will support this bill at second reading, first on the basic principle, but also because there are some truly positive elements in this bill. However, that support is conditional on the fact that we have a proper, full study of this bill at the committee stage so that we can look at what is good in this bill and what can be improved and what improvements we can suggest. And we hope that this debate will happen in the best possible conditions. And so I'm going to start, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take this ball and run with it and say that I'm happy that this bill is not currently under time allocation. That may or may not happen, and maybe I'm living dangerously by saying out loud that there's no time allocation on this bill. I don't want to give my Conservative colleagues any ideas to impose time allocation on this, but this is something that is worth noting. It's very important that we have as full a debate as possible and that we be able to highlight different parts of Canada in this debate, because we represent people who live in very different parts of the country. For example, my colleague who spoke previously from Timmins James Bay, who represents a very, very, very large area. And I represent, well, a much smaller urban area, but an urban area that is at risk, if you will, with certain pipeline projects. It's at risk of being adversely affected if there's an accident. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what's very important here is that the principle of polluter pays is a principle that is encouraging. It allows us to bring in prevention. It encourages best practices. Companies that want to build and exploit pipelines will be led to go much further when it comes to putting in safety measures. They will double or even triple monitoring or measures to prevent spills. And if ever there are spills, they will do their best to limit those spills to the maximum possible. Because, as some of our colleagues have mentioned, there have been some terrible accidents. For example, the terrible spill that took place in Kalamazoo, in the Kalamazoo River, which was greatly harmed by a major spill. A spill that, if we look at the results of the investigation that was undertaken afterwards, it was very troubling to see the way that that pipeline was operated. A company here was providing the minimum service necessary. There was not enough, there were not enough measures nearby to fight the spill. They were unable to identify the anomaly that caused the spill, and they weren't able to rapidly fix the spill. And this is not benign, Mr. Speaker, because, as you know, it's very clear we can exploit our natural resources in a responsible way without sacrificing environmental sustainability and social acceptability. I bring up these concepts because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the environment and economic development can go hand in hand. We've spoken of the idea of having an added value project, among others, by refining and in this country, refining the crude oil. But we can also develop expertise which could be exported and could be used here in Canada in such a way as to create jobs and help us prevent spills, reduce risk for that infrastructure that's already in place. Another aspect that's very important after talking about sustainability is the question of social acceptability and the involvement of partnerships that could be put in place with communities that are affected in one way or another by pipelines, if a pipeline were to go through a community or pass nearby. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is very demanding to do. Everyone knows that, but it's essential. Because once people's voices have been heard, once people are convinced that their concerns have been taken into consideration, well, that leads to collaboration, that leads to solutions and results that will prevent the unilateral imposition of certain aspects of a project that could lead to very strong legal battles. And it's understandable, because when people understand that their safety and the safety of their friends and families is directly threatened, well, we can't reproach them for reacting in a very strong way, for wanting to block projects like in certain parts of our country. There are many projects that are being studied, projects that are being developed, and they are being contested as we speak. So these questions of environmental sustainability and social acceptability, if those terms can be met, we can end up with projects that provide benefits for everyone. And now it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that this bill be properly studied, be fully studied in committee. It's important that we hear from a large number of witnesses, and I'm not talking just about expert witnesses, but also representatives of communities, everyday Canadians who are faced with pipelines, everyday Canadians who already live near pipelines. It's very important that we look at how some of the more questionable aspects of this bill could be improved. There's one aspect in particular that I'd like to mention, and that's the absolute liability of $1 billion when negligence is not proven. And thank you for letting me know when my time is up. If $1 billion, well, that might seem like a lot of money. It's a huge amount of money. But what meaning does that have, for example, for communities like, for example, Quebec City, where we find my riding of Beauport-Limoilou, if, for example, a pipeline project affected the water sources that provide drinking water for hundreds of thousands of people? That's the case with some major rivers and lakes in my area. Well, if those sources of water were affected by spills, the loss, even if responsibility is not proven, even if the company is not responsible, if it's truly an accident, the losses would go well over $1 billion. And here, once again, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Beauport, Limoilou, and Quebec City, what meaning does this number have if natural spaces are damaged irreparably? Well, it's essential that the companies understand to what extent their responsibility must be absolute, so that they do everything they possibly can to prevent accidents.
That's the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The future prospect and the potential of the development of the Keystone pipeline provides all sorts of opportunities. There's been a number of stakeholders. His own party indicates that the Liberal Party supports it and the NDP oppose it. But there's, at the local level, at the provincial level, government wanting to move forward with the Keystone project. There needs to be a lot of work done on it. The current government has, in fact, dropped the ball on the issue. But if the pipeline doesn't go ahead, that would mean that we'd have to find other modes of transporting that natural resource into the States. So my question to the member is, does he believe that we should be looking at other alternatives outside of pipeline building and constructing and moving it through a pipeline, such as rail, which is not as safe as a pipeline? Or does he believe that we should be limiting the amount of exportation of oil? And I know the standard line that they often given is, well, go to refineries, refine it. Well, we're not seeing refineries built. Are the NDP proposing that if they were in government that they would actually build a refinery?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and his question is very interesting because, well, indeed, beyond the Keystone XL project, we have a social debate, a societal debate. What should we do with our natural resources, and to what extent are we ready to move forward? And, you know, Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservatives go ahead calling for exports at all prices, massive exports of our crude raw resources. And we could ask, why are we forcing the Canadian population to act this way? Because beyond the problems, you know that raw bitumen has to be mixed with certain chemicals so that it can be transported in pipelines. Well, that creates a very dangerous cocktail. And here in Canada, we're exporting those risks to other countries in the world. In the case of Keystone XL, we'd be exporting that risk to the United States. We could also talk about China and Europe. So why would we want at all costs to go ahead in this way with no value added, without taking a minute to stop and think about what is the optimal solution? And you know, from that point of view, there are a lot of countries in the world that have shown the path to follow by taking a much more well thought out and respectful approach. Respectful to both people and the planet.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for his excellent work and for his excellent speech. And indeed, this bill is a step in the right direction. But what's not a right step in the right direction is what's lacking in this bill. And this is important to note, that since 2011, the Conservatives have been attacking environmental laws. They have diminished environmental protections in this country, and they've limited consultations with Canadians. And now we have bills like, projects rather, like Energy East, which is going to go through Quebec, and people are concerned because environmental protections have been diminished and because the consultations are being undertaken in are being undertaken too quickly. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about what's lacking in this bill. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his question, and indeed, I would like to thank him for the work that he's done as a critic on environmental issues for the NDP, because he's asking a very good question. In this bill, if we consider, for example, the dismantling of the review process for any pipeline, with everything in the hands of the National Energy Board, which doesn't really have the trust of Canadians right now. Well, by putting everything in their hands, the support that Canadians might have for pipelines like Energy East is being undermined. Everything that's being done seems to be aimed at pushing these projects down people's throats without trying to make the projects acceptable to Canadians in any way. And we don't know what, for example, the greenhouse gas emissions of these projects will be. So Canadians feel like they're being taken hostage by projects that they have no control over, and that's very unfortunate.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you. I apologize, I was waiting for the writing to be called. I rise today to speak in favor of this bill. I think it's important when public safety issues are in front of us that we get them to committee as quickly as possible. I think we all have faith or hope that the committee process will improve safety issues when there is discrepancy or concern that they're too soft. But we also recognize that the government on this measure is attempting to correct a problem which has been left long-standing for far too long. The issue of moving volatile substances safely through this country is going to be with us regardless of what side of the climate change debate we end up on, regardless of which side of the pipelines debates we move on, which side of the rail lines we come down on, because of one very simple fact. Moving resources to market requires us to manage some difficult chemicals and some difficult substances. Getting it right gives us peace of mind, but also protects people. And it also protects the environment if we do it properly. And the concerns you're starting to hear about this bill aren't so much with the intent, we support that, aren't so much with the provisions to strengthen what are already lax laws, as we can see with past pipeline incidents, But the concerns are about oversight. This parallels another conversation that's happening in this building, again about public safety. Oversight works when it's independent and when it's vigorous and when it's well supported with research, facts, and investigative powers, but also with accountability models. And the concerns that are present with this bill reach those same areas as I just listed. But for myself, who represents a riding in the city of Toronto where the rail lines move through at the south and the north end of the riding, getting pipelines right is extraordinarily important for the safety of the residents that I represent and am speaking for here today. Every one of the derailments that's been listed in this House during this debate, and including the ones that happened over the weekend, the second derailment in Gagoma this month, every one of those derailments would have made it through the heart of the city of Toronto, but for the poor luck to have it happen where it did, could have happened in one of the most densely populated parts of Toronto, one of the most densely populated parts of Canada, and the impact would have been beyond catastrophic. I don't think there's a word to describe what the scenario would have looked like. We have huge issues. And it's precisely because of the lack of public oversight and of independent oversight over these public safety issues that even though we support the general intent of these sorts of bills, we get shy about them and we get very nervous about them. And you can start to hear the corrections that we think, if tabled and accepted, would make this bill a better bill. You can start hearing the voice being given to those suggestions, and hopefully they'll be heard inside the parliamentary committee. In particular on rail, if we don't move volatile chemicals by pipeline, they will move to market by rail. And quite clearly, accident after accident after accident, and allowing the industry to self-regulate and diluting the accountability models is having a devastating impact on the quality of transportation and the quality of our resource management system. It's precisely because of the way we've walked away from enforcement and regulation and accountability, in particular around oil, in particular around pipelines, that our trading partners, and in particular the United States of America, have moved away from trusting us to manage these files properly. And as a result, even the most enthusiastic supporters of the oil sands now can't get that product to market efficiently. And with the rail accidents, right now, there's actually no way of getting it to the East Coast. It's this thought that somehow not providing good government, not providing good oversight, not providing independent accountability models is somehow going to make things better. That's exactly what's made things worse. And so while we watch this pipeline proposal move through the House and on to committee, this is exactly the time and exactly the opportunity that the government should be seizing to show us that they can listen, that they can take the good ideas coming from industry, the environmental movement, from parliamentarians, from ordinary citizens, and actually craft legislation that gives people peace of mind, that there won't be a major accident, and if there are accidents, containment strategies are in place, and if containment strategies fail, accountability is there. Losing the drinking water for a small town, or losing the capacity to manage the environment for a long term because of a catastrophic spill, is an unacceptable outcome to economic development. Surely, in this day and age, we're smart enough to manage the resources more effectively. Part of it is about exploring upstream possibilities around refinement. But when I hear the opposition party talk about doing all the refining in Canada, we know that the refined capacity of North America is stronger than the supply right now. And the challenge with that is that unless you're prepared to subsidize the oil and gas industry to provide new forms of refinement, new forms of downstream processing, there's no way of realizing the vision they've placed on the table as an alternative to pipelines or rail. So, with the economic reality staring us in the face, with the understanding that resources are going to move to market, the issue falls to us to find the right balance. Refine where we can? Absolutely. Move when we have to? We must accomplish this. But to move safely is the issue. And the challenge we're having with this legislation, again, comes down to the oversight. If you take a look at the National Energy Board, it has become a de facto rubber stamp for decisions that have already been made by the government. The quality of the people appointed are not sufficient to give us a sense of confidence that if there is an issue that needs to be addressed, we're going to get a response both in a timely fashion, in a proactive fashion, but also in an accountable way. And that's the issue that concerns us. So as this bill, with our support, makes it to the parliamentary committees, please don't do with it what you've done with so many other bills. Refuse to listen to opposition ideas, refuse to listen to expert opinion, refuse to listen to the concerns of ordinary Canadians, and refuse to act in the interests of all of us together in concert. Please hold meaningful hearings, change the accountability model, create independence for the accountability model, and go forward. I think you'll find that all of us can support moves like that and strengthen the capacity of this government to do what it's supposed to do, which is not just stand back and eliminate government, but in fact push government forward into a position where it can be effective and deliver the economic results we all want it to. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Député
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the Conservatives, we had the Liberals in government. And I would like to know whether the Liberal government had any good reason for not really transforming the energy regulatory bodies and what they would do concretely.
Spadina.
Well, this is an evolving issue, and I think that one of the things that happened in the last 15 years was the rate of change within the oil fields has been very hard to keep pace with. So the scope of the challenge has grown. I mean, if you look at rail alone, in 2011 it was only 68,000 carloads of resource coming out of Alberta that was moving through the rest of the country. Within 2 years, it doubled to more than 120,000 carloads. So the rate of increase and the technological change, and in fact what's being shipped, is changing. And so you know, looking back 20 or 15 years doesn't provide us a blueprint for the future. What we know is that the product is more volatile than it used to be. What we know is that the direction it's moving is changing as we speak. And what we know is the rate of extraction and the rate of shipment has multiplied by at least double since the start of this decade. And so going back and asking us what we would have done in 2008 or 2009 is not the issue. The challenge that's in front of us now is that so much of this is moving by rail. If we were to shift to pipelines, the pipelines don't have the capacity or technically sufficient in their structure to carry this. And with that volatility now in play, it requires a response. And so looking to the future, I think, is where we need to focus. And looking backwards in time is not going to resolve the issue that we have in front of us today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague. Very well done. I wanted to know if maybe he can provide some further comment in regards to the issue of the importance of having strong federal or national leadership on the whole idea of pipelines and whether it's the Keystone or other, given the very importance to our environment and our economy. And that is something that we have seen that has been somewhat lacking. But it's so critically important, working with our First Nations, or I should say the First Nations, or our provinces. It's a very important thing to do. It's getting that social contract, and maybe if he could provide some comment in regards to that.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, the role of the federal government is not just to make decisions, but to build consensus around decisions to make sure that what we do is, in fact, benefiting as many people as possible in the most efficient way possible while protecting the environment. They aren't exclusive dynamics. They're dynamics which actually we have to keep into balance. And so one of the things that concerns all of us is, as we see the pipeline issue get raised, is the my way or the highway attitude of the government. You know, listening and learning from your critics is the best way to improve a policy. And the absence of that consensus, the absence of reaching out to create partnerships that work, is a huge challenge. It's as big a challenge as just arbitrarily saying we're going to build a new refinery on the East Coast and create jobs. if the market's not there, if the capacity already exists and you're trying to replicate the capacity that's simply replicate it in Canada, you're offering false promise to the East Coast. You're not telling people in central Canada the truth because there's not necessarily a market or a way of getting it to tide on the East Coast. And at the end of the day, it's not something which necessarily gets buy-in if you're going to simply tax the resource to pay for the downstream expansion when capacity operates. We've got to work in partnership. And the absence of that collaborative process and that collaborative perspective and the inability to listen in committee, I think, is one of the hallmarks of this government. And one of the reasons they aren't getting progress on this file and so many other files, especially on the international front, is they refuse to collaborate. You can see it in the cities of this town, and you can see it in the capitals around the world. A failure to collaborate is hurting the Canadian economy, and ironically, and sadly, it's defeating the interests of the very province that seems to elect nothing but Conservatives.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Superior North on the environment.
Third, the Honourable Member for Quebec, the Quebec Bridge.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just say at the beginning that it is the Quebec Week for Intellectual Disabilities, and therefore I hope that that is something we will talk about a lot more, and that there will be less prejudice toward these people. And I want to mark this week.
I rise today in support of Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act at its second reading. Bill C-46 amends the statutory liability regime for federally regulated pipelines in Canada. The bill includes absolute liability for all National Energy Board regulated pipelines. Under the new law, firms' oil leaks and spill liability will be augmented up to $1 billion for major oil pipelines to cover costs of a large-scale rupture regardless of fault. Those are pipelines that have the capacity to transport at least 250,000 barrels of oil per day. They will continue to have unlimited liability when they are at fault or demonstrated negligence. The National Energy Board is set to take control of oil spill cleanups. As policymakers, it is our duty to have an in-depth analysis of all the provisions that are part of a bill and shed light on dark corners. Although this bill contains important measures that will allow the greater liability in the event of a disaster or a leak of oil, it remains a serious cause for concern, which is mainly due to a lack of clarity and a lack of certainty. A lack of clarity because when the cleaning costs surpass $1 million, C-46 does not provide clear indications as to who will end up assuming the cleaning cost where there is no proof of fault or negligence. And a lack of certainty because the implementation of many of the proposed changes are left to the discretion of the National Energy Board or Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, although it is important to identify those responsible for cleanup so that polluters pay the costs of the pollution that they cause, we have to make sure first and foremost that all the preventive measures necessary have been carried out and strengthened when energy is transported so that we have the best possible conditions. Our first priority is to prevent spills from happening. Production and transportation of crude oil has to be done with an improvement to safety measures, regardless of how the oil is transported. Today, many Canadians have no confidence in how oil is transported. Only 29% think that rail transportation is safe. 37, in Lac Mégantic, of course, we know the incident that happened there, and just more recently in Northern Ontario, people are concerned. In my riding, there are a lot of cars coming through with this kind of product. 37% of Canadians think that tankers are safe, and 47% think that pipelines are safe. These perceptions are influenced by the increasing number of accidents that have happened over the past 10 years. The most recent Canadian Transportation Safety Agency report shows that pipeline accidents have increased significantly between 2004 and 2014. They rose from 71 to 118 accidents. In 2011, the Environment Commissioner pointed out that the National Energy Board had not resolved various known problems and had not been able to make sure that pipelines were well maintained. The Conservatives haven't set up a good monitoring system, but the NDP wants to resolve these problems and feels that we need solid regulation, increased monitoring and scrutiny of any infrastructure, and we need a more rigorous environmental assessment process again. We also need legislative provisions that will provide for rigorous environmental assessments. We don't need the kind of environmental regulations that we have now and that the Conservative government keeps violating. The process has to be collaborative and involve communities, government organizations, provinces, territories, and the First Nations. Mr. Speaker, although Bill C-46 represents progress and improves the liability regime, especially by strengthening the NEB's powers, the bill is still too vague and does not respond to crucial issues. The bill raises the question of whether taxpayers will have to assume the costs of cleanup if they go beyond $1 billion when there is no fault or negligence that has been proved. And there are too many provisions that create uncertainty because their implementation will be at the discretion of the National Energy Board or Cabinet, especially because there are too few aspects of Bill C-46 that are mandatory, and enforcement of many of them will depend on the measures that the government takes. Bill C-46 leaves too much latitude for decisions that might be made for political purposes or secret deals between operators and the NEB. A number of players in the civil society have reservations, and I just want to give you an example. For example, Ian Miron, who works for Eco-Justice as a lawyer, has said that Bill C-46 is too discretionary in the sense that its influence is largely dependent on how the NEB and Cabinet decide to implement certain provisions. It is conceivable that some measures might be implemented for political or other reasons. A new Democratic Party government will provide Canada with a sustainable industry, will enforce environmental legislation, and take into account cumulative effects and the need for better public safety and respect for First Nations rights. New Democrats understand the need to stop depending too much on fossil fuels. We have a vision that will lead to economic growth and job creation and also environmental and social sustainability. We feel that we need to develop renewable energy resources like hydroelectricity, tidal energy, biomass, and this will create many good jobs and make Canada a leader in this field. New Democrats have often criticized the lack of action and leadership by this Conservative government when it comes to investing in green, renewable energy solutions. We need to take this approach because Canada needs to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and promote innovation. Canadians deserve to be represented by a government with a vision, with its eyes on the future, that wants to create a balance between economic development and protection of the environment. We will better manage our natural resources and invest where it needs to be done. I have received many emails and telephone calls and people talking to me when I go door to door on this issue. They are concerned about their energy future. People feel that we depend too much on fossil fuels. I think this is an issue that is a priority. It is a crucial issue, and although this is a step in the right direction, we need to improve this bill. We believe in the polluter pays principle, but I think I have shown that there are flaws in the legislation. I hope that the government and the other parties will work together on this because it is very important for Canada and our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
And comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think that we're at an interesting point in terms of the debate in regards to our natural resources. So I think it's worth pursuing it in the form of a question. It's been brought forward by members of the members' party in regards to opposition, outright denial, and saying that we don't need Keystone. The NDP tend to say that we should look at ways in which we can reduce worldwide potential consumption of oil-based products, as an example. My question to the member is, does she believe that Canada should be looking at reducing its exportation of bitumen and other oil type of products?
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. My remarks were really directed at this idea of the need to reduce fossil fuels. I don't think we can change the situation from one day to the next, but it is important that Canada move in that direction. I think that Canadians need to think about this as parliamentarians. We need to look at where we are going and whether we talk about exports, our own behavior, the way we develop our resources. We are dependent on them, but we need to take an intelligent approach because our future generations will pay the price.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, this bill is a step in the right direction. Finally, we're going to implement the principle of polluter pays. That's a good thing because we have long had this principle as the very basis of sustainable development, and we want to apply it. But there are still some improvements to be brought to this bill. And one of the major problems, is what is missing from this bill. I've been sitting on the Environment Committee since I was elected, and what I have realized since 2011 is that instead of improving environmental safeguards, the Conservatives have weakened them year after year after year. And that means that it's very difficult to have a pipeline that will receive social license, given that it is being put in place without any true rigorous environmental process. And that means that people have doubts about the safety of that pipeline. So I'd like to hear my colleague on the importance of having what is missing from this bill, that is proper environmental assessment processes and environmental safeguards that are stringent enough to ensure social license for pipelines in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for the good work that he does on the committee. I think that I know that he has worked very hard since he was elected. He talked about social license, and that is very, very important right now, because the public is it mistrusts this government so much, and it has so many doubts with regard to the National Energy Board, that obviously it is logical that people are asking questions because there is no trust. I talked earlier about Canadians' trust in transporting natural resources. That's another very important aspect. And my colleague also talked about all these environmental assessments that are being done. Now, we saw this with the Gros-Cacuna oil terminal. The public had to rally, had to mobilize for months and months to get the outcome that we have seen. There were protests, there were demonstrations, many people from civil society and many environmental groups and marine biodiversity experts had to turn out, had to speak very loudly for the government to hear them and to put a stop to that project. So it is not logical or natural, in my opinion, for people to have to mobilize and engage so much for the government to hear people. So at the root of things, is the government really conducting a proper and adequate environmental assessment process? I don't think so, but I think it is its responsibility to regain the trust of Canadians. It is its responsibility to prove that it really wants to have environmental safeguards for Canada that the public will be able to trust, that people will be able to believe in and appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, we are debating Bill C-46, which is the Pipeline Safety Act. Our party is going to support this bill at second reading because we want to take it further. We think that it's a good step forward, but we need to continue because we dream of a country that, like Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, have use clean energies and provide good service to their citizens without the harmful effects of pollution. We know that this bill is a step forward, but there are a great many proposals and amendments that we will have to put forward in order to make this a good bill. Bill C-46 leaves a great deal of decision leeway for political decision makers and for the NEB. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, and there are many things that are left up to the discretion of the minister when it comes to regulations. And sometimes they do not go in the same vein as the Act. So I would like to see a bill that doesn't have any gaps or flaws, but in general there are gaps in these bills. This bill does not necessarily put in place absolute liability for oil and gas corporations. That will also be determined by future regulations by Cabinet. We know that Cabinet is the executive branch, it is not the legislative branch. So there, once again, I fear that partisanship will reign. Now, that has to do with the bill. We in the NDP, we feel it is important we think it is important to convince the oil and gas companies to become responsible and accountable with regard to the environment. We know that the transport of crude oil is done either by pipelines or trains, and that poses many risks to Canadian safety, so Canadians need to be reassured. We think that Canada should take measures to ensure that when we transport natural resources and dangerous goods, that this is done as safely as possible, because we need to encourage and reassure our citizens. The population must be consulted extensively. We always remember the tragedy of Lac Mégantic, and we saw that there was another derailment on the weekend of trains transporting oil. There was a fire, but luckily no one died. But it's scary, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about public safety. If oil companies really want to have the trust of the public, they need to consult the Canadians and not leave it up solely to people who are making the money here. It needs to take Canadians into account as decision makers. Now, people are starting to organize and speak out against pipelines. For example, there was an article in Le Devoir where they talk about how the public is against Energy East. Some 15,000 people turned out to demonstrate against it. The mayor of Mascouche, Mr. Tremblay, said that we don't want Energy East to transit through our territory. And people don't want to see Energy East in the northern part of Montreal either. And this is important for the protection of natural sites as well as for the public. So if carriers, well, obviously they have a limit of liability, but that's not sufficient. They have to make the energy production safer and more sustainable in order to allay the fears of citizens. So there are mayors that are already against Energy East, and not all of them, but there are many. And there are other citizens groups who are worried. There's another article from Le Devoir says that there is a project that threatens an early childhood center, a child care center, because of the reversal of Line 9. It would go right through this child care center's backyard. So think of people who have young children. It is our children who will pay the price. Now, they are talking about a pipeline that would transport 300,000 barrels per day. And once again, it would go through the backyard of that child care center. People don't know what are going to happen. So the oil companies must give citizens real answers. We're talking here about people who fear for the safety of their children. Now, that is very serious, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the Montreal metropolitan community, they think that there are many questions that remain unanswered. People have not been consulted, and the responses are not clear enough, especially with regard to emergency and contingency plans. In the bill, there is nothing about that at all. However, in meetings, the municipalities are supposed to be consulted very soon. So the municipalities are supposed to trust these people. But people should not be duped. People should not be taken for puppets, and they're not going to accept just anything. It goes much deeper than that. And in Quebec, also there have been the alarm has been sounded because people are very worried about the reversal of Line 9. So they're talking about that there will be corrosion in some of these pipelines. So the preliminary route runs very close to certain power transmission lines. So they are worried, very worried about this. And yet this is supposed to transport clean energy. They are also worried about the consequences that these pipelines might have on local populations. They are likely to cause problems of corrosion to the pipelines. So we definitely need a more in-depth study. Now, in the western part of the country, the corporations, certain oil companies are talking about what needs to be done to make everything safe. Now, certain companies, such as Greenpeace, have made it clear that there are certain risks. So we, as legislators, we want better laws, but we need to be even more ambitious than that. So in that regard, I only have 2 minutes left. So there was a report that said that any oil spill would have to be cleaned up, obviously. But at the end of the day, if we calculate the number of accidents with regard to this pipeline, we can see that there is a constant increase of such accidents over the past 10 years. So if we compare ourselves to European countries, well, since the oil crisis in 2010, all other countries have been seeking alternative sources of energy, and that works. For example, Sweden uses a great deal of green energy, some 16,000 kilowatts per person, and their GHG emissions have dropped at the same time. So, and they also use wind energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to continue to work. We need to go further. This bill is a step in the right direction, but we need to do more work, and it is up to us to take this very seriously, because our children's health and the health of this planet depend upon it. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague in her speech and would like to recognize in the House that if she drove or if she flew or if she heats her house or if she eats, she's part of the consumer demand. And all of us here are part of that, so we all bear a responsibility. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'd like to do, first of all, is to recognize the incredible innovation of engineers who are building these pipelines, the ones who have actually done the construction. I was very privileged when I was a university student to work in an engineering office where they had both a civil end and they had an industrial end. One of my responsibilities in the drafting office was to work under the design draftsman who prepared the drawings, and then we had to go out and inspect the pipelines that were being put in for water and sewer and for the gas lines. And I often had to tell contractors that they needed more granular B down there to put the pipeline in place. And I feel I had a very privileged opportunity to do that. I wonder if the member knows how much incredible engineering has gone into the construction of the actual pipeline, and that when they have these intelligence pigs that they send through to investigate the integrity of the pipeline, that these intelligence pigs can actually detect a piece of corrosion in that pipeline that is the size of a piece of rice. So incredible, incredible engineering that has gone in. I compliment our engineers for the design work that they have done, and I wonder if that member would be prepared to hear from some of the engineers who have done the design work in our universities, in our construction companies here in Canada, and ask them for their opinion on the safety of our pipelines that go across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. I would just like to state that I use public transit, and I heat my home with electricity, and obviously the engineers have much to say and they work very hard, but there are also green technologies that are very sustainable, and I think we need to focus on those energies because it is a way of taking care of our planet. So I'd like to hear from people who know about wind energy and hydroelectricity and tidal energy as well. There are many sources of green energy. We have the capacity, we have all these possibilities, we have engineers and entrepreneurs who can tell us about these different sources. But for the Conservatives, it's all about oil. It doesn't mean that we're not going to support this bill at second reading. We will, because it's a step in the right direction. But there are other sources of energy, and we need to focus on them and open the door to them.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, I must say I'm a very big fan of hydro energy. After all, in Manitoba, as in Quebec, hydro energy is very important. The member made reference, and she's not the only individual that has done so, but whether it's Keystone, and in her comments she made reference to Energy East as projects that the NDP does not appear to want to support. I'm wondering if she could just give affirmation to that and why it is that she feels that they're not worthy of support.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you to my colleague for the question. When I was talking about Energy East, it was to give the example that we must listen to citizens. Social license is fundamental to economic development of our country and society in general. We have to stop thinking that it is just a small group of people who make the decisions. People, all citizens, must be listened. And I gave some of my examples. People who work in a child care center, well, their pipeline is going to go right behind them in their backyard. Well, and they don't want those kind of things that close to children. We did not say an absolute no, but we want to listen to what the citizens have to say. We are representatives of Canadians, of voters, and we must make decisions taking their opinions into account. So here we are trying to be the mouthpiece for people who don't have a voice otherwise. So those people are part of decision making. So that does not mean that we are saying a flat out no, but we just want to reach a decision collectively with all Canadian citizens. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mamini, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to speak to Bill C-46, a very important bill. It's at second reading, and we are going to support it at this stage, but the bill still has a number of flaws. For people who are listening to us on CPAC, this is an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. So it is at second reading. So what that means is that we have not yet adopted this act in its final form. Many of us are going to support this bill because it is important. It is because we want to study it in committee because there are a great many amendments that we're going to bring forward. So we'll see how the work goes in committee. And then we'll see whether we support it at subsequent stages and whether we adopt it in its final version if it is good for Canada. In 2013, 1.3 million barrels were transported through federal jurisdictions of Canada. So that's how important this topic is. In my riding of Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, currently, we have to deal with the presence of all this because there are processes that have been launched, but they're crooked. As we know, there is a methane port that has been launched in my riding. It is called it has to do with the Energy East pipeline. And it is completely absurd because on the one side, the proponent is not clarifying anything about the project before the end of March, whereas the National Energy Board is calling for local players to decide now whether they are going to be part of consultations in a few months. So there are people who are very competent, who are spending hundreds of thousands of hours to prepare for their participation in these hearings that will deal probably on something other that is being presented by the proponent and the developer. So once again, this makes this bill very, very current and very topical for the people I represent. Here are a few explanations with regard to this bill. This bill includes absolute liability for all pipelines operated by the National Energy Board. That means that the companies will be responsible for liability with no fault of up to $1 billion. And so those that transport at least 250,000 barrels per day. $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, well, for someone in the middle class who is, sitting in Longueuil, Trois-Pistoles, listening to us, well, that can seem like an awful lot of money. Wow, $1 billion. I could do a lot of that, a lot with that.
What I'd like to remind people is that we have to think about proportions. And think about Lac Mégantic, for example. It would not have been covered by this bill. We're talking exclusively about what can happen here with pipelines. So in a context like Lac Mégantic, for the money that had been paid out to the families as compensation would be $200 million. Cleaning up the center, the downtown, is $180 million. 80% of the oil flowed into the river, largely. So the cleanup will take years, and we don't know how much it's going to cost, but it will be several hundreds of millions of dollars over the years. So when we look at Lac Mégantic alone, you start to realize what the proportions are that we're talking about here. $1 billion is almost a minimum here. There's no guarantee that this kind of insurance, the kind of insurance that should be there to protect us in the case of an incident, would be there. And here's another example. It's very tough. It might be the worst one in North America. And at least 3 of my colleagues talked about it earlier. In Kalamazoo in Michigan, and involved Enbridge. Something like 4 million liters of crude oil was spilled into the river, and it took 4 or 5 years of work to clean this up. And 80% of the bitumen that was spilled there is still in the river. And so that's another example that really gives us an idea of what is happening with that. I'm wondering where this $1 billion figure came from. Why $1 billion? Because when specialists got together and sat around the table, it just seems like something that, you know, sounds good for in an election campaign or something. It sounds like, well, you know, you can understand what that means easily enough if you say $1 billion. So it seems like they just decided to have some kind of floor, some kind of basic number. You know, maybe 1.2, 1.3 would have been better, but $1 billion is easy to remember, you know? So I'm hoping that questions will be asked up front by the committee that will study this bill. So, just in terms of liability, it would only be if they were found to be negligent. What would happen if they were found not necessarily to be? So we're talking about companies that are very wealthy, so if they wanted to hire an army of lawyers to come out and demonstrate that it wasn't their fault, well, I think you could be a better judge of this than me, but how many years could it take if somebody was challenging this fault, this liability decision? And this is, and I'm just trying to recall all of the details by memory here, but what if it's 6 years after the event? You can only have up to 6 years, I think, to ask for compensation if you were a victim. It doesn't make any sense. Kalamazoo, they've been cleaning up the mess for 5 years already. There are still people that are going to have to assess the damage in the coming years. So if my health and my property was damaged, well, it's not that people don't want to say that they can't make this decision within 6 years, but things are still unfolding, so they can't. People might be looking at 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the road before they can really say exactly how badly they've been hurt. And so why suddenly just pull up this 6-year figure? There's 1.1 million barrels per day. So that means an astronomical number of liters of oil per day. And in Kalamazoo, you can see, as I said again, the damages that were done. So it was 120,000 liters per minute or something coming from that spill. So unfortunately, if we look at a bill such as this one, because often things work well in the beginning, projects work well, but then we see very serious problems later on. We cannot have an accident like Kalamazoo, where the managers of the network take too long to stop the spill. And in the meantime, we find ourselves with millions and millions of liters spilled into the environment. 173 million liters per day. That was the reality in Kalamazoo. So another issue, another answer I haven't gotten yet, perhaps one of the illustrious ministers across the way could tell me, is that $1 billion figure indexed with the speed with which prices cost. $1 billion 10 years down the road won't be the same $1 billion. So we might find ourselves with a huge pipeline. Oh, no, 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. No, you're killing me. That can't be true. We find ourselves in a situation in our regions, in my region, where we have a major potential over 40 years of having accidents, and here we're being told that the base level of is $1 billion. So if something costs more, I don't see anything about indexation. I see nothing about a mechanism that would ensure that we keep pace with the cost of life when we look at the huge costs of these kinds of accidents. And I really wish you'd give me some more time, Mr. Speaker. You're very tough on me. I want to end on a more positive note. And I'd like to say what we would like to say, have done. First of all, sustainability for us is to ensure that there is not more pollution that flows from these projects that will leave to future generations to clean up. After billions of dollars of the negative effects of mines on the land now, there is now a requirement for the companies to deal with things as they come up. And so in the past we've seen companies that made a huge amount of money, but then they leave, they go offshore, and we're stuck with the mess that they made. So there isn't that kind of a mechanism here. It doesn't reassure me, and it doesn't reassure most of my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from the South Shore across from Quebec for his very sensible speech. I know how hard he worked on the oil terminal at Kakuna, or it's Gros Kakuna. Yes, Gros Kakuna. So you have to admit that my colleague has really raised some very significant issues here. I would like to come back to some of the comments that he made, particularly concerning the Conservatives' electoralist approach to things, saying that $1 billion sounds like a lot of money, but could be largely insufficient, in fact. And in fact, I recall there's this saga that's ongoing in terms of the Kakuna terminal. There's a great deal of complacency in terms of the federal government, and when we talk about the business that's trying to run this, there have been very serious concerns raised by scientists, and the Conservatives discontent themselves with saying, oh, no, it's fine, there's no problem at all. So I would like him to speak a bit about that complacency and how that complacency can cost a huge amount of money, socially speaking. The Honourable Member, on the page that I had to skip, Mr. Speaker, I talked a bit about the concerns that my colleague raises here. In 2011, there was not there were things that were not done to reassure the public in terms of pipelines, and it hasn't been done. We're in 2015 here, so a lot of debatable things have been done. My colleague's quite right. There's this amount of $1 billion that's highly questionable, but there's another really big problem with the Conservatives' bill, and that is the safety in the meantime, because you say we're going to increase that amount of liability in case of an accident, but what's going to happen to ensure that we don't have any major accidents? I mean, it's as though you're saying it's a huge industry, it has to be allowed to function, and if it breaks down, we just have to pay for it. So if we talk to the municipalities and farmers in my area, they are worried about things. And they want to know how they're going to guarantee their protection. To protect all of the resources in place apart from the oil companies' resources.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to ask the member in regards to the transportation of gas and oil. We hear a lot about the pipelines, justifiably so, given what we're talking about today. But Canadians as a whole, when they do the comparison in terms of the issue of secure and safety, they'll look at the pipelines as probably the strongest way to transport, followed by, for example, rail, then possibly long-haul trucking, if I can put it in that fashion. Question I have for the member is that if Canada were to increase its overall market in terms of exporting, whether it's here locally in Canada or south or wherever else it might be, does he believe that the best way to get it to the market is through pipelines, or does he believe that we should be looking at alternatives?
The honourable member for Montmagny, les Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. There's a false paradigm when we talk about the rail transport, for example. What we are doing now, we're seeing long-term contracts for transport by rail. The industry is telling people that you have to choose. But it's not really a choice that they're offering. They want to move forward on both fronts. There will be more tanker cars on the rails, and on top of that, they also want more pipelines to ship oil and probably export. And that's part of the deal for them too. So this is an invention on the part of certain people who they want to avoid the basic debate. They want to rely on the maximum amount of transportation of this commodity. So there's something that's just not, that doesn't hold up here. Something that really struck me with my Liberal colleague said earlier was that one of the advantages of the bill is that we can concentrate on people affected by the pipelines. It's not the safety of the pipeline itself. So this means that when you were in power, the legislation protected just the pipeline itself and not even the people living around. And you were happy with that for decades. Order, please. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be able to debate Bill C-46 today. I'm delighted because for once this is a bill that does have some good parts. Also, we can't deny that transportation of oil is a major issue and people are concerned about it. They're worried, and with reason. The figures that have been provided here today speak for themselves, and I've heard them from many different conversations. Public confidence in transportation of oil is minimal. 71% believe that transport by rail is dangerous. And after what happened in Gogoma this weekend, those opinions will harden, I think. 63% feel that marine transportation is too risky. Quebecers are terrified of the idea of a ship capsizing in the St. Lawrence. It's such a unique and fragile environment, and it is of the hugest importance for all of us. Pipelines are felt to be less dangerous by the public, with 47% of support. So really no one is happy. People fear the worst. If they're worried, it's with good reason, if we consider that the consequences of such an accident are catastrophic and irreversible. The number of barrels of oil per day that are moving through the pipeline is gigantic. We're talking in excess of billions of barrels per day. It's normal that the idea of a spill takes on incomprehensible and terrifying dimensions. Canada is above all a country of exploitable natural resources. It has been a great source of our affluence. The diversity of our resources puts Canada and its provinces on several economic fronts simultaneously. It's because of our great technical savvy developed over decades in response to issues of this use that we have a great reputation in the world. So this is a real boon that we have, but it's our real national treasure. can be a blessing, but also a curse. The tragic events we've already seen that have happened. There are risks of insufficient regulation. The catastrophe, of Lac Mégantic is so serious and so clearly related to the government's recklessness that I'm surprised about the softness of their legislative initiatives. The public only has shaky confidence in the government, in its ability to regulate the energy sector. The question we really have to ask is, if it's not the government, then who? The industry itself? Of course not. We are therefore facing a deficit of legitimacy that's very serious. Canadians don't think that the Canadian government wants to protect them or will. That really hurts, Mr. Speaker. I feel that the Canadians have a right to expect that their members of Parliament will not only make good decisions concerning pipelines, but the best possible decisions. We all have a duty to think of public safety, sustainability of the exploitation, and the resiliency of the environment. Responsible use and scientific, of course, the Conservatives' favorite adjective, of our natural resources. That would be the guarantee of the longevity of our collective wealth. Of course, that supposes that everyone here wants that to be so sustainable. It doesn't imagine that the world next week will be saved by the second coming of the Savior. We'll have to wait and see. But there are some encouraging aspects here, the polluter pay aspect in particular. It's a quarter century too late, but nevertheless. Bill C-46 introduces absolute liability. That's a good initiative, and that is why we are supporting the bill. This is in the case of fault or significant negligence of the companies. In any case, the company would be responsible up to for an amount up to $1 billion. With this approach, the government isn't thinking clearly of the material damages and the possible costs of repairing the damages done. It's important that the public know that its financial contribution might not be required in terms of catastrophe. First of all, in cases of when the negligence or fault cannot be proven, it's possible that the state will have to pay the costs. In some cases, the bill gets huge in a hurry. As several of my colleagues have already said, talking about the Enbridge accident at Kalamazoo in Michigan had cost almost $1.2 billion. Environmental damages, you can imagine, weren't even part of the calculations. The possibly irreparable damage done to our country has no price tag that you can put on it. Given the size of Canada, the government's hoping that accidents will happen in the middle of nowhere, where environmental oversight is already reduced to almost nothing by cutbacks, and where the public will quickly forget the contaminations. Out of sight, out of mind. Mr. Speaker, we have an ideological government, but they're certainly not sentimental. C-46 gives certain powers to the National Energy Board to ensure that the transportation by pipeline comply with rules and protect the public, except that the companies have had their input into how these decisions have been taken. So if the company doesn't obey the orders of the board doesn't necessarily have the powers to sanction them, except if a pipeline is abandoned. Of course, if it's empty, it's rather safer, in my opinion. For those who think that the Conservatives have suddenly discovered concern for the environment, I want to reassure them. C-46 is only drafted with the economy in mind. The only teeth given to C-46, or to the Energy Board, rather, by C-46 are molars. The government has been reviewing the systems for accountability in terms of natural gas and oil exploitation. C-46 is a first step, but we would like to see it go much further. We want to protect the environment because we feel that the ecosystem is a non-negotiable value. Other countries have done so, and they are prospering more than me. But the government refuses to consider that, and they've brought us legislation that is not as good as it should be. Is it surprising that the confidence of the public is so low under these circumstances? On top of that, as we expected, the bill is not the result of consultations, in-depth consultations with members of the Confederation and First Nations. No wonder they're still protesting in front of the Lingerie building. I'm fascinated by the telescopic vision of the Prime Minister, who sees and understands everything across the country without any effort. He's superhuman.
Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what people want are severe and guaranteed regulations. People want extra safe pipelines, no loopholes, no half measures. They want responsible management that respects the environment and is sustainable. What Canadians want is for us to act as adults and not as teenagers. So I can guarantee, Mr. Speaker, that the best environment minister in the history of Quebec will not take maybe for an answer when approving pipelines when he becomes the Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Appropriate name here. My question is this. I'm trying to understand why when the government side of the House fails to understand climate change, we criticize them for failing to understand science. But when they talk about pipelines as being safe, they suddenly embrace science and we get nervous about it. But at the same time, I'm also trying to wonder why the NDP will talk about why we should believe scientists on climate change, but we can't trust scientists to build good pipelines. Why?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have to admit I'm not quite sure I've understood my colleague's question. But obviously, I think that science should be the basis of all of our measures, like this measure. I think it is possible to have safe pipelines. I don't think that's the point here, though. The only thing that I don't trust is this government. I don't trust this government to implement regulations that really make sense, and I don't really trust them to listen to the scientists who tell us what measures we need to ensure that our pipelines are as safe as possible. I sincerely believe that if they're faced with a situation where either the company has to spend more or, the company says the regulations are not that necessary, well, I don't think that science will prevail in that situation. I think that we should listen to the scientists who explain to us the best ways to build pipelines and to transport oil. I think that's obvious.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent for her speech, and particularly for the serious tone that she used to debate this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but follow up on the rather strange question of the member from Trinity-Spadina. Mr. Speaker, apart from perhaps a few radical people across the way, no one contests this issue of the safety of pipelines. We need to remember that there are interests and people who are making decisions, and people and organizations who may decide not to follow common sense and science and the existing directives. From that point of view, I think the Liberals bought used submarines which were defective, and that was very difficult to implement that. There were massive investments made, and those submarines were very dangerous. Now, that certainly wasn't a decision based on science. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the fact that regardless of scientists' opinions, the decisions that are made may still lead to very significant dangers. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou for his comment. I think there's something that often this government forgets, and that is that we have a responsibility as legislators to adopt laws that don't simply aim to get rid of problems that may occur. We have a responsibility here to protect the public and to protect our society as best we can with the tools that we have. Currently, I think that there are indeed possibilities. There is the possibility for catastrophic problems in terms of the transportation of oil. Now, of course, we can't stop transporting oil completely. That's not realistic. But now, as members of the House, should we adopt the best measures possible to ensure that we have the highest level of safety possible in this transportation? I think that is our responsibility, and that's what we need to do.
Reprise du débat. Debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-46 on behalf of my constituents. And this is a bill that deals with a very important issue, including energy resources and the protection of our environment. C-46 amends the oil liability system. The goal is to establish a principle where the oil company would have to pay up to $1 billion for damages caused. This bill is part of a broader study being conducted by the government concerning liability systems that apply to various aspects of the oil and gas industry. Canadians are aware of the various risks that exist in transporting oil, and they need to be reassured by their government, reassured that our government will sufficiently supervise and monitor the industry and protect our environment. Canadians should not have to choose between economic development and environmental protection. Of course, we need to deal with those two issues together. These two aspects both need to be taken into consideration. There are projects like Northern Gateway, XL, Energy East, and so it is important, of course, to make judicious decisions that promote economic development and promote jobs in Canada, but minimize risks to our environment. We need a new vision concerning our energy resources, and I think that should be guided by three simple principles. First of all, sustainability. We need to ensure that the polluters pay the bill in the case of an oil spill. And they need to deal with the pollution that such an oil spill would cause, rather than letting future generations pay for that. Then we need partnerships, for example, with the First Nations and the provinces and communities, because we need to ensure that all of these groups really benefit from the development of natural resources. We want to create strong, value-added jobs here in Canada. And finally, we need long-term prosperity resulting from our investment in modern, clean technologies. We want Canada to stay at the cutting edge of technology and energy technology, and we also want energy fees and costs to be affordable for all Canadians. We're somewhat disappointed that despite all of our calls, the Conservatives took quite a long time to table this bill. In 2011, the Environment Commissioner mentioned that the National Energy Board had not managed to deal with several known problems concerning pipelines and the maintenance of pipelines. The result is that the government has still not yet put in place a system, a sufficient system of monitoring and inspection. Last year, there was Bill C-22. This dealt with a liability of concerning offshore drilling and oil spills in the Arctic and the Atlantic. But because of the government's limited vision, the government did not undertake consultations concerning the liability system that would be applicable to rail transport. The Conservatives did not take this issue seriously enough. And the result is that they had to deal with all of the negative consequences of the tragedy in Lac Mégantic. The current bill includes absolute liability for all pipelines that fall under the National Energy Board. In other words, this means that the companies would be liable for the costs and damages caused by an oil spill. And this would go up to $1 billion for major oil pipelines. However, if there was not fault or negligence, that liability would be unlimited. So I think that is a positive step. We just need to ensure that companies have this $1 billion to pay for damages. So that's a good first step. But I think that the amount could quickly go beyond $1 billion. If we look at the spills and tragedies that have occurred in recent years, we can see that they often went beyond $1 billion. So Bill C-46 also limits the time that Canadians would have to claim damages in the event of such a spill. The claim would have to happen within 3 years following the damages, or at the very latest 6 years after the oil spill, which is questionable, I think. It's questionable to limit the period to 6 years, because it's highly likely that some damages might be noticed more than 6 years after the spill. The bill also gives the National Energy Board the authority to order that these costs be reimbursed. The NEB would have the power to deal with any incident if a company refuses or does not want to pay. It would also give the NEB new tools to help get some of these costs back for cleanup and so on. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have allowed for a certain amount of latitude in terms of these decisions that would be made by the National Energy Board, an organization which has shown a certain lack of credibility. Instead of establishing a strict and responsible system for liability, the Conservatives have left too much room to maneuver, too much political room to maneuver concerning these decisions, which could be made by cabinet and which would not be made public. So there would be decisions made involving the operators and the National Energy Board. So we would like to question the government concerning these discretionary measures. It's important for the government to be accountable to Canadians, of course. We are disappointed by the scope of the bill, and I hope that the Conservatives will be open to the amendments that we will be tabling in committee. Given the limited scope of the bill, we're concerned that the polluters might not pay in full for the damages caused, and that Canadians might, in the end, have to pay the tab. If this were the case, it would really cast doubt on the true scope of this bill. What would happen if it was difficult to establish fault or negligence in a particular incident? Would Canadians have to pay? We're talking about possibly billions of dollars. That's a significant sum. Canadians should not have to pay the bill when these rich companies were negligent in their operations. It's all well and good to present a bill that focuses on, identifying who is liable, but we also need to act to prevent oil spills as much as possible. And that's what this bill does not do. So we need better regulation and better monitoring of pipelines as well. We also need to have an environmental assessment process which is strict. And we need to restore that process which was dismantled by the current government. Given the significant increase in the production of oil and the transportation of oil, it's obvious that safety needs to be improved. To do so, we need to strengthen mandatory inspections, we need to implement appropriate regulations, and we need to ensure that those standards are followed and applied. The safety of the public and the protection of the environment need to be our greatest priorities in these cases. My colleagues and myself believe strongly that Canada needs to take measures to ensure that we develop and transport our resources as safely as possible. So we want to serve the interests of all Canadians. And to this end, all pipelines need to respect the highest safety standards and the highest environmental standards possible. We need to reflect the principles of sustainable development to ensure that oil companies respect the regulations. We need to have strong laws and regulations and credible environmental assessment processes. Now, given that transportation affects provinces, municipalities, and communities, we need to ensure that the government consults and establishes partnerships with these groups. If everyone works together, Canadians will be reassured that these projects will respect the principle of sustainable development and the process of, and they will be reassured that the approval process is as fair and accountable as possible for all parties. The provinces will continue to develop their natural resources. The question is, how do we continue to develop these resources in a sustainable manner while protecting the environment and also creating value-added jobs for Canadians? Now, I see that I don't have much time left, so in conclusion, we will support this bill in second reading, but we ask the government to be open to amendments that we will present in committee. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his presentation. At the end, he said that his party would support this bill, and he also described the importance that we should accord to strong safety measures for our pipelines. He mentioned that there might be amendments proposed by his party. So could he share with us specifically what his concerns are and specifically which amendments his party will propose to improve this bill? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, in my speech, I mentioned a few elements which concerned us. For example, the fact that there's this limited liability of $1 billion. I think that that's not necessarily sufficient, given that there are several pipelines that are getting older, and these pipelines run through our communities. So if there were a break or a leak, the cost could easily go beyond $1 billion. That is a concern on this side of the House for us. We think that that $1 billion might not be sufficient. And if the damages did exceed $1 billion, as they have in the past, there could be environmental catastrophes where the damages could exceed $2 billion. And in that case, Canadians would have to pay the bill. We think that that's not appropriate, Mr. Speaker. We don't think it's appropriate for Canadians to have to pay for such a bill. So that was the first issue, was the $1 billion. Also, I think that inspections should be made mandatory by the National Energy Board. This bill does not deal with those inspections or audits that need to be done on aging pipelines. So we have serious concerns about that lack of inspection, and we need to be concerned about that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my colleague a question, there's something that I would like to mention. It's something I just learned about on Radio-Canada. Chute de la Chaudière, the riding represented by one of our colleagues, was also affected by a suspicious substance that was sent in to the riding office of the member for La Chute de la Chaudière. We don't know what kind of a dangerous substance is in the package, but it's a very disgusting situation that's unfolded there. Now, I would like to ask a question of the member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, because he talked about the implementation or the contribution, in fact, by the public. and the political will that needs to be shown so that there can be public confidence in the situation. Because it's all fine and well to encourage public consultation, to encourage the public to believe in this kind of transport of oil, but the people also need to trust in the system and in the executive power and the legislator to ensure that it will be a fair system and that the implementation of this legislation will be fair. So I'd like to ask the member what he thinks about what confidence people may have in the Conservative government in this regard. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou, which also deals with a crucial issue of safety and the environmental assessments and the process, which has been completely hidden or ruled out by the government. Now, the NEB had a very clear framework, a very complete one, for assessing new pipeline projects. And the government, thinking that it would help the oil companies, simply removed all of those processes. So now the confidence of Canadians is at its lowest level when we look at environmental assessments for a project of this scope. Now we really wonder what they've got to hide, because the confidence of Canadians is now at its lowest level. We're seeing a rebound effect of these conservative policies where they want to help the pipeline companies instead of Canadian end. They've simply gotten rid of the environmental assessment process. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I entered politics, I was one of the founding members of the Conseil des Bassins de ma circonscription. It's was a company, or an organization rather, that dealt with a watershed for my riding. And a watershed, to explain it to people who don't know what it's all about, is an area that gathers the water that comes from tributaries. It starts at the beginning of an area. Upstream, all of the waterways are linked to a major waterway. So that's what a watershed is. Now, why am I talking about watersheds? Well, because the watershed is what determines the quality of our water. And the quality of water is determined by the quality of a watershed. And, Mr. Speaker, water is the most important resource. And that is why in 2011 I wanted to run for Jack Layton's team, for a team that talks about living in healthy, sustainable environments.
From now, Speaker, our successes will be measured not in terms of GDP, economic growth, oil consumed or produced, the consumption of a nation. No. Our successes will be measured in how well we have done in terms of keeping the ecological balance. Our resources must be developed sustainably. A polluter pay model needs to be put in place. We need to move away from our over-reliance on fossil fuels. The NDP vision, Speaker, is that economic growth and job creation go hand in hand with social and environmental sustainability. Ma région est en aval.
Now, my region is downstream. Upstream, decisions are being made, decisions that are causing problems for people in my region. They're concerned, and they are right. My region is a hub for transportation, for rail transportation. There's CP, CN, Enbridge Knott, TransCanada. All of them go through Vaudreuil-Soulanges. And for 16 years, for 16, Line 9B was not even safe. And that was a problem that was ignored by a Liberal MP, a Bloc MP. It was just once my region got an NDP MP that we discovered that there was a problem with the Line 9B, and that's something that I raised at the Natural Resources Committee when I read an article written by a journalist dealing with the issue. Canadians want tightened up inspections and better application of standards. Public safety and environmental protection must take precedence. They must be priorities for all governments. The Conservatives are lagging behind. The Liberals, well, in their case, they had 13 years to solve a problem, but they did nothing. And the risks are huge.
For instance, now support Keystone XL project. Now, I talked with David Suzuki in 2011, and I asked him, I said, you know, Canadians worry a lot about pipelines. What's the biggest worry, the biggest thing that they should worry about? And he said, you know, we often worry about these big spills that we see or, you know, trains derailing. He said that the major problem with pipelines are pinhole leaks. And one of the Conservative members mentioned the technology, and certainly there have been advances in technology. But 2% of those pinhole leaks still aren't detectable by the instruments that are in Keystone. And so this means that because of the corrosion in a pipeline and a pinhole leak, oil could leak out without being detected for days, for months, could contaminate the water table, and we wouldn't know it because we wouldn't be able to detect it. The other question that we have to ask is that, yes, new pipeline construction, we're looking at this new engineering to detect these pinhole leaks. What about all the other pipeline infrastructure? Are we saying that we're going to implement the same safety instruments to all the pipelines across North America? It's a good question to ask, because if one pipeline is going to implement it, shouldn't we implement that on all lines? Shouldn't we update all the infrastructure? So these are questions that I have and that the citizens that I represent have, that they talk to me. You see, energy policy in this country for years has been managed by successive Liberal and Conservative administrations. And, Speaker, they've lit so many fires that it's going to be hard to put them all out, all these problems, all this negligence that has gone on over the years. You know, just opening the paper in a given week, you can find 5 different energy projects that might be going on that actually have problems that aren't being addressed. Let's look at the seismic forging that's happening in the Clyde River. There's problems with the narwhals that are there, that the company that's exploring for oil there wants to use seismic testing, which is basically making explosions in the water, in a habitat where narwhals are. And this is going to courts in Toronto. The mayor of Clyde River has made an injunction against the testing, and we see this again and again. On a vu ça avec les belugas dans...
And we saw that with the belugas in the St. Lawrence. It's the same situation. So there are several fires that have been started, and we have to look at all of these problems, deal with them, and find solutions.
Consultation with communities and with First Nations. I looked today at First Nations activist Chickadee Richards from Winnipeg. She says, as Indigenous people, we still use the lands, we still gather, we still hunt, and we still use the forests and the waters. So what the pipeline would do to us, we may never recover. It's in a crisis mode right now, and we have a responsibility to future generations. Now, she is a part of a greater coalition in Winnipeg, hoping to broaden the scope of National Energy Board consultations. Another member of this coalition, Mary Robinson of the Council of Canadians Winnipeg chapter, says, without listening to people's voices, any review of pipelines will be incomplete and illegitimate. You know, so these are voices of one part of Canada, and I'm bringing them up because I hear the same things in my region, and I've heard the same things from other members in this House, that citizens in their ridings have the same preoccupations, and these things keep on coming up, and we have to address these problems. So although I'm happy to see that there's a bill addressing this, I don't think that this goes far enough, and I don't think it answers all the questions and worries that citizens might have in my riding and in other ridings. Now, there's no doubt that we have a wealth of natural resources in this country, and I would not be one to say that we shouldn't use those resources. They're there to be used. We're really blessed with them. They're a blessing to this country, but we have to approach the exploration and the development of these resources in a different way, because we've had, 40 or 50 years of irresponsible management of these resources by successive Liberal and Conservative administrations. So the 3 points that we would like, les 3 points de notre vision.
The 3 points involved in our vision are, number 1, sustainability, to ensure that we have in place a polluter pays system and that the polluter pays for all spills. Instead of passing the debts related to pollution on to future generations. Secondly, partnerships, so that we ensure that First Nations, municipalities and other groups take advantage of the situation and that jobs are created for the middle class in Canada. And thirdly, long-term prosperity. Not just jobs that will be lost again in a few weeks. We were looking for long-term prosperity through job creation using modern technology, sustainability, and we want to balance as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague for his speech. I would say, in as gracious a form as I could, I'm a little disappointed in the tone. I don't think that that's the kind of negativity I'm accustomed to hearing from him. This is a bill that's fairly important. I understand the NDP are going to be supporting this bill. And it's not perfect. It's as imperfect as any bill I've seen here in 10.5 years. It's capable of being improved. It's capable of being strengthened. It's capable of being amended. For a moment, I thought maybe he was debating C-51. But my point is, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask my colleague, I know the NDP are raising some important concerns about the liability limits of $1 billion as Lac-Mégantic hurdles to a cost of $600 million. The Gulf of Mexico pushed $40 billion. Valdez is in the tens of billions and still hasn't been completely cleaned up, and it goes on and on and on. So there's some important points there, but maybe you can just cut to the chase. Instead of being overtly political or partisan, what 2 points would he like to see improved in the bill specifically?
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, first I'd like to thank my colleague. We served together on the Natural Resources Committee, and I always found him a very reasonable member on that committee with very good proposals. But I have to say that you have to live by the record that you create. I want to start with that, and that you can't make poor decisions and then try to say that those decisions don't belong to you. Unfortunately, the Liberals for years rubber-stamped these projects as well. Another member pointed out that the Liberals during their tenure didn't actually take the people living around a pipeline into consideration. They only protected the pipeline itself in legislation. So there was great problems in that. But to answer his question, I will give him 1 point. I think the idea of who's responsible in terms of pollution, whether it be an operator error or another error, which is not an operator error, I think that has to be clarified, because often we see that there's a shared guilt in accidents that happen, and we have to address that clearly in this bill, that those kind of cases, that the operator can't just pass the buck and say it wasn't my fault. And I think we have to be a lot more clear on that.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Well, what the NDP is asking for is social acceptability, environmental protection when pipeline projects are being put forth. We want more respect for Canadians, as Mr. Suzuki has said, who's fighting so hard for future generations so that they can have a good environment to live in. We're talking about certain amounts in this bill, but when negligence has to be proved, and taxpayers will have to assume the costs for cleanup that will be beyond $1 billion when negligence cannot be proven. How can we prove negligence when we look at situations like Lac Mégantic? Who will pick up the tab for these, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Saint-Lange. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly why we're concerned when we see a spill 99.9% of the time. It's not just the promoter that's responsible, Mr. Speaker. There's shared responsibility. When we look at the statistic, it's something that concerns us greatly because companies will do everything to avoid being responsible for a spill. And they'll try to pass the bill on to taxpayers. This is a concern that we have. This is what people in my riding are also very concerned with. And we have to do something about that.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the constituents in Newton North Delta. And after we've all spent a week in the riding, we hear so much from our students, and I can tell you that from my students, from my constituents, I hear a great deal of concern with what is happening with our resource development. But, Mr. Speaker, before I get into that, I really want to acknowledge the work done by Kaldarjit Singh Tihara, who's the president of the Surrey Newton Rotary Club, and I was so impressed when the community raised $50,000 to build a school in the Philippines over this weekend. And when we're in our ridings, Mr. Speaker, it gives us so much pleasure when we go to events and people in our ridings, despite all the challenges, both economic, worried about their jobs, donate so generously, and we have local leaders who are willing to play a part in making a difference around the world. And I've got about 20 other events I went to, but I will keep those for another time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am going to be supporting this bill at second reading so that we can send it to committee. The bill is not perfect. The bill is not perfect by any means. Actually, when I look at the bill, it's, as a teacher, you like to give some credit when good work is done. I believe that this is a baby step in the right direction. I believe the regulations that we have right now are just not adequate. But this particular piece of legislation, C-46, does take a long, long overdue first step towards a true polluter pays regime for pipelines in Canada. And I say that it's only a baby step because, as we know, it doesn't go all the way. It's like going to the ocean and you tip your toes in it and then you just wait there. And there's a lot more work to be done on this bill, and I can assure you that we will be doing the hard lifting at committee stage. And we're also very, very proud of the fact that our NDP leader has been a champion of polluter pays and has very practical plans to grow the economy while protecting the environment. There are those who will tell us we have to choose between the two. It's either the environment or jobs. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I speak to very smart young people in my riding, they know that that's not a choice. In order to have jobs and development, we need to also make sure that we're protecting our planet, that we are developing our resources in a sustainable way. And, you know, we've seen this government over and over and over again putting the interests of big oil companies ahead of the interests of hardworking Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. And our middle class is really feeling squeezed, and we're hearing through different studies that have been done that they're feeling that the quality of jobs and therefore the quality of life is being impacted. And you know something else I hear, Mr. Speaker, when I'm in my riding? That working people, hard-working, middle-class working people, trust the NDP to be able to fix some of these challenges because they know over decades of mismanagement and rubber stamping by the Liberal Party and now the Conservatives love in with the big oil companies that they have been squeezed out, that their children's future has been left out and there hasn't been the due consideration. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we're one of the wealthiest countries in the world. We are blessed, and I say truly blessed, with not just amazing geography from coast to coast to coast, but we are also very, very rich in resources. And you know, Mr. Speaker, once again, we absolutely have to get out of this mentality of rip and ship. You know, Mr. Speaker, I watch that in my own province, where we see logs getting on trucks, leaving the country, environmentally not that great. And then, of course, 2x4s get made and they come back and we buy. And in the same way, as we're looking at resource development, no matter which area we're looking at, we really need to take a look at those value-added jobs. And once again, we need to start developing decent-paying jobs for our kids and for our middle class right here in Canada. And I can tell you that the leader of the NDP has a very practical plan to add value to our natural resources, get away from the rip and ship, and support family-sustaining jobs right here at home. But let's take a look at what's in the bill. What's in the bill, often it's not what we hear about when my colleagues across the way explain the bill, but what is actually buried in it. Yes, there is an element of polluter pay, but what disturbed me about this bill is there is all kinds of powers vested into the Energy Board and also into the Cabinet to make some of these decisions. And I think that's the kind of policy making that leads to confusion. And I think we need to have very, very clear guidelines, and it shouldn't be left up to the Cabinet or Cabinet ministers to decide which way they're going to go, which parts are going to be implemented, which parts not. So very, very disturbing for us. You know, Mr. Speaker, I live in one of the most beautiful provinces. I'm sure every MP says that, and they would be absolutely right. But we all know of beautiful British Columbia, our pristine lakes, our coastline, and that coastline not only provides incredible amount of great seafood, not only for local consumption, but for our GDP because we sell it overseas, but it also is a great tourist attraction. We bring in billions of dollars through tourism, and we on that coast are very, very worried about the impact of an oil spill, be it in a pipeline or be it in a tanker in our very pristine coastline, which is not always that easy to steer. And at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely have to give credit to one of the hardest working members of Parliament in this House, the Member of Parliament from Skeena and Bulkley Valley. And he's the finance critic right now, but his passion and his campaign to save our coast is truly inspirational. And I've watched whether the audience are 80-year-olds or 90-year-olds or whether they're 14 years old, they are absolutely inspired when he speaks from his heart about the importance of protecting our waterways, our beautiful coastline, and also you know, the kind of lifestyle that we have out in BC. And there is a linkage to this because, as you know, the Northern Gateway pipeline is a project that's going to be crossing over many of our key rivers. It's going to be going through some of our most pristine lakes, going through vast territory, and then end up, as you know, in the ocean, going through some very, very dangerous territory. So we are very, very worried. And the reason there is a linkage here, because guess what? The Northern Gateway is the Enbridge pipeline. And I just want to pause for a moment here to share with you what happened at the Takamatsu River in Michigan. And in 2010, July the 26th, that's when there was an oil spill. 843,444 US gallons came out of a 30-inch pipeline into some prime wetland location area. That pipeline was owned by Enbridge. Just the cleanup for that pipeline alone, just the cleanup, not taking a look at other damages or loss of non-use, which we have to take into consideration, just the cleanup for that came to $1 billion. $1.2 billion. And here we have set a target of up to $1 billion. So we can see that that's inadequate without taking into consideration the non-use and all of that. So, you know, we are very, very worried about any kind of leakage, whether it's in a pipeline or whether it's into our ocean, and absolutely are committed to polluter pay. And we have to start making realistic legislation that will have the real cost of the cleanup and not leave it up to cabinet ministers or other bodies to do this at their discretion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. There's many other aspects to the legislation. Part of it that I rather think is positive is the improvements to the National Energy Board, where the National Energy Board will have more of a, not only of a vested interest, but to a certain degree a mandate to assist in protecting Canada's environment. And there's a series of amendments that will in fact give or empower the National Energy Board more. My question to the member is, because I believe everyone within the chamber is going to be voting in favor of this bill going to committee, are there any aspects to amendments that the current member has that she would like to advocate dealing with the National Energy Board in terms of how the National Energy Board potentially could even be greater, or its responsibilities, or could maybe be greater enhanced to protect our environment?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, I do support this going to second. I am going to be voting for it at second reading so that it can go to committee stage. One of the major concerns I do have with this bill is the kind of discretionary power that is handed over, whether it is to the National Energy Board, but also to the Cabinet. And so we will be bringing amendments along those lines there. But the other concern I have is that even this, though this is a baby step towards polluter pay, the step isn't large enough to cover the full cost. And I'm still worried about the huge cost that the public is going to end up paying while the profits are reaped by the big oil companies.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Newton North Delta for her speech. It was very interesting. The oil companies, the pipeline companies, are asking for a mandate to do things that can be really extremely worrisome. For example, they're trying to cross large rivers like the St. Lawrence, and I know that in this transshipping that has been approved by the National Energy Board has been contradicted by many specialists. They're saying it's a dangerous place to have such a pipeline. So we see situations put things put in place that have the potential to be massive accidents. If there was 1 million liters a day that would be leaking into the river, that would be extremely bad for the maritime environment. And we're talking about this $1 billion maximum here, so we can foresee that there are situations that would go well beyond that with seriousness.
Thank you, and I want to thank my hardworking colleague. I know he does an incredible job in his riding, and he represents his constituents with a great deal of passion here in this House. He's raised a really good question, and I think this is what we need to be really clear about. This bill actually only covers those pipeline spills or accidents that happen if the barrels of oil per day is over 250,000. If it's less, this doesn't even apply. And that actually is of a great deal of concern. But also, looking at history and what we know about the cost of cleanup, the $1 billion is so totally under the amount that is needed.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The opposition appears to have changed their tune. It would seem that an epiphany has occurred. They now believe what we've been saying all along, that Canada is a country blessed with natural resources and that you can grow the economy while protecting the environment. Bill C-46 builds on previous actions taken by our government to prevent incidents. Actions including increasing the number of annual pipeline inspections and audits conducted by the National Energy Board, as well as strengthening the board's enforcement capabilities by giving it the authority to fine pipeline operators for smaller incidents, all of which the NDP voted against. I'm wondering if this member could explain why they voted against those very important measures.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta. Short answer, please.
Thank you. Ever since I've been in this House, I have seen this government take away more and more of the regulations around the protection of the environment. And what I have seen is when they're cleaning up the red tape, so to speak, of fast-tracking and not paying details. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we've not had an epiphany. I have, even when I was teaching in the classroom, talked about the wealth that our country has. We are not against development. We want sustainable development, and we want development that protects our environment and leaves our children with a planet. We don't want the kind of development that actually endangers our sustainability and makes sure that in the future our children are left with a very damaged Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear that, as my colleague has said, that the opposition have had an epiphany. Mr. Speaker, in one of my questions earlier, I mentioned my respect and regard for engineers in Canada. I grew up in the home of a chemical engineer who has done an enormous amount of industrial work across Canada, and wastewater was a specialty for my father. I also have a son-in-law who is very concerned about the environment and providing energy for Africa. He is building solar. He's a doctorate in electrical engineering, and he's currently in Ghana building solar fields in order to provide electrical energy for a country that is so desperately in need. But I have never met people who are more concerned about the environment than the engineers of Canada. And Mr. Speaker, when I was just taking a look on some of the websites here and learning a little bit about what our engineers are doing in Canada to preserve the environment, I take a look at the Schulich Business School for Engineering. It's talking about they're active in research that crosses all departments in the engineering school, including civil, chemical, mechanical, geomatics, and electrical engineering, and they collaborate with all departments of geoscience and biological sciences. They say that they're a leader in pipeline integrity, maintenance, and management. Now, one of the things that we do know is that There are occasionally some difficulties with the pipelines, but those problems are minuscule by comparison to where they have the problems with the pump stations. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that the engineers are exceedingly diligent about the work that they do to keep the pump stations active and to keep the pump stations working properly. That is their job. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about jobs, and one of the NDP talked about sustainable jobs in our economy, I'm looking at the engineering, or the Pipeline Contractors Association in Canada, made up of people who have very, very reliable and well-respected companies here in Canada. Some prominent people in our society who are working hard to ensure the integrity of those pipelines. But, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about some of the job opportunities that they have, and they're looking at skilled occupations and trades, jobs in the transportation industry, jobs in logistics, jobs in equipment operating, in welding, in management, in supply testing and inspection. And if we take a look at the opportunities that just the Energy East pipeline is going to provide, it's talking about, in the development phase alone, more than 8,300 full-time direct jobs and 5,300 indirect jobs. And then they talk about the operational phase, 900 full-time direct jobs and thousands of indirect jobs. And what they will be doing, Mr. Speaker, is looking at local hiring for the most part. Mr. Speaker, we need pipelines. We need to ensure that the people who have the demand for energy in their homes, the demand for energy in their automobiles, the demand for energy in the businesses across this country, have the fuel that they need to keep those going. This is an economic driver for Canada. We said earlier, we are blessed with enormous resources. This country has been blessed with resources beyond comparison. And those resources are there to be the economic driver for our country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this bill is going to bring safety and security to our pipeline management, and, Mr. Speaker, in the process, create jobs for Canadians, jobs for our young people, jobs for our engineers, and, Mr. Speaker, that's good news for every one of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député.
Honourable member.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Rickford, seconded by Ms. Rempel, move that Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Rickford, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moved that Bill C-46, an act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Source and Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Blonsey.
Mrs. Blonsey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Calandra.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Warrawak.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypope.
Mr. Gettypope.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquack.
Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquack.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John's.
Mr. Weston, St. John's.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hopitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Mr. Alan Wellens.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Greguet.
Greguet.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Charlton.
Is Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Aymar.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Marne.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Silla.
Madame Silla.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Tobiason.
Mr. Tobiason.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Nunez-Mello.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannon, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannon, Falls, Windsor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas pour, 251, 251. Nays contre, 0, 0.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division. On the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion that reports stated Bill C2. A vote on this motion applies to motions 2 to 8. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moved that Bill C2.
By deleting the long title. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christofferson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Aymar.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Marne.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandhu.
Monsieur Sandhu.
Madame Silla.
Madame Silla.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Tibaison.
Monsieur Tibaison.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannigan Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gannigan Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Mrs. Freeland.
Mr. Pachetti. Oh, I'm sorry, and Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, West Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Ms. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward
Mr.
Hastings.
Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warrow.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. May.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen to Bic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Bic-Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mrs. Young, Vancouver South.
Mrs. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Yeas pour, 107, 107. Nays contre, 144, 144.
Declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 2 to 8 defeated. Mr. Van Loan for Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moves that Bill C2, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Oh.
Mr. Harper.
The chief government. I suspect the chief government whip might have an excellent suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you shall find concurrence to apply the votes from the last motion to the current motion, with Conservative members voting yea.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed? Agreed. The honourable update Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, we agree, but the NDP will vote against.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals agree to apply and will vote no.
Of course, that changes everything. The honourable member for Avalon.
I agree to apply and be voting no.
Non-Abbott Deputy Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca will vote no, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I agree to apply the vote, and I'll vote no. The Green Party is also in agreement with applying the vote and will vote no.
De Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Beauport. I will vote against.
Yeas pour, 144, 144. Nays contre, 107, 107.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. If members who are leaving the chamber could please do so that we could proceed. À ce moment-ci,
pursuant to Starting Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, moved, and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it is the victims of the Thalidomide Association were stunned last Friday to learn that the government was offering them half of the expected lump sum payment, effectively following the talks between the Thalidomide Victims Association and the Minister of Health. Everyone seemed to be agreeing that the amount of $250,000 was fair and equitable. Given the urgency to act because of the age of the victims, the parties had to agree on an amount that was realistic and that represented a strict minimum of what was acceptable. It is ill-advised to cut that in half and to set back the negotiations. It goes without saying that we appreciate the efforts that the government and the minister made, but we have to move forward. Unfortunately, some of the victims at this point have the impression that they're taking a step back. The government's $125,000 offer is clearly an affront to the settlement process. Canada has a moral duty to act in this file, and last Friday's offer constitutes an unacceptable setback for the victims. It's an insufficient amount that is far from the reality of the survivors and the serious misconduct committed by Canadian authorities at the time. The follow-up on the offer is not sufficiently clear to have an idea currently, but one thing is clear, that is a great big gap between the original requests analyzed by officials and the minister's offer last Friday. These courageous people have dealt with hard physical battles, mental and emotional ones as well. Adding an extra layer of discomfort to their existence is terrible. It's already hard enough. The victims are telling us that the government is prolonging the procedures uselessly and to its advantage. This is a very hard fact to face. At this stage of the process, we invite the parties to go back to the negotiating table, and we formally ask the government to clarify the offer tabled and to explain in what way the payments will be made following the lump sum payments. We're also asking the government to show some compassion on this file. The strategic calculations are not appropriate. We have to be careful not to break the confidence between the government and those from the working group representing victims in this file. Don't forget that for them this is a lifelong battle, and unfortunately the government is in the unfortunate position of being their adversary. The members of the working group defend the victims' rights, and they're prepared to sit down with government officials for as long as is necessary in order to come to an agreement. But the more time goes by, more victims will die before the first checks are cut. I think that there has to be a meeting between the minister and the president of the Thalidomide Victims Association, Ms. Mercedes Benegbi. There need to be clear explanations, and I also think that the various stakeholders have to have a frank discussion. A positive resolution is always possible, and the setback may be temporary. The harm suffered by the victims of the thalidomide goes beyond the understanding of this government. I think a solution is at hand, and I think that we can overcome the difficulties in the name of dignity and justice. Let's get on the right side of history and stop these cold and inhumane calculations once and for all. Madam Minister, clarify your offer and stop these half measures that give the impression of dealing in bad faith and misplaced strategies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the tragic use of thalidomide in the early 1960s had a terrible impact on the mothers, children, and families involved. And these Canadians had to endure hardships that no one should have to go through. Mr. Speaker, indeed in this House there's many of us that were born in Canada during the 1960s, and it could have easily been any one of us. For the survivors who had to overcome such serious injuries in order to enjoy the basics of life that the rest of us take for granted, I can only admire the courage and the determination. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to start by acknowledging the very real changes that the government has made to the drug safety system to prevent similar tragedies from occurring again. These events sparked major changes in Canada's approach to drug approvals and surveillance and triggered a complete overhaul of Canada's regulatory system for drugs. I'm very proud that our government has continued efforts to strengthen the regulatory oversight of drug products in Canada. Although many steps had been taken previously to enhance our drug safety system as a result of the thalidomide events, we all recognize that Health Canada needed better tools to protect patients from drugs that were found to be unsafe once they were on the market. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, we have acted decisively to improve our drug safety system in Canada. Most recently, Vanessa's Law received all party support and royal assent on November 6, 2014. This new legislation provides Health Canada with new tools to identify potential safety risks and stronger powers to act quickly and effectively when drug problems are identified. The oversight of Canada's drug regulatory system is continuously evolving, and this is a significant step in helping to prevent such tragedies from ever happening again. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to strengthen and improve our drug safety system so that a tragedy never does happen again like this. In addition to preventing these tragedies going forward, Canadians should know that we remain committed to supporting the survivors of thalidomide and ensuring that they can live with dignity throughout their lives. This is really the heart of what I know the members opposite would like to hear today. The Minister of Health is meeting as we speak with the Thalidomide Victims Association, as she has done previously when needed to discuss their issues. In fact, today's meeting builds on a call that the Minister made just last Friday to thank the Executive Director of the Association for her tireless efforts and inform her of the new financial assistance to be provided by the government. Mr. Speaker, the financial assistance package includes up to $180 million for the fewer than 100 survivors, and it will include three elements: an immediate tax-free lump sum payment of $125,000 to each survivor to help cover urgent needs, and a commitment of up to $168 million for ongoing assistance to the survivors. This financial support will be delivered by a third party throughout the course of their lifetime. Included in this financial commitment, there will be medical assistance funds for extraordinary costs. Mr. Speaker, this significant new financial assistance will be administered as efficiently as possible to ensure that we provide for the needs of every last survivor. But I think we have to acknowledge that no regret or sympathy and no amount of financial support can ever undo what happened. The impact on the survivors' lives has been profound, and that is why I think the most important thing today is that our government has recognized their needs and is taking real action to address them. Mr. Speaker, we have been working hard with the Survivors Association throughout this process, and we will continue to ensure they can live their lives with dignity.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, you have to understand that following this disappointing offer last week by the government, the victims of thalidomide who are calling our riding office are afraid that their compensation, the promised compensation, will be put off indefinitely. And yet they were hoping that they would receive compensation quickly. The $125,000 lump sum gives the impression that the government does not want to settle and wants to gain some time in order to be able to delay writing out the checks. The lack of clarity of the terms of the agreement must be corrected, and things must be made much clearer. At this point in time, the uncertainty is terrible, and we hope that there will be clarifications and reasons given for why they decided on $125,000. Madam Parliamentary Secretary, could you reassure the victims of thalidomide in my riding and elsewhere in Canada and confirm your personal involvement in dealing with this file as quickly as possible?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the honourable member of the significance of the new assistance that will be provided. The package includes up to $180 million for the fewer than 100 survivors and has three elements: an immediate tax-free lump sum payment of $125,000 to each survivor to cover urgent needs, and a commitment of up to $168 million for ongoing assistance to survivors. This support will be delivered by a third party throughout the course of their lifetime. Included in this financial commitment will be a medical assistance fund for extraordinary costs. But once again, Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget that no regret or sympathy and no amount of financial support can ever undo what happened. The impact on the survivors' lives has been profound, and we recognize their courage and their determination.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, regarding the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a terrible cold, but I'll try to get through this. Mr. Speaker, the gap between rich and poor in Canada continues to grow at an alarming rate. At least 3 million Canadians currently live in poverty, about 1 in 10. We are the 10th worst in the OECD. Poverty is a problem that affects all Canadians, not just the poor. The financial burden of poverty in Canada is estimated to cost us, the government, between $72 and $86 billion per year in many ways. Now, CO2 emissions, like poverty levels, have also been rising for years in Canada. The Conservatives have not taken any serious action to reverse either of these trends. Climate change is an incredibly serious issue. We need to start making a plan to reduce both carbon emissions and poverty. Like poverty, climate change is a moral issue, but it's also an economic one. Canada is now paying billions of dollars annually due to forest fires, floods, and other effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, they are both moral issues with huge economic impacts as well for Canadians. As different as the two issues may appear to be, they can be addressed by the same policy: carbon fee and dividend. This is a carbon pricing system that will address carbon emissions without adding 1 penny of tax. It's not a tax. It's a revenue-neutral system in which the government gets zero money. Instead, every Canadian will receive an equal share of all the carbon fees. Coal mines and oil and gas wells will pay a fee at the source based on the potential to release CO2. The revenue generated from these payments will be paid directly to consumers on an equal per capita basis. Lower income and middle class Canadians will actually make money on carbon fee and dividend. Carbon dividends will use the marketplace to simultaneously tackle both climate change and income gaps, and the Conservatives say they believe in the marketplace. All political parties should be in favor of a carbon fee and dividend because it uses free markets and addresses rising levels of both carbon emissions and poverty, all without implementing any tax system or any money going to the government. Presently, the Conservatives have no policy to address climate change. The Liberals plan to make it somebody else's problem by passing the buck to the provinces, and the NDP is stuck on cap and trade, expensive, bureaucratic, and ineffective. Chris Reagan's Eco-Fiscal Commission was recently set up to decide upon eco-fiscal solutions for Canadians. The Commission was made up of prominent Liberals, including Paul Martin, and prominent Conservatives like Preston Manning. Carbon fee and they decided that it was time to price carbon. Carbon fee and dividend is a smart and effective policy that will decrease Canadian carbon emissions and reduce the divide between rich and poor, all without taxing Canadians or slowing economic growth. Mr. Speaker, when will our three main parties start seriously considering carbon fee and dividend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. And I want to be very clear, the Government of Canada has been clear that it does not intend to address greenhouse gas emissions through a carbon tax. Our government's record is clear. We have taken decisive action on the environment while protecting our economy. We have already begun to implement our sector-by-sector approach, starting with two of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in the country, the transportation and the electricity sectors. L'année passée, le gouvernement
Last year, the government also announced new regulatory measures in order to limit the growth of hydrofluorocarbons and to further reduce emissions in the transport sector. In the transport sector, Canada has collaborated with the United States to develop regulatory standards for greenhouse gas emissions for new automobiles and new light trucks. We are doing the same thing for heavy vehicles. By relying on existing regulation for light vehicles, we have published regulations that will lead to the progressive implementation of stricter standards, but standards that are also harmonized with those of the United States for models from the years 2017 to 2025. We believe that with this regulation, vehicles from the years 2025 onwards will consume up to 50% less fuel and will produce 50% less greenhouse gas than vehicles from 2008.
Canada boasts one of the cleanest electricity systems in the world, with more than 3/4 of our electricity supply emitting no greenhouse gases. And, Mr. Speaker, we have taken further steps to make it even cleaner. In fact, Canada became the first major coal user to ban the construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generation units. In addition to contributing to Canada's climate change objectives, this measure will help improve air quality for Canadians. On April the 11th, 2014, Environment Canada released the National Inventory Report to provide Canadians with a coherent picture of emissions levels across the country. Mr. Speaker, the report indicated that between 2005 and 2012, the economy grew by 10.6%, while Canadian greenhouse gas emissions decreased by 5.1% over the same period. And, Mr. Speaker, our per capita emissions are now at their lowest levels since tracking began in 1990. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say those are real results. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, regulations are a tax, and they require growing huge bureaucracy. Carbon fee and dividend, to say it once again, some are not listening, is not a tax. Mr. Speaker, carbon fee and dividend will help solve our dangerously high emission rates while also closing the ever-growing gap between rich and poor in Canada. The minister's response only demonstrates what any Canadians who are paying attention already know. The Conservatives refuse to adopt an evidence-based policy for reducing carbon emissions. Instead, they're going to continue putting forward bad policy that conforms to their ideologies and their agenda. They continue to push aside any ideas that run contrary to those ideologies and agenda. The members of this House have an obligation to work across party lines and put forward policies that will benefit all Canadians. Carbon fee and dividend is such a policy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member from Thunder Bay Superior North is aware, the environment is a shared jurisdiction between the provinces and the federal government. We've always been clear that all levels of government and industry have a role to play in addressing climate change, as do all Canadians. Provinces and territories are implementing programs and measures that will contribute to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Quebec concerning the Quebec Bridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's always a pleasure for me to rise in the House to talk about issues that affect Quebec, Quebec City particularly. But today, I'm pleased to speak about a very important issue in Quebec City, the Quebec Bridge. As you know, the Conservative government promised $75 million to repaint the bridge, but that offer was conditional on CN's participation. This is an issue that the Conservatives have been playing with. They're really playing games here. They say that they have money. They say that they will be able to act, but they keep passing the buck to CN. And if CN doesn't act, then the money won't be spent. In other words, they won't do anything. The Conservatives will not do anything with the Quebec Bridge. Even though they're promising money, they're passing the buck to CN and saying that they will have to wait. So there's been inaction for many years. They've been waiting for this to be dealt with by itself. That is completely deplorable. As you know, the Quebec Bridge is rusted over 75% of its service, and this corrosion could affect the entire structure. The Quebec Bridge is really an iconic image of Quebec. It's a point of pride for us. It's something that makes us stand out on the international scene. If something bad happens to the Quebec Bridge because it's been rusted and its structure has been compromised, I hope the Conservative government will take the blame for that. It would be a historic mistake to leave the bridge to CN, which was privatized in 1995. Now, as you know, under a Liberal government in 1995, the bridge was sold for $1 to CN. Now, once again, the federal government decided to shirk its responsibilities and simply said to the municipalities and to the provinces, well, go ahead, take care of your own business because we don't want anything to do with it. So essentially, the bridge was sold to private interests. So year after year, this file came before the courts various times, but nothing has been solved. The problem is just dragging on. And during that time, the Quebec Bridge has been rusted, so it is no longer a charming icon of Quebec as it used to be. It's high time for the Conservatives to act and to assume responsibility. It's time for the Canadian government to admit that the people responsible for this loss and for this wastage need to pay for it. Now, for all bridges in the world, there is some sort of plan to repaint the bridge and to ensure that it doesn't rust. Unfortunately, the Quebec Bridge is a flagrant example of Conservatives' desire not to do that and to leave infrastructure, even very important infrastructure like the Quebec Bridge, to languish. That's completely unacceptable. But of course, this is not the first time that we've seen an issue affecting Quebec being abandoned by the Conservatives. For example, the military structure in Quebec City, it took 6 years before there was a new bid to have the structure rebuilt after it had burned down in April 2008. The bid has only just started, and it's only now that people are saying it's time to rebuild it. It's completely abominable the way that Quebec issues are being dealt with. We've been waiting in Quebec City. 2017 will be the celebration of Confederation. We've been waiting for a long time for action, and we want answers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understood correctly through the translator, the member opposite said that those responsible for the bridge should pay for it. CN is responsible for the bridge, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that the government has announced that it would play a significant partnership role in seeing the Quebec Bridge repainted, as did the City of Lévis and the City of Quebec, as well as the provincial government, Mr. Speaker. We've certainly stepped up to the plate. It's time for CN to do its own. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, unfortunately, the $75 million promised by this Conservative government to be invested in the Quebec Bridge is conditional on the fact that CN has to act, and CN will not move. Well, those $75 million will never be seen in Quebec under this Conservative government. We know that. Everyone knows that. We know that when it's time to take action, you need an NDP government, because certainly the Conservatives will not act. They won't give the money to where it should be allocated. This Quebec Bridge is the emblem of Quebec. It's extremely important. What are you going to do? Are you going to wait another 6 years, like for the military structure? How many more years will you wait? It doesn't make any sense. We need to act now. You need to assume responsibility and not let the city languish with such a problem.
Could direct their comments to the chair rather than directly at their colleagues. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a bridge between the city of Windsor and the city of Detroit. It's called the Ambassador Bridge, and it's a privately owned bridge. And Mr. Speaker, when the bridge needs repainting, it's the Ambassador Bridge who owns it that is responsible to paint the bridge. In this circumstance, there's nothing different about the Quebec Bridge in that regard. CN owns that bridge. They are responsible to paint that bridge. But notwithstanding that, the federal government, the provincial government, and its municipal partners have stepped up anyway to provide a partnership model to cover half of the expected cost of that repainting job, according to CN's preliminary estimates. Mr. Speaker, we expect CN, who owns the bridge, to step forward and put its parts, become part of that partnership to make sure that job gets done. Thank you.
La motion pourtant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant.
The motion for the House to adjourn is now adopted. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24.